of the war, and it continues to look very good. I will start right away with some updates. The is it the USS Bush is on its way to the region as well. Yes, the US is sending another aircraft carrier. It is also sending apparently B-1 bombers. So any concerns which we do have about the US, changing its mind, looking for talks, looking for, somebody within the regime that will allow it to become like a Venezuela. That is apparently, at least we can't see any any indication that that could happen, except the occasional reports. Trump is saying unconditional surrender, and that is the correct thing to say. He did say it back in June before saying the time for peace is now, enforcing Israel to stop. But look, the way this war is going is more impressive than the way the 12-day war went. And the 12-day war was one of the most impressive military operations the world has ever seen. So things are going well. As the title indicates, we're also going to talk about how many in the British public are dealing with this. There is a big protest today, and we'll get to that. We'll get to some videos of people speaking, and we'll keep updating, of course, on the war throughout the day, every day until the total victory. Bonnie in the chat asks about the reports on Ismail Khani. No, they're 100%. I will say, well, let's say 99.9%, 9999% not true. Israel has Mossad agents in very high places, but Khani, it has been a running joke. We've run that joke on this channel as well. Daniel, if you have that video, we can play it at the start. Like soonish. But yeah, this is I see those reports, and no, it's also not a thing that's done. Like if you have a Mossad agent, uh, even if it's even if their operations are complete, they're not going to report about it. So it's unfortunate that people do this. Yesterday, I read a bunch of reports that Khamenei's son was killed, which of course were not true. And why people post this stuff, I don't know. I don't know what the goal is, but yeah, that is where we are. It's war. We're gonna have more, misinformation being put out there is something we're getting more and more used to generally in recent years and maybe a couple of decades. And in war, let's expect a lot more of that. Tucker's intentional um, uh, sort of attacks on Chabad and his desire to turn people on Chabad is gaining steam, and Candace spoke about that as well. We're gonna get to uh, her role in it and what we absolutely expect to be, to end with violence directed by the people who listen to Tucker and Candace, violence directed at Chabad, and that's another reminder, and we will keep reminding on this channel throughout the war and after the war. Another reminder that militarily, this looks better than anything we've done since World War II, and we will win the war against the enemy in the Middle East if we keep going the way we have been this past week. But the enemy within is winning, and the future is not bright at all. So let's remember to keep fighting that fight. We will keep fighting that fight, and of course, we appreciate anyone who is with us and wants to support our work in doing so. One great, easy, and free way to do that right now is to be one of the people who like this show. Of the 38 live viewers right now, there are 11 people who clicked like. So, yeah, be the change you want to see in the world, as Gandhi said, and like the show. And of course, if you can and see value in supporting us further, consider doing that. Daniel.
Well, just quickly on the why people are saying that, for example, the next supreme leader is dead. It's propaganda, right? Now, I particularly think lying. during propaganda is a bad thing because I don't think it works. The purpose of propaganda is to bring up a morale. Continuously lying about things, I don't think is a good way to go about it. That's why whenever we are here, I mean, we try to be as objective, or rather, whenever I comment on things, I always try to put them into context about where the information is coming from. When the supreme leader was killed, everybody was saying, well, this news source said he's dead, and this news source he said is dead. And it's like, no, most news sources just repeated the same claims, and that was the whole thing that they did. They simply said, okay, based on what this guy said, we have a understanding that there is a high likelihood that he has been taken out. But basically, we only confirmed it once we had the full-on confirmation. So generally, I'd say go to Polymarket. I mean, uh, there you usually see the quickest sort of swings and changes based on what is actually true, or possibly even some insider information which can trickle down there. So I generally recommend watching Polymarket to see, or watching those odds to see what might likely be true or what might likely not be true. Um, and, and when it comes to propaganda, I mean, what we're seeing, uh I really want to rewatch Top Gun 2, when the bunch of American pilots took out a nuclear program of an unnamed country that we never specified.
Why are you spoiling a movie that some of us haven't seen? By the way, some of us also couldn't make it through Top Gun 1. Sorry, I know this is some sort of blasphemy, but yeah, even on a plane is where I tried watching it, and I'm like, well, on a plane you have nowhere to go, and if you
No,
get
well,
into a
yeah,
movie,
but that's why I'm saying, like, how could you not finish it on a plane?
I don't know, didn't find it that.
I mean, I haven't seen Top Gun 1, so I don't know, but Top Gun 2 was
Yeah, one is the one I tried watching. I'm not gonna watch something that is two if
oh
I haven't
yeah,
watched
because of
one.
the lore of implications of the movie that was made 30 years ago and now.
I don't know the story and I don't want to know. Look, if you name this is why, by the way, sometimes when we have the same topic on shows here and we do it like 2 days in a row, I don't want to have the same title with like part two because I don't want to discourage people from watching kind of both in a sense. Um, but anyway, CNN is
Well, I
reporting Trump.
haven't finished.
Oh,
So do you want to hear a conspiracy theory that
I
I made
always want
up?
to hear conspiracy, and unfortunately, that's all I hear. But yeah,
Okay, because I was watching, like, I was on Instagram and I saw the AI videos from Iran. And I don't know if it's like people making it on behalf of Iran or Iran directly, right? But it's like clearly AI made video of like, this is the hypersonic missile of Iran, or this is the plane taking off from the secret facility. And I'm wondering, are we already living in like 1984, where it's like it's all fake? Like this war is not happening. It's just AI images of Israel versus AI images of Iran, but Israel is just so much better and actually making like AI images. So we just think it's real, but it's like all AI, and yeah, it's basically 1984, and we're all just it's all just a propaganda war to convince who makes the better AI images.
you know what? Since you just said that, and as much as I want to say what CNN is reporting. We'll get to that in a second, but can we watch the Kani video that we watched in the first or second day of the war? It got us demonetized. It'll happen here again. Totally worth it. Don't worry, super chats still are still monetized. It's just the ad revenue, which is not that high, and great content is long term more beneficial than the ad revenue. People usually I make some joke about this is exclusive footage and so on, but it is not actual. It is AI. It is not actually
No, do
done.
not insult the intelligence of our audience by saying that.
Um, well, first of all, some of our audience are, most of our audience are intelligent people, but not all. We see some people in the chat who are still wondering whether Khamenei is dead and are guaranteeing us that Netanyahu is. So for them, I definitely need to explain this. Thank you to all the super chatters, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna thank the super chatters individually and say a bit more about that. But let's watch this fantastic video that was made by I don't remember his name, but it is in the corner there, and whoever he is, deserves you following them on social media just for this. And I say that without knowing what else they're posting. So yeah, don't at me. Let's see it. Yeah, look, some people did buy it, as mentioned, and it turns out they may have been people within the Iranian regime because the guy has disappeared. And Ray's asked if we saw this. Yes, but we will be repeating stuff, especially when it's good and especially when it becomes relevant because people believe it and are maybe acting based on it. And I again, uh, if he is a Mossad agent, I hope he's alive and well and safe. Thank you, Race, for being a member of our YouTube channel for 26 months. Race says,
I
I
mean,
think,
wait, like IRGC or like Supreme, that's like all boomers, right? And like they cannot tell between like real videos and AI, right? Like most of them are super confused. Maybe they are straight up just they just don't have any young people, any millennials, any Gen Z in their thing, and they're like, "What the hell? This guy, this is exclusive footage."
yeah, and like you said,
And
the
that would also explain their like posting their AI. It's like, oh, you cannot
that's what
tell.
I was gonna say. You mentioned how bad it is. Like I think of that video of Tel Aviv being bombed, which doesn't look like Tel Aviv, doesn't look like bombs. Looks like somebody drew it in there almost. So yeah, they're looking at this, and if that is what they think is the best AI can do, the Tel Aviv bombing video, then this is real. So yeah,
By the way,
uh,
I just got a message from Alex saying I have a massive crush on Donald Trump right now. She did send some messages before and after, but we don't have to read those. I think that's the one that matters.
yeah, remember it's a family show. I should remember that because the solo
A
I did
crush
yesterday.
is like a
Oh, yeah, but the messages you're not reading, maybe it's best not to read. Race says, I think Rozzy and Mike should settle their differences in a mud wrestling match wearing Speedos. Great fundraising opportunity. Ladies, drink free. First of all, as you know from our chat, most of the people, at least in our chat, who would love to see that are not ladies. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But no, that's we settle our differences with ideas that we are expressing here. Michael and I will at some point in the future talk. I don't think we're gonna ever agree on this, and because of how far off I think he is, we're not, it's not gonna be a debate. I know people would like to see that, but it's not gonna happen. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Thank you, Shmuju, for the super chat. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat, and thank you, Vadim the Dream, for the super chat. Yeah, people. One thing that it's weird. I'm thinking like, we are exhausted at the end of every day of streams, and I think of that, and then I'm thinking, I'm like whining about being exhausted from a day of sitting on ass and talking about war, and then I see a video of like Israeli fighter pilots being in the sky for who knows how many hours, doing videos like selfies. Oh, look, this is whatever country they're flying above. I don't think they mentioned them. So within the context of our daily lives before compared to now, we are exhausted, and it definitely people have been super supportive. Again, we do this on a shoestring budget, so what may not look like life-changing amounts of money really does make an impact. The fact that the first few days of this war and our day-long streams has brought in money that we don't make usually in a week of super chats is super helpful. And thank you. And um, I hope you continue to get value from what we do and continue to support us. Shmuju says Top Gun is a terrible movie. I will take a word for it because I only saw, again, I don't remember how much of it I saw, maybe 30 minutes or something like that. Yeah, also United Airlines has a nice library of content, some of it worthy of watching twice more than some of it being watched once. Yeah, Daniel.
Uh, well, I have to call out somebody. Somebody said Top Gun is a terrible movie, and then they say they never saw it. Uh, so like, come on.
Oh, okay, I didn't see the following comment, but
And somebody also said, have you seen the AI boots on the ground video of who? Like American soldiers, or who is supposed to have boots on the ground?
while the person answers you, let me say what CNN is reporting.
Okay.
CNN is reporting that Trump says Iran, quote, will be hit very hard today with areas of the country under consideration for total, quote, complete destruction and certain death. Sounds
Oh,
good.
this was a Truth Social post, by the way.
Yeah,
So we,
but it is words from Trump, and it is about today. It's not like stuff that in the future he can, people will forget. So I look forward to it. I hope those cameras on those planes are of the highest quality, so we can enjoy the images of yeah, of this war and the way it is being fought and the way the Iranian regime that has wreaked havoc on the Middle East, on the world for half a century. Its final days are just a delight to see. Things with Lebanon are getting difficult for Israelis. I mean, they're still firing. They're not causing a lot of damage because these aren't ballistic missiles, and that is Israel should be very grateful for that. But yeah, they are firing on as much of Israel as they can. It is not as much as they could in the past because 2024 was a difficult year for them, kind of towards the end. Um, but yeah, it is. I think they understand it's their last stance. By the way, much more, in terms of achieving the goals of the war, the destruction of Hezbollah is much more likely than regime change in Iran. We hope we're going to see both, but the destruction of Hezbollah looks realistic. Looks like it's coming soon. And then there's a question of the Lebanese government, what they're going to do when they actually are powerful enough to fight Hezbollah. Will they do that, or will they say? Remember, when in 2024, before Israel started um, going after Hezbollah in late September, Hezbollah was firing daily at Israel. Not massive, amounts of firepower, but daily. And Israel kept saying, at some point we're gonna snap. And Lebanon said if Israel attacks, the Lebanese army will join Hezbollah in the fight. Okay, so that's where Lebanon stood back then. Afterwards, they kind of changed their tune, like we forbid Hezbollah from doing anything, and of course their forbidding means nothing. Will Hezbollah get to a point where militarily it can't do anything against the Lebanese army, maybe even the police, and Lebanon will say, you know what, now we're going to take action because our country will be destroyed, deserves to be destroyed by the country that's being attacked by us for over 40 years. That's going to be a big test for Lebanon. They're I think, going to have to accept that Israel will hold a chunk of the country, the southern chunk of the country, for a long, long time because we've seen again the I'll repeat this that I said before, the experiment of sovereignty in southern Lebanon for the local people has failed. Okay? We tried that. That was the case before 82. Israel had to take over the area, hold it until the year 2000. It had to hold it beyond the year 2000, but Ehud Barak, Israel's prime minister, decided to give it over to Hezbollah, put them right on the border with Israel, and life for people there changed and has been for a quarter of a century unlivable because Hezbollah has not fired nonstop for a quarter of a century, but it fires whenever it chooses to do so. So yeah, the situation in Lebanon needs to change permanently and will, whether the Lebanese government likes it and wants to cooperate or not.
Um, yeah, I mean, we are seeing good development in Lebanon when it comes to, and again, this goes back to the terrible policy most European nations right now have, right? We still have Macron saying, "Hey, Israel, can we chill? Can we not can we not eliminate the threat in Lebanon?" Like Israel is doing Lebanon's job. No country should have a separate military in its borders. That's generally how a nation state even works, is the fact that you have a monopoly over the use of power, over the use of force, which of course requires for you to not have some crazy militias or whatever, handling a bunch of your state. That's why, a callback, Somaliland is much more of a nation than Somalia most likely ever will be, since at the very least, Somaliland at least has the monopoly over the use of force. They disbanded all the militias and managed to centralize the use of retaliatory force in the hands of in the hands of state, which again doesn't automatically mean you're some kind of great state. But at the very least, you are actually a functioning state that can work. This is not what Lebanon is. Lebanon allowed Hezbollah to take over and is not doing anything about Hezbollah. It's either refusing to do so or is compliant. But the way to solve it is not say that. Yesterday we listened to what was the Lebanese American
Rania
journalist?
Khalek.
Yeah,
She's Lebanese American.
I I I thought so. I think I googled it. Maybe not. She is of
Anyway,
Lebanese descent. At the very least. So the way she was talking about, I almost wanted to agree with her like summary, because she was saying, "Oh, like Lebanese people will take it out on the population that is supporting Hezbollah and bringing Israel into war." Yeah, that's how it should work. But like, why wouldn't they do something? And why is that a bad thing? I mean, yeah, like she said it, Hezbollah brought Lebanon into war. That's an accurate statement on what has happened. Some Lebanese people do not want to be at war with Israel. And unlike Palestinians, they recognize that the fault lies with Hezbollah and not with Israel for defending itself. So it's interesting how she had like a really good summary of the whole situation, and somehow she went somewhere completely different. Somehow
yeah,
she managed to blame Israel for it.
I mean, you hear sort of she throws in at some point something about a settler colonialist project. So she reminds people, I think maybe she felt bad about her her commentary being so uh, actually truthful that she made sure she reminded people. But yeah, she kind of I guess took it out of context, as in put it in context, but took it out of her wider her, how do I put it? The context that she has, the false context she has created, and specifically said, okay, Hezbollah was the one that fired first here, which is why Israel is fighting back. Of course, it's wrong for Israel to fight back because it woke me up at 3 a.m. and I like my beauty sleep. That's I think a good summary of what she said. If you don't trust that summary, it is still on our live stream. You can go back and watch it. But yeah, that was. Surprising. I like the different voices and the different um, kind of tones of panic in the bad guys and how they've been responding to this in recent days. We're, as mentioned, going to hear Owen Jones maybe soon. Maybe we should get it out of our system early and also not subject.
I do have Tucker Carlson made another podcast, so I have a lot of clips from Tucker, which I think could be a whole segment. Um, or maybe later.
Owen Jones, I also think could be a whole segment, by the way. Yeah, and yeah, we're gonna do a lot of that. Okay, Jonathan Honig has just joined us. Jonathan, before I go to you, I want to show you and our audience a video. Now, unlike the video we showed earlier, this is actual exclusive footage from Islamic Hell. You won't see it anywhere else except Yusuf Haddad's Instagram, where we stole it from. Let's take a look at this exclusive footage.
Ah, wait.
We can watch it in a loop a little bit. But all right, we are being joined by Jonathan. Hang on a second, Jonathan. We can't. Oh, we can see you now. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Just waking up here in the States, Razi, as I have for days now, thinking of the men and women in the U.S. Armed Forces and in the IDF, and also their families who are in Israel, who are in the United States. Just thinking of them and wishing them Godspeed, have to put God in quotes, but in truly vanquishing what has been an explicit enemy of the West for decades now. So it's, Daniel made a point of, like, I was listening earlier, something to the effect of, it's just a war of memes now. There's maybe, but this is a real war, and young men and women are in serious harm's way. So can't forget that throughout all of this. And what they're doing is brave and important work, the IDF and the U.S. military, and thinking of them and their families this Saturday morning.
Absolutely, and yeah, we've talked about how compared to what one would expect, and certainly what one would have expected before June of last year, the casualty numbers is almost unimaginably low, but we are on the side of human life, and every human life is valuable. It's not like, uh, you know, uh, the people we're fighting who tell us all the time they love death more than we love life, and they celebrate death, obviously on our side, but also on their own side. So, yeah, uh, we're very pleased with how it's going. We hope it continues. And Jonathan, because we are on all the time, sometimes I have to ask behind the scenes questions live. Can I ask how long we have you at the moment for the current segment, just
Uh,
in order to
uh,
determine what we do next?
sure. Well, TBA. Let's run it as you will, and keep the audience participating. I know we have a global audience, truly, not just from the UK, but from all over the world. And, we're not tribal here. We're united by a love of ideas, particularly Miss Rand's ideas. So, Miss Rand had a lot to say about the Middle East during her life. She was asked about it a number of times, and we've quoted many of those interactions. We'll probably end up quoting them today. But it's interesting, Razi, and Daniel, on an issue, for example, like gun control. As I understand it, Miss Rand did not have much to say. I don't ever reading Miss Rand saying, well, ARs should be banned, but handguns should be not. But on Israel in particular, she actually said a lot. And I do believe at one time she explicitly said that she went out of her way to financially support Israel. Am I remembering that correctly?
More or less, yeah, I'm going to read that. Actually, you know what? I'll read that before we go to Owen Jones. But I will say to people on the question I asked Jonathan that even when he leaves, he will still be here with us throughout the day. I will make sure
Oh,
of
God,
that.
that's horrifying.
This
Should I go
wonderful
get
t-shirt.
Nico's t-shirt so we also have him?
Oh, you have a Nikos t-shirt.
Yes.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes, we do have a couple of Nikos t-shirts, I believe, on aynrandcenter.co.uk/shop. But yes, this historical t-shirt from that wonderful appearance by Jonathan. Ooh, Daniel, let's play that one. Can we at some point today? If you don't mind, Jonathan, the one where you uh, uh, make your endorsement for the 2016 election. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, and hopefully Fox doesn't do a copyright strike against us. But that is, yeah, that was a great video.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll just say, on the issue of Iran, I don't understand how there can be, at least among Americans, much political disagreement. I mean, Iran has been an explicit. I mean, we don't, it's like they don't even report on all the times they're chanting, death to America, death to America. And they're serious about it. I do think, unlike the Russians, who probably would not have launched a preemptive nuclear strike, Khomeini and the religious mullahs in Iran are serious. They take their faith seriously. So, as difficult as this process is and as dangerous it is, I'm just, as I said, I'm happy that that the U.S., Israel, and to some extent Europe is doing this prior to Iran having nuclear weapons than after. Much safer now than had we had waited. Whether it's 6 months or 6 years, they were on the path to achieve and use.
The Mormon Atheist says, new to the channel, catching alive. Welcome. We will start you off with 2 Ayn Rand quotes, one from memory, contradictions do not exist, and one from this book, Ayn Rand Answers. She was asked this live at the Ford after her speech at the Ford Hall Forum in 1973. And this was the question. This was her answer. The question was, what should the United States do about the Arab-Israeli War, the 1973 Yom Kippur War? And this is Ayn Rand's answer. Give all help possible to Israel. Consider what is at stake. It is not the moral duty of any country to send men to die helping another country. The help Israel needs is technology and military weapons, and they need them desperately. Why should we help Israel? Israel is fighting not just the Arabs, but Soviet Russia, who is sending the Arabs armaments. Russia is after control of the Mediterranean and oil.
Still the case.
What?
Still the case.
Yeah, and now it's also China because I believe it was 1973, right, when Nixon threw Taiwan under the bus and replaced them with Red China. But anyway, the answer continues. Further, why are the Arabs against Israel? This is the main reason I support Israel. The Arabs are one of the least developed cultures. They are still practically nomads, also still the case, even with the skyscrapers. Their culture is primitive, and they resent Israel because it's the sole beachhead of modern science and civilization on their continent. When you have civilized men fighting savages, you support the civilized men no matter who they are. Israel is a mixed economy inclined towards socialism. Less the case now.
Much less.
But when it comes to the power of the mind, the development of industry in that wasted desert continent versus savages who don't want to use their mind, then if one cares about the future of civilization, don't wait for the government to do something. Give whatever you can. This is the first time I've contributed to a public cause. Helping Israel is in an emergency. By the way, we have a unique type of trolls which don't usually appear in our live chat, but sometimes in our comments, who pretend to be fans of Ayn Rand and tell us that she wouldn't support Israel's insert weasel insult that is used against Israel nowadays. Well, Ayn Rand supported this. Boris asks, where is this article published? This is an answer in the Ford Hall Forum. I'm assuming you're asking about what I read and not something discussed in the chat. If that is the case, yeah, this is from the Ford Hall Forum, 1973. The question is, and the answer is in Ayn Rand Answers, but you can find the lecture, I'm sure, in the Q&A somewhere online in audio form at the very least.
And I'll just say, I mean, you can walk. I've been to Israel 3 times. You can walk around Israel, Tel Aviv, and not know the language, not be Jewish, and be perfectly safe, perfectly able to maneuver, perfectly able to ask for directions. You don't need a guardian. You don't need a sponsor. You don't need, you're not going to be a target. where else can you say that else in the Middle East? Where else, certainly, I mean, forget even as a woman, but just even as a Western man, would you be safe to just literally, when you walk through Israel, Miss Rand wrote that or mentioned that in the early 70s. And Israel is so much more capitalist now, so much more developed. I mean, the skyscrapers are really in Tel Aviv, and the wealth and the creation has really been in Israel. So many of the technologies, I know, as you gentlemen know, that power the modern world emanated from that tiny sliver in the Middle East. And it's not because the water is so unique there, or they've got some unique precious resource. It's because it's the one country in the Middle East that protects, by and large, people's rights to live their own lives, keep their own property, pursue their own self-interest. That's why they've been successful. And it's why Iran and the rest of the Middle East, and frankly, the rest of the world, should emulate them, not disown them as they do.
Yeah, but Jonathan, I'm in London right now, a couple of miles from where I am. Right about now, there are people protesting in the street, and remember, they're protesting in the street, knowing full well, they're safe. They're fully safe. They're not going to be subjected to any violence from the authorities unless they initiate it, and even then, probably not, and definitely none of them will get killed. They are protesting for a regime that just a couple of months ago slaughtered tens of thousands of its own people. So when I say that the war in Iran, if it continues as it is, will be won, but the war with the enemy within, we are losing badly, and I'm terrified. Look closely, and we're gonna talk about this. I mean, we put it in the title as well. We're gonna talk a lot about what is going on in London, in the UK, in the US, and just how bad it is compared to what we hope for, and compared to what I think the clarity was around World War II. But I wasn't around. Maybe I'm missing like a whole chunk of the population that supported the enemy, but I kind of doubt it.
Well, and Miss Rand illuminated that any free country has the right, not the obligation, but the right to go in and overthrow a dictatorship at any time. People are defensive of the mullahs and Khomeini as if they have a right. They have a right to religiously enslave. They have a right to forbid public singing, not to mention protest. Razi, I mean, it's the image that's really stuck with me in recent months is, those family members having to look through a big pile of black body bags of protesters shot for stealing, for raping, for murdering. No, for speaking up, something that in, I don't know, the first world, you do without even thinking. What you understand as being a basic individual right is to speak up, is to use your voice. Ms. Rand was asked about that. It's one thing you can do is speak. And one of the hallmarks of a dictatorship is the restriction on that freedom of speech. So, she was so prescient on some of these issues, Iran in particular, and that's just one of the many quotes that she had on the issue.
Yeah, and we will continue to speak here as much as we can. And if unfortunately the enemy within does win, we are all prepared to ask for refugee status in a free Iran. Daniel, any thoughts before we go to that Owen Jones video from yesterday, which again, I can't guarantee how much we're going to see of it because I watched like a minute or two and I'm like, okay, let's watch it live. But a few days ago, we tried watching an Owen Jones video. He started by saying Israel intentionally targeted a girls' school, killing 180 girls, then went on to explain how great it is, or justify, let's say, Iran's bombing of every country in the region. And so, yeah, he really is scum, and we are going to see him defend the Iranian regime. But before that, I'm going to go to Daniel, who hasn't spoken in a while. Any thoughts, Daniel?
Nope, nothing right now.
Then should we roll the clip?
Sure.
Donald Trump says he will continue the war against Iran until there is unconditional surrender. Now, we are 7 days in to the onslaught against Iran, but we don't actually know much or enough, certainly, about what's actually happening in Iran itself. There was an internet shutdown, of course, and we can't obviously homogenize a country which has got the 17th biggest population size on Earth, a huge country, very diverse. There's no better person to talk about what's actually happening there, the complexities, the internal divisions, and where this is heading or could be heading with all of that in mind than Alex Shams, who's Iranian American. He's an anthropologist. His magazine Ajam, do check that out. He's doing incredible work, and well, I'll talk about that actually briefly in a minute. But he was actually in Tehran, living in Tehran until not that long ago, working on his postgraduate studies research. But firstly, I just want to say, Alex, look, lots of people are obviously shocked and horrified.
Let me just pause here
This
quickly.
has,
The last time we did a whole show about Owen Jones was it late January, I think, a couple of weeks after the slaughter of tens of thousands of civilians, when he finally mentioned it on his videos and did 2 days in a row with guests in both cases, justifying the slaughter and saying, look, this was Zionist, this was Mossad or whatever it was that they say in order to justify the slaughter. Of course, Owen Jones very upset when people in this country get arrested, and then immediately released for supporting a prescribed terrorist organization. But when people are slaughtered in Iran, just like when Jews are hunted in Amsterdam, Owen Jones will give you a reason why it is actually the Jews' fault that they are being hunted down. So it's interesting that this guest, who I haven't Googled, for me the topic is Owen Jones. Even when the guest speaks, it's who Owen Jones chooses to have on at a time like this. This is the guest he wants to bring on. It's interesting, Jonathan, that he said he was living in Iran like a short time ago doing research for his was it his master's in anthropology. Do you think if I decided to go now and do, well, I need a bachelor's before master's, but go study, do you think I could go into Tehran freely and even with my non-Israeli passport, let's say?
My first reaction to watching that video, Razi, was a relief that I didn't really know who Owen Jones was as an American. He's just kind of like not really a well-known figure. Then it turned to frustration with the understanding that, in fact, you were going to ask that I continue to watch Owen Jones. No, your rights would not be protected for 1 minute in Iran, just as, they aren't for gays, just as they aren't for atheists. And we've seen like the imagery of public executions. We've seen the imagery of girls being beaten up or just disappeared in the streets for doing something simply like, oh, I don't know, showing your hair. I mean, this is, as Rand described it, like a savagery. It's no way, in my opinion, for human beings to live. And, a government's responsibility is to protect the rights of its citizens. And if they don't respect their own citizens' rights, as certainly Iran does not, why would they respect the rights of not only Israel, but even as we've seen in the last couple of days, a number of so-called partner Arab states have been attacked by Iran in recent days. So they don't respect their own citizens' rights. They're not going to respect anyone else's, and they don't.
Yeah, by the way, today they apologized for that, but fired at them again. And said they won't fire them unless the Gulf states, unless they fire first. I don't think they understand what the word first means. Anyway, Jonathan, for the past couple of years, we've been introducing you to some of the most unsavory characters on the internet. We provide a public service here. You're welcome. Daniel, somebody in the chat says, younger UK version of Glenn Greenwald, and I'm kind of thinking about that. They're the same in that they're scum. Like they're in the same wider category of scum. Yes, they are both in the category of scum. But then the question to me is like Glenn Greenwald speaks in factual sounding, but factually incorrect, more of a factual sounding way than Owen Jones, who really he appeals to emotion and appeals to he tries to make you feel guilty for not supporting the mass murderers because somehow that is morally wrong. Like, what is your take? And I also don't know. I've said it before. I have a problem quantifying evil and ranking people because once they're in that category, does it really matter? But just for the fun of it, Daniel, do you want to rank them?
Um, they have much. It's way they're much different. It's hard to quantify it. In a sense, I think Glenn Greenwald is much more insidious because of the demeanor he puts on, while with Owen Jones, the sort of evil is much more apparent. I remember seeing a debate of Glenn Greenwald on the January 6th, and in the whole discussion, you could say he came out. It was like three people on one side and like three people on the other side, and Alex Jones was also on that debate. So I think Glenn Greenwald could have come out in some ways, you could say, even the most reasonable, but he absolutely wasn't if you actually know anything about the subject. Just the demeanor he put on. So in that way, you could say he's most scary because he, in a sense, he hides his power levels of what he actually supports. While, as I say, I think it's much more obvious with Owen Jones. But again, what do you what's worse, evil you can clearly see or evil that is hidden? I mean,
One of our regular full-time trolls in the chat says, anybody here who really isn't a biased Ziotard, please read and listen to Professor Norman Finkelstein, a real Jew. And I wonder
why
what he
why
means by
why
a
would
real.
standard is he's not practicing? Why would he be like a
I
realer Jew?
there's a bunch of questions in my mind, but again, when these people write stuff, it's mostly questions that I have. Because
You
this
mean
guy
real Jews advocate for killing Jews or for letting people
apparently,
letting
but
Jews die?
also this guy keeps using the word Jew and Jews as an insult, like to us, to other people in the chat, all the time. He spells it in a way that makes it through the algorithm. So I'm not sure. These people really aren't clear on what they're using as insults and what they're using as compliments. They also call us Nazis. Now, so many of them are socialists who want to kill all the Jews, and you kind of ideologically are with the Nazis. So are you attempting to give us a compliment by your standards? I don't really understand what these people are doing. Um, all right, Jonathan.
Well, I noticed a super chat, which I was happy to see, and I want to encourage that. We're here 7 days a week for years with daily insight inspired by Miss Rand's objectivism, and we are all students of objectivism, and we learn and we share our perspectives with you every day, and we can only do it 2 Nokia kroner at a time. So thank you, John Petter, for
Well,
that.
this was
John,
20. And by the way, Jonathan,
oh,
I would rather not read that as it is, but I will try to reword it into kind of,
I'll let you read it. You read it.
yeah. So the person asks basically, why is Trump, why is his approach to Putin what it is, and raises some
Simp.
possibilities that others have raised. And look, it's if it's one of those things that people have claimed, we don't know that. So let's leave those possibilities aside, and let me say, Trump likes strong leaders and doesn't have kind of the I think the approach that we have of you actually have to a good leader you know protects the rights of its citizens rather than violate them. So his in his first term, you might remember him saying about Kim Jong Un that his people respect him. Well, his people respect him at the point of a gun. I would also respect somebody who if my other option is a bullet in the head. Although the conditions in North Korea, I'm not actually sure that's what I would do, but it's understandable. That is very unfortunate. Again, this channel criticizes Trump all the time. We are not exactly taking a pause, but I do want to keep pointing out that Trump is the leader who is doing what needed to have been done for the past half century. Not a single president has done it. Not a single president has fought and conducted a war in the way Trump is conducting this war so far since World War II, for as far as we can remember. So let's give credit where it's due, and let's also criticize when it's necessary, because that is a correct approach, reality first approach, rather than
Well,
actually, yeah.
and this is like a major fear of mine, Razi, and we've seen it play out a little bit so far in Venezuela, whereas as I understand it, Trump seems to be happy with the also socialist but new leader of Venezuela. Trump gets his percentage of the oil trade, etc. But the ideas that move a culture don't change. So that really is my fear now at this point in this conflict, is that Trump, eager for the Nobel Prize, eager for a so-called off-ramp, will strike a deal. It's all about the deal with some moderate mullahs, and you'll have your probably slightly less Islamic state in Iran. That really is a fear of mine moving forward. And the total vanquishment that even he has talked about will never materialize. Am I paranoid?
Daniel.
Um, so I mean, going to Trump, I don't know what it is. I think recently, yesterday, he was asked by a reporter something like, "What is your thoughts on Russia helping Iran possibly kill Americans?" And his reaction was, "What a stupid question," basically, like verbatim. So I don't know what's like unique about Russia. Like I hear people saying like, they have blackmail on him or something. But even that, like, I think, what is the quote? He could shoot somebody on the Fifth Avenue and get away with it. Like, I straight up believe that. So, I don't think there is anything you could really blackmail Trump for. So I don't think it's that. Uh, it might be some admiration for dictators, but even then, right? It's like if people in Russia, if there was like a big protest in Russia, would that like flip Trump? Because like James, when he's on, he says that he thinks the big protest in Iran was what switched Trump. So is that the thing? Is like if he thinks they are popular, if he thinks they have high approval rating, he likes them, and if he thinks they don't have, because like Maduro was also unpopular. I think that's not crazy to say. Putin, on the face of it, you could say he's popular, right? So maybe I mean maybe that's really it. Like we just need to see a big protest in Russia, and he will like flip immediately. I mean that's your thing with like any, and I'll be here saying that the operation in Iran is great. But the worst part is like I cannot predict anything from Trump. Like even when he says unconditional surrender when it comes to Iran, it's like, well, the unconditional surrender means boots on. Like you need to have U.S. soldiers in Tehran if you want unconditional surrender. So like we could do that, but like, are we going to do that? So and again, maybe he's just shooting shit. Like I don't know. Maybe he's not real about it.
I'm not sure that's true, that we need boots on
I
the
don't think
ground.
you can like demand anything out of Iran while not having like actual like military presence.
Look, unconditional surrender is not the only option. Another option is just
Sure.
not having anybody left to surrender. Like that is
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but that's what he says, right? That's what I'm taking. Like, like basically the point I'm claiming. I don't know if he like actually means that, or he's just saying it because that's what sounds good, right? Just saying, yeah, they'll just give up or something like that.
But there are reports, and he actually said this was in an interview or statement or something a few days ago, that he's not afraid of boots on the ground, and that is the correct approach. Uh, Regime change, or the toppling of the current regime, needs to happen. Needs to happen more than boots on the ground need not to happen. So yeah, if people immediately think Iraq, that's unfortunate. Yes, it is more recent, but there are boots on the ground, wars that went differently, and I think it's also the timing, like how much of Iran's ability to fight back is destroyed before you put boots on the ground, and whoever is there might just surrender. I go back to the Iraq War because it's the example being given, and remind people that the war was won in 20 days, and it was not executed as strongly as this one is, and it was still won in 20 days. What was lost was the nation building, and in terms of statements made, Pete Hegseth made a clear statement a few days ago saying Nation building is not happening here. Uh, but yeah. Anyway, okay, there was something else
Yeah,
actually.
just
Oh,
quickly.
yeah.
Oh,
I want to just briefly thank the people who are YouTube members like Deeper with Diego, Bonnie Bertrand, Siegel Alan, Ginger Clark, 4574. It's like 5 or maybe 6 pounds a month. And you're
five
part of our
dollars.
community. You're part of our philosophy posse that keep us on the air 7 days a week. So thanks for helping what we do.
Absolutely. And yeah, just again on Putin, uh, my hope, and it's kind of based on more an understanding of how of the abilities of the human mind rather than my experience of Trump so far, that the more Putin does the things that we all know he will continue to do, the more difficult it will become for Trump to, not to wave off questions he doesn't like as that's a stupid question and so on. I fully expect him to continue doing that. And that's not an excuse for doing it. It's just, I'll take what I can get. And yeah, I would hope that it will move him to a point where he understands, okay, this is a wider war. We keep hearing he's doing this about China and so on, and I'm like, fine, if that's why, that's fine. But Russia is also a threat, and Ukraine is the front line on that war, which is also America's war, just like Iran. So let's remember that, and let's keep uh, supporting the good guys and advocating for a correct national interest policy towards those countries.
Yeah, and just quickly, because somebody said, like, what about Japan? There were no boots on the ground. Well, there were boots on the ground, just not on the main island. And we also dropped two nukes on them, and then there were boots on the ground. Like, once Japan surrendered, there was an American occupation that happened. So I think, and also what has happened is a lot of targeting of civilian targets that has to be said. Like, apparently, Iran said today that America attacked desalination plant in Iran, which again, I wish we just picked our goal of what we are actually doing and go into it. Because I think at the end of the day, I think you will need to start attacking civilian infrastructure the longer this goes on. They need to basically be brought down on their heels, which I don't think you can do if they are still able to sustain themselves. Just a reminder with Japan, there was the Operation Starvation, which bombed all pretty much any infrastructure or any what you call them, like convoys that would deliver food to Japanese people. Japanese people were on the brink of starvation during the end of World War II. So if we go that route, let's go. Like, I have absolutely no qualms about even targeting civil infrastructure. It's a war. You end it as soon as possible. You pick the fastest way that preserves the most American and, of course, Israeli lives you can, and yeah, that's how you have to fight it.
I'm
And
with you. Yeah,
I was just going to
I just
mention
want to say quickly, I'm with you on it, on that as a general. Yeah, the priority is not defending Iranian civilians by any means. Uh, I do think Iran is absolutely a different situation from other countries, and for that reason, I would, to the extent that the goals of the war can be achieved while doing so, I would be as targeted as possible against the regime and against civilian infrastructure that the regime needs, and yeah, in a way that will help. Again, I compare it to, for example, a place like Lebanon. There are innocent civilians in Lebanon, but it's a different situation. The population hasn't really risen up against Hezbollah and against their own government for allowing Hezbollah. And of course, Gaza is a completely different situation. For me, when I see a video, and it's they're in their tents and it's raining and they're miserable and suffering, and I see that and I think good but not enough. There is no rung of hell that burns too hot for these savages for what they did on October 7th, and I have zero sympathy, and I think we should have zero mercy on them. but Iran is a very, very different situation. Okay. VR 1977 AD, thank you for the super chat. VR says, being amoral as he is, Trump is doing good, either by coincidence or for the wrong reasons. Yes, absolutely. And when he does bad for the wrong reasons, we call him out. When he's doing good for whatever reason, we will applaud. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean that's my feeling. That's my fear, as I said, is that the wrong reasons, the kind of second-handedness interest in establishing peace and making a deal, especially if there's any type of an economic slowdown. I fear that his interest in total domination and resignation, and both you gentlemen raised some points from history where you had complete ideologies. Japan gave up on Shintoism after the Second World War. They restarted, they rebooted, if you will, and thankfully they did. Thankfully for their own population. I mean, they went on to decades and decades of growth and higher incomes and better qualities of life. And when I think about Iran, and you get 90 million people there, and this could be such the dawning of a new great day for the Middle East. There's no reason why the Middle East couldn't have the type of enormous growth that Southeast Asia had in the 90s, for example, or even that China had in the 90s into the early 2000s, as it began to liberalize just a little bit. And, Israel is the best example. When Miss Rand mentioned Israel in the early 70s, and Dr. Brooke has talked about this, it was very socialist. The unions, and Razi, you might even remember this, unions, as I understand it, owned entire companies. And since it's gone very much the opposite other direction, Israel is one of the top stock markets, one of the top economies, one of the top places for patents and innovation. And it's all because of those ideas. And if Iran kind of got on board with that, it just excites me about how much wealth that could be created. I mean, how many incredible places could there be to go visit, explore? How many businesses could be started by these young entrepreneurial Iranians, these young kids who, I mean, many of them were shot in the street, but many more of them want to live a life, pursue their dreams, pursue their values. So I'm optimistic, not just on winning the war, but on like a new future for the Middle East, one that isn't dominated by Islamic mysticism, the same as it was when Rand talked about it in 1970.
Thank you, Nathan Smith, for the super chat. Again, and thanks everybody for the continued support throughout these streams. Jonathan, you ever start reading a book, then set it aside, then go back to it like years later?
Sure.
So I'm wondering if that's what Netanyahu did. There's a picture of him in the Israeli Knesset years ago, years and years, I don't remember when, holding a copy of John David Lewis's Nothing Less Than Victory. I believe it was our friend Boaz Arad, head of Ayn Rand Center Israel, who, yeah, that is the book. Get it on Amazon. I believe it was Boaz Arad who gave it to him, but don't quote me on that. And yeah, I'm wondering if he set it aside, went back, read it, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, that's how you do it." Then again,
I'll also mention, you mentioned John David Lewis's book, which is extraordinary, really highly recommended. Maybe we can put it in the chat to purchase it. And then also the collection of essays, "Winning the Unwinnable War," Alon Journos and contributors, is another great. I mean, there's almost resignation, Razi, in the West, I think, and Daniel, that, well, we're always going to have militant Islam. We're always going to have these crazy fanatics who want to kill Jews and kill the West and murder Americans and destroy the West. But it doesn't have to be the case. And those two books are great examples of how to actually win the war.
Deeper with Diego, thank you for the super chat. Deeper with Diego says, Jonathan's webcam looks like he's about to put plastic on the furniture, then turn the song hip to be square. Is this some porn?
I love that song.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, that's how you get things through in super chats when Razi isn't sure what it means. And Abschmidt repeats the complaint, which I fully take responsibility for. Razi needs a microphone like Daniel. A microphone like Daniel's is not gonna happen anytime soon. Because as helpful as the super chats are, we are still a long way from stuff like that. I will maybe at some point, maybe in the break, I'll try to use this microphone that I have, but I don't like it, and it's but we'll see. You know what? When I take a break, I'll come back, try to set that up. You tell me if there's any improvement, and unfortunately, I'm gonna be showing the poor tech skills that I talked about yesterday live, but I think I like to set ambitious but achievable goals. And once we started streaming all day every day, I realized not embarrassing myself is not achievable. So yeah, that might be the embarrassment of the day. Thank you, Roman, for the super chat. Roman asks, "Have you seen Qatar cut all diplomatic ties with the Islamic dictatorship? Maybe Qatar can teach Europe a lesson." Qatar teaches too many people too many lessons. I don't want lessons from them. But yeah, the lesson of getting bombed and then not being okay with it. That's a good lesson. But the lesson Qatar needs to learn is don't exist if you're an Islamic dictatorship that is an
I
enemy
don't,
of the West.
I don't see that news. If that's news, that must be just be breaking because I don't actually see that. But
Well, in either case, by the way, countries cut off Qatar a few years ago, right? They cut diplomatic relations and I believe economic relations with Qatar for a little bit because of whatever it was back then. There's so much
what
tribalistic violence in the Middle East that I don't keep tabs, and I definitely don't remember all of it. But yeah, that has since unfortunately changed. Qatar is back
you,
to
you
what it
have
is.
to you have to let the enemy know that there's no way to win, that there's no possibility for the win, there's no escape clause, there's no way for them to get any benefit, any prestige. And that's what total demoralization means. And that even being associated with the regime means their death. I mean, I think I saw some update that was like, they appointed they killed a general, they appointed his successor, and they got the successor within 8 or 10 hours or something like that. And that's exactly what you need to do to teach a people and those watching that this is not a philosophy that you can follow and live. This is not a way forward for a successful, fruitful life. And making deals like in Gaza and other places is what fuels further attacks. It's what fuels more hatred. It's what fuels more antagonism. So my own beefs with Trump, I put aside on this issue because, as many of our super chatters have said, I think he's doing ultimately the right thing.
I was going to say something, but I forgot. I'm going to give a quick news update. So since the start of the war, there have been around 200 launches from Iran towards Israel. There are now non-stop rockets and missiles coming in, and presumably drones coming in from Lebanon. That's going to happen. People stay safe, and yeah, I guess maybe part of the reason why we haven't had anybody from Israel joining right now is maybe they're running to shelter often. But we know these barrages of ballistic missiles are not what they used to be. They're really small number of missiles. Yesterday we had one of those. I then checked the news to see an update, and I saw that it was one, and it was intercepted. So yeah, it's Trump says, we destroyed 42 ships in 3 days. That is impressive. And there's also reports that 16 planes were destroyed. So, and Qatar is reporting that it has intercepted missiles from Iran.
What we want to really see is some of the military factions and generals and leadership straight up surrendering, waving the white flag, defecting, flying jets, and landing, and I think if you started to see that, then people would start to take to the streets. As long as look, I'm talking out of my keister here. I'm not a military expert, but I think if once that they saw that the military would not be necessarily used against them, I think you'd see more and more foment in the streets and ultimately toppling of the official regime.
Yeah, and remember Trump in his
whatever of it is left.
And remember Trump in his first statement back on Saturday morning said that the Iranian people, stay home, and when the time comes, we will let you know, and you should go out and change its regime, and it will be your only chance for a generation. So it is moving in that direction, and also not a military strategist here, but when I see that a third aircraft carrier is on its way to the Middle East, that heavy bombers are on their way, I think that that shows that the U.S. is absolutely prepared to fight. Whether it will continue to fight remains to be seen, but everything we've seen so far indicates that it is. And a reminder that Gerald Ford is now on its way from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, close to the Houthis. Yeah, let's hope that is the next thing.
I'll just say
Thank
I've
you,
actually
yeah.
I don't know, maybe you guys have been, I've never been in a war zone, but if you've ever heard like an F-15 or F-16 scream by at full throttle, just the sound of the jet itself is absolutely terrifying. So, when I think about the impact of some of the ordnance that these massive bombers are going to drop, my hope is that the generals or the middlemen still holding out hope are going to say, fuck this, get a white flag, come out waving it, and give up and start anew. This is your opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, when Daniel and I were in Israel last May, I remember I don't remember actually because I was there for longer than Daniel. I don't remember if you were there, but one day I'm hearing all these jets and I'm like, I wonder if we're gonna get some good news in the next couple of hours. And then I hear that Israel bombed the Houthis. So yeah, that's always fun to hear. By the way, if you're in Israel, you hear jets all the time, even when there is no war, because they're preparing.
You're getting some super chats, Raz. You might
Yeah,
want to
I see
address.
that. Thank you. Ask Yeshka for the super chat. Ask Yeshka says, Shalom, Jonathan. Give your pup a pet for me, L'chaim. Modine is also very much enjoying the fact that America and Israel are finally doing what needs to be done. So let's hear some more from somebody who isn't enjoying what needs to be done. Back to Owen Jones.
A particular type of emotional labor, I know. For yourself, you've got skin in the game in a way. So many of us might be horrified, but we don't. So I just want to say, I understand that. That's very important to talk about, and I just really appreciate you being able to talk at what is a very grim time.
Definitely. No, I'm happy to be here. I mean, it's a really, really scary time. The bombing has not ceased in the last 7 days, and every single day there's multiple bombs. And as you mentioned, the internet kind of comes in and out. It's been hard to keep in contact with people, and what we are hearing is very, very scary.
I just want to ask, what's your kind of overall kind of take? Sounds a bit kind of, it's the wrong word. I don't know what the right word is, but after 7 days of this war, what are you thinking? What's going through your head? What's your kind of overall position and what's happening right now?
Okay, before we hear his
people,
position, I just want to quickly point out, you noticed in the part we played earlier, Owen Jones mentions the internet is out, and then added, of course, and then this guy mentions it's difficult to get in touch because the internet is out. Did America bomb the internet? Is that why it's out? It's interesting that they don't mention this. And we keep hearing about how Israel, isn't letting any information out of Gaza, and also here's all the information we have from Gaza, like counting bodies within minutes, hundreds of bodies. So it is interesting how these people present it. As always, what baffles me is what they think of their audience, how they think so little of their audience, and apparently they're probably correct in thinking so little of their audience. Daniel.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add here. We haven't heard from the guy yet.
Oh yeah, that's true. Jonathan, anything on that, or should we go back to um, Owen Jones's Iranian?
Roll tape of. I'm still trying to, as an American, I'm still trying to decipher if he's actually speaking English or not. But a few words made it through, so let's roll tape, and I'll keep listening.
Our entire English audience is insulted by that, but no worries. Kidding.
Are very scared. We don't know where this is going, where it's going to end. It's not clear what the goal of this war is. And when Trump says things like, we're going to make Iran surrender, we know that's not going to happen. And there's no way to do that through an aerial campaign. And so what we're seeing is people are dying. I think as of today, more than 1,300 people have died, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Hundreds of thousands are displaced. Tens of thousands are homeless. And it's not clear what has actually been accomplished. People are terrified in Tehran, and at the same time, there's this sense, I think, in the diaspora that possibly this attack was going to lead to some kind of freedom or some kind of regime change. But what we're seeing is that that's not really the case. People are dying, and the movements for change that existed in Iran before this are not continuing. Right? People are fleeing bombs. They're not able to protest.
Okay, let's quickly recap, because of course Trump did make clear what the goals of the war are. You might not like them, but he did state certain goals. I don't like them because something's missing from them. But he stated clear goals. That your disapproval of them are not, don't change the fact. And yeah, the people aren't protesting. So again, Trump, I go back to what I just said. Trump made a clear statement. Stay home. We are taking care of this, to the point that next time when you come out to the streets, and we will tell you when the moment is, then you're also not going to be in a position where tens of thousands of you are slaughtered, because the Iranian regime can be firing ballistic missiles and killing its own people at the same time. So they really are going out of their way. Again, we've talked about this in the context of the way the media is talking about this war. Look, it's already been 7 days and we haven't destroyed one of the biggest armies in the world. They're really trying to demoralize us by telling us lies about this war, that they're really pretending like it's not going spectacularly well, almost unimaginably well so far compared to what one would have expected. Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, what do I wanna? But like, I'm wondering. I wish we had the internet more of back in the day. Like this could have been like Slobodan Milosevic like saying this when like NATO was bombing Serbia. Like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know why they're doing this. We don't know what's the goal. We don't know what's happening. Like, it's clear what's happening. Iran has been a threat to West for the last 47 years. It has been a threat, and it's clear why America is trying to do so. It's especially clear why Israel is trying to do so. Again, this is not confusion. This is either it's evasion or it's a dishonesty of what's actually happening. By the way, I'm not. Is this guy like still in Iran? Like he?
No, I'm guessing no, just because he said at the beginning he was in Iran until very shortly. Then again,
so why does he not have reception?
No, he can't get in touch with people there. It's
okay.
difficult for him to get information because.
All right. That makes more sense. So yeah, again, he's acting like, and by the way, this is also like, I don't know if this guy was like born in Iran, or something, but he said he like studied, he's like an intellectual, or whatever. He like what postgraduate degree he was getting in Tehran. I always say living in a capital of a country is not representative of a country, because capitals are always much different than the rest of the country. So here we have like some kind of basically the elite class or whatever, like studying in the capital, and somehow he's the representative of like Iranian people. Somehow he's the representative of what like Iran stands for. I think we should always be wary of like again, people, and again, I don't know if he was born there or for whatever reason just chose to study there. But yeah, I wouldn't have any sympathies for him in any way.
By the way, Jonathan, on the point Daniel was making about a capital is different from, I remember years, maybe a decade ago or so, seeing an ad for a tour of North Korea, because they were trying to get tourists to come there, and and of course, in North Korea, you're pretty much in Pyongyang and in the other places that they want to show you, because Pyongyang does look better than the rest of the country. And one of the bullet points in that ad was you get your very own government tour guide, and I'm like, that's sounds lovely. I'll pass, Jonathan.
I mean, what this gentleman seemed to be saying, that if it wasn't for those pesky Americans and Israelis, you'd have people out in the streets protesting the government. But that's what they did, and they were mowed down. I mean, thousands and thousands of protesters speaking out for freedom killed in the streets in recent weeks. So, out of context, you can prove anything about anything, and he conveniently drops the context of the totalitarian, forget even authoritative, but religious totalitarian state that the Iranian regime is and has been for years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
Jonathan uses the term gentleman loosely. I just quickly, Daniel, want to comment on something deeper with Diego. It says Owen Jones would never speak to an Israeli unless Owen Jones was lambasting him and insulting him. No, first of all,
no,
he
he
speaks
would
to
he would
token
talk to
Israelis.
B'Tselem
Oh,
people,
yeah,
and
he does speak to token Israelis, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic Israelis have been on his show multiple times, and also there was that whole Grinder thing where he's texting. Was it Grinder? He was messaging like some IDF soldier, former
oh,
IDF soldier,
why did you say
on
grinder?
what?
Why grinder?
It was some sexting,
Oh,
sex-related thing. So, again, not that there was anything wrong with that, but
you
Owen
mean
in his
he was
private life,
getting with the IDF soldier?
he was apparently trying to, yeah, this. Let me try to find that before we talk too much out of our ass. But yeah,
What
there
is
was
it like?
no, this was a
What is it
thing.
like a
Like,
North Korean like secret agent like trying to get in with like the soldiers?
I assumed it was more a Palestinian chicken sort of thing for anybody who saw that episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm not going to, Daniel, we're not going to show any of that. It's
I
a
don't know.
family show, people. But yeah, what were you gonna say?
That's what we need to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Get people eat some Palestinian chicken. Um, well, just from earlier, just to mention, by the way, I have another conspiracy theory, but separately, because I know Jonathan mentioned it a couple of times. Just for clarification, because Jonathan says like Shintoism was ended in Japan. We should clarify that it was state Shintoism that was ended. Basically,
Thank you.
government during the restoration took control over the religion and used the Shintoism is basically like a folklore religion, like quasi religion, because it's like kind of paganish, you could say. It's like a mystical thing. They don't have like a full on religion. So that's what Japan had for like thousands of years, and then the state came in and basically took over the religion to have it be like basically have the shrines to be like propaganda for the state, including emperor is God himself. So basically, after World War II, there is a separation of state and church full on that was imposed by America, and that basically separated the sort of folklore aspects from like government having hands in it.
For the record, I'm fearful, as a little bit here in the States, seeing religion invited into government much more frequently, the intermingling of religion and government much more frequently, and that's something that I think is very worrisome here in the States, at least from what I can tell.
Yeah, and by the way, the Diego super chat was an American Psycho reference. I'm surprised neither of you picked it out.
I haven't watched it. Yeah, I'm not a big
Never
movie
saw that one.
person. I'm definitely not a horror film person.
Oh, Jonathan, you've never seen that?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not a horror movie either, so
Sure.
guy either. So I know it was a classic, but I watched the trailer and that was enough for me.
Fair.
Okay, before we go back to Owen Jones, just a couple of updates. So the IDF spokesperson in Arabic has renewed his evacuation warning to people in neighborhoods in Dakhia. We heard a few days ago this unprecedented evacuation order for four neighborhoods, and there was some massive bombing, but apparently, and there was panic. Like people in Lebanon actually, they don't have Hamas outside their doors saying no, stay indoors. So they did actually leave, many of them, but yeah, that's let's hope that warning is not empty, not an empty threat. And in Iran, they are denying that Mojabta Khamenei has been chosen as the next supreme leader, and saying a supreme leader will be a replacement for Khamenei Senior, um, will be chosen in the next 24 hours. So again, we don't know who was targeted, but we heard a very senior official in Iran was targeted in that bunker, Khamenei's bunker yesterday. I am thinking, the father might have inherited, might have left the son his bunker in his will. So let's hope that's why there is no
But,
update there. Yeah.
but I was just gonna say, I mean, what's so tempting and salivating is the opportunity here. I mean, imagine you got somehow, and of course it's ideas that have to be the motivating force here, but you got like a stripped down secular government that said we're going to focus on protecting rights and the police and the courts, and I'll even give you basic infrastructure, and we're going to privatize all of the oil fields and all of the state-owned enterprises, and we're going to minimize government intervention. You could get such unbelievable, huge growth in such a short amount of time. I mean, you could have the Hong Kong of the Middle East explode into wealth creation. You could have tons of businesses. Can you imagine moving to Tehran because of a favorable business climate? I mean, it sounds like absolutely insane now, but it kind of goes to Miss Rand's ideas about Miss Rand's notion of the power of ideas. Like, what if the Iranian people and the Iranian government reflected a liberal, democratic, small government democracy? You could have an explosion of wealth for 90 million people plus.
Thank you, Ask Yeshka, for another super chat. Ask Yeshka says, your pup was awake when I sent that, LOL. Yeah, by the way, people, YouTube does default at not showing you the live stream live if you, I think, click in late, or whenever
Only if you like pause it or roll back. If you like tune in, it's gonna be live.
Well, when I switch from the app, like, to a different app right now, because I have YouTube open on my phone, when I switch to like to check the news or something, then it will kind of send me back a little bit, and I have to scroll forward, and it does that from time to time. So yeah, we've had that some people might not be watching live and might be thinking they're watching live, and yeah, with very, very long live streams, we that'll be more and more the case. Thank you, Salome, for another super chat. Okay, Jonathan, I know you need to leave soon. Do you have time for a bit more of Owen Jones and his Iranian regime apologist guest?
Let's roll the tape.
In terms of the people out there who, if they skim read Iran and Wikipedia for 5 minutes, would probably have more knowledge than Donald Trump has about Iran. But he clearly expected that assassinating the supreme leader Khomeini would lead to the collapse of the regime. As someone who knows a vast amount about Iran, obviously, why was that such an incorrect assumption on his part?
I think this idea that you can just assassinate a leader and then the organization will collapse is something we've seen. It doesn't bear any relationship to reality. And we've seen this over and over in different countries, in the way that Israel has launched these wars across the Middle East in recent years. And this idea that you can carry out an assassination, and that's what it was. And I think it's also important to put that in context. This is an illegal, unprovoked war. Iran was at the negotiating table, and one of the first moves that the US and Israel did was kill the political leader of Iran, which is kind of an unprecedented situation we're in which one country is assassinating the leader of the government of another country. But it also really underestimates the resilience of the Islamic Republic and the fact that this is not a regime of one person. This is millions of people. It is a larger infrastructure. And when there is a sense of threat, of existential threat, which is essentially what Trump is saying, he's saying, we're going to get rid of you guys. Of course, those people are going to band together and fight against that existential threat. People seem to forget that the Islamic Republic was forged in the Iran-Iraq War when Saddam Hussein invaded, precisely thinking that the Iranian government was weak, that he was going to take advantage of this weak new revolutionary government. And what he ended up actually doing was consolidating, or let's say helping the Iranian government consolidate power by uniting together to fight an external enemy. And this is what we saw in June when the US and Israel attacked. And it's likely that that's what's going to continue. I think for millions of Iranians who support the government, and I will say, I think these are a minority of people in Iran, but they're consequential, and they're the ones currently who are linked to the state apparatus. And they are seeing this as a reinforcement of their belief that the United States and Israel can't be trusted, they will attack at any point, and that it was a bad idea to try to negotiate with them to begin with because they're bad faith actors.
Let's pause it there for a second. Okay, it's interesting, and notice how not only do they tell you that things are whatever they need to tell you things are in order to get you to think, to have the opinion that they want you to have, but they will tell you one thing about what is going on, and it's complete opposite, right one after the other. So notice how here they told us at the beginning there was no clear objective. Trump didn't state clear goals for this. And then they're saying, obviously they thought the regime would collapse with the assassination. Now, they know that this is what Trump thinks because presumably they have access to the inside of his mind and see that which is opposite to everything he said. He said when he made that initial statement, this is going to take 4 or 5 weeks, or longer, and we are prepared to go for as long as it takes. It is really astonishing, and I think I will repeat. I'll end up repeating this every time we pause, because they really are telling you what they think of their audience. If I tell you, this person is acting without a goal, here's his goal. His goal has failed. And he said there are certain things that are completely contradictory to all of that. I'm telling you what I think of you, if that's how I present it. And yeah, they have a very, very low opinion of their audience. Of course, illegal, an unprovoked war. Illegal is he's referring to international law, which isn't worth the paper it's not actually written on, because it's not written. And unprovoked, well, in a way, it's unprovoked, minus the 47 years of constant provocations and killing and terrorism all around the world.
What war is even legal according to international law?
The wars that savages initiate against civilized people.
Well, it's funny when he was saying, "Oh, well, Iran has been at the negotiating table." It makes me think of Miss Rand's comments about negotiating with evil, and that it's only evil that benefits. And we've seen that with Iran just in my lifetime in the last 3 presidencies, negotiating some deal with evil over and over again only betters the evil. It doesn't better the good. It hurts the good. And this guy's outrage that Israel or that the US targeted political leaders, it's kind of like, yeah, this is war, man. War is the real thing. War is war. So don't provoke it. Maybe don't end every political session saying death to Israel, death to America, if you're not looking to, as they say, FAFO. The kind of funniest part is this notion that Israel has launched all these wars. Oh, Israel has just launched all these wars. That's what they do. They just launch wars. Leaving out the fact that all of any war Israel's launched has been a war of self-defense, and it's Iran that is the existential threat. That meaning being the #1 state sponsor of terrorism for decades now. So, Israel has succeeded not by conquest, not by even natural resources, but by thinking and expansion of the mind and capitalism and private enterprise and innovation. And the rest of these countries, if they succeed at all, it's just because they have oil on the ground and they can turn on the spigot. So it's the ideas in Iran that need to change, and I think they will.
By the way, I want to just call out again this like illegal war, because I was like really thinking, and I'm trying to come up with what even makes war legal. And if you go by international law, if we go by the UN Charter, basically the only way you can justify legality of a war is to go through UN Security Council. And here we pretty much have three wars. We have Korean War, we have the Gulf War, the first one, and we have the Libya intervention. I don't think these guys would support any of them. They wouldn't support Libya intervention. They wouldn't support Iraq intervention. And I have a feeling they wouldn't even support Korea War. But maybe I'll give them Korea War. So again, anybody who says this is an illegal war, it's a non sequitur. They don't care about legality. Because again, what makes war legal is simply to go through the UN Security Council, according to, again, the UN Charter. Which again, these people wouldn't support these wars.
Would you say it's an anti-concept?
Like legal war?
No, the idea of an illegal war, it's an anti-concept. It doesn't.
International law is an anti-concept.
Yeah,
but we should ask the philosophers.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I would say international law is an anti-concept because again, there is no like law means it can be there is an organization that can enforce it. International law fundamentally is not enforceable because then it would just be law. It's like, what is the alternative medicine? What do we call alternative medicine that works? We call it medicine. And it's the same thing. What is the international law that actually works? We just call it law. So again, I would say international law is an anti-concept. Illegal war, I'm not would that also apply as like an anti-concept?
well,
More
if
of
the law
a
is
like
international law, then it's an anti-concept, maybe derived from another
Sure.
anti-concept. But I will say, yeah, even it's not just the lack of enforcement, which is a part of it. Even if you had some sort of enforcement mechanism, with a police of Martians or something above all of us, it's still not a coherent thing. It's a bunch of things that contradict each other and kind of people.
Well, I mean, then it would be just law. If there was like a globe, let's say Martians have like they are the control over Earth, then yeah, they are the law, and we would be working under their law system, under the Martian legal
but then
system.
it's not rule of law; it's rule of Martians, because you don't have again, which part do they enforce when something contradicts something else?
You go to Martian Supreme Court and they decide.
All right, we will continue this conversation when the Martians step in. Until then, we have something even worse. Let's hear some more of it.
Well, first I want to throw my conspiracy theory, just so because I don't know where else can I put it. So I've heard some people say that Iran is resilient, like they can have their head decapitated and like still work, right? Because a lot of autonomy, military autonomy, is like in different people, and it's not like straightforward, like from top to bottom. Now, here's the thing, right? We know Armenians are in the Iranian military. And Iran bombed Azerbaijan. I think that there was a part of Iranian military that was led by an Armenian, and they have nobody ahead of them, and they were just told, just bomb whoever. So I'm gonna bomb Azerbaijan, right? I think that would also explain a lot of other Gulf states, because there is no direction. Like Khomeini was killed on day one. So there is no direction coming from top. It's simply a lot of autonomous armies are basically making their decisions. And when you are at the head of organization, you can never say like, oh yeah, we didn't do this. This was like some people under us that we didn't give direct order that fucked up. You can never say that, right? Iran can never admit that somebody under them did something they didn't want to. So they have to stand by every single decision made. So this is my second conspiracy theory, that basically as a result of Iranian army autonomy, we are seeing a lot of actions that I think are not necessarily helping Iran, and it could explain bombing Gulf states, and I think most especially bombing Azerbaijan, which makes very much zero sense.
What I want to know if there's any Albanians in the Iranian army, but
Who would they
that's
bomb? Serbia?
that's a
Can we get
reference to
Serbia bombing
Trump, to
again?
the Trump, to Trump mistaking Albania and
Oh.
Armenia. Anyway, you ruined the joke when I have to explain it. But okay. Roman says international law is a group of documents which governments can decide to abide by or ignore. Yeah, that's the thing. If I can, shoot somebody in the head, as Trump likes to do on Fifth Avenue, as he says, um, I just go shoot somebody in the head, and the police comes, and I say, "Look, I'm not gonna abide by that specific law. I don't jaywalk, but sometimes I like to kill people. That's not law. So yeah, it's not a thing." All right, let's hear some more from those guys.
About the regime's base and how that plays out. What are you, I mean, because you said, the internet, it comes, it goes. What are you hearing from inside Iran in terms of your family? And maybe just explain a bit, because I said you were in Tehran for a while. So just explain a bit, you were there. So it's not just family, but you know lots of other people. So tell us a bit about that and tell us what you're hearing about what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Los Angeles, but I have a lot of family inside of Iran. Since I was a kid, I would go kind of on visits, and then I started doing research there for my master's, for my PhD, and then I lived there for 3 years. And during my research, I was interviewing people from all different sides of the political equation. I was talking to activists, I was talking to government officials, I talked to journalists. Basically just trying to get a sense of why so many Iranians support the government and why so many more are opposed to it, and the different ways they understand what those positions mean, especially when there's all this external pressure on the country as well. And so in the last week, I've heard so many different perspectives from Iran. I think, as you pointed out, Iran is not a monolith. There are so many different opinions. And I think people are also there's a sense of whiplash, because they're terrified of the bombs, but then there are people who are against this war. There are also people who are for this war. And I think this is one of the things that's really hard for people outside to kind of understand and place themselves within. But it's important to look at the last couple of months and what has happened in Iran. In late December, early January, these big protests erupted, and the government repressed them really, really brutally. And for a lot of people in Iran who took to the streets, I think also having seen what happened in Venezuela and kind of expecting that something similar might happen, they took to the streets and then were kind of shocked by this brutality that was unleashed against them, and in which there was this process of reckoning that was unfolding over the last few months within Iranian society. There were protests at universities, the funerals were turning into protests. People were really actively denouncing the government for what it had done, and demanding change. And one of the saddest things about this war is that as a result, we're never going to see kind of where that goes. That process has ended. All of those activists on the ground who were fighting for change and risking their lives are now fleeing the bombs. Tens of thousands of people who were arrested are in prison right now under the bombs. And
let's pause. Wow.
I think.
Wow. So I was actually surprised when he said the government repressed, these protests brutally, and Owen Jones is, nodding along, even though we saw 2 videos that we went through, Daniel and I, it was just the 2 of us, right, doing that show. I think it was an hour and a half, right, of Owen Jones, and the last video on this channel about Owen Jones from back in January. But then he gets to this point that it's the bombing that stopped the protests, not the slaughter of tens of thousands that stopped the protests. And it didn't actually stop the protests, because they kept going, not in full force, because people understandably realized, it's bad, and were undoubtedly hoping for some military action from the US, which Trump promised and is now delivering. We're seeing videos. Owen Jones, as far as I can tell, I haven't watched everything he's done, but he doesn't share videos from Tehran. We do. We share videos of like watch parties that people have, on rooftops to watch the bombings of their own city because of how happy they are. We're gonna show some videos, Daniel. Maybe we can show the video we showed yesterday, of with the images and the woman speaking about how they're approaching this bombing. It really is despicable. But something I noticed there, because Jonathan, I mentioned a couple of days ago, a mutual friend of ours who, was born in Iran, escaped with her family when she was young. You know somebody else who you also mentioned, and like this friend that we have, I know would love to see the day when she can go back and visit. She can't. It's not going to happen as long as this regime is in power. This guy was born into Herangeles, California, and he's now like he traveled back, many times, and he chose to live there for 3 years, and he chose to go to university in an Islamic theocracy. Imagine again how corrupt a mind you have to uh, be able to confidently go to such a place and know you are not in danger from the regime because you are doing their bidding. Like what an absolute, it's just
Well,
absolute scum.
it's like self-contradictory in the sense, he's suggesting if it wasn't for those pesky Western bombs, you'd see thousands out protesting the regime. Well, there were thousands, as he pointed out in a sentence prior, thousands out protesting the regime who were slaughtered in the streets. And missing from all of it is any type of condemnation of a regime which would do such a thing. And I don't know exactly where she was asked, but at one point, Miss Rand was asked about signs of a dictatorship or signs when you get out or signs when, and one of the factors was when the freedom of speech is restricted. And it certainly is in Iran. You cannot speak your mind. You can't be an atheist. And, it's one of the best examples of why it's a dangerous regime. But for this guy who is, as you said, wasn't even born there, doesn't live, live there as a tourist in effect. He has nothing but admiration for it, it seems. And I have to excuse myself, but I'll be back, and there's other special guests coming on the stream soon. So thank you to
Yeah,
all of our
hopefully we
viewers.
will be joined by people. Thank you, Jonathan. We'll see you soon. Hopefully we'll be joined by people from Israel. They are under bombardment. We would rather not be joined by them when they're when if it means that their safety is at risk at some point. Hopefully we will see them and others. So thanks, Jonathan. We'll see you soon. Somebody says I'd hate to be his girlfriend or wife if he thinks the regime is great. Yeah. Somebody else says he went to university there as a gay. Uh, that's not a correct sentence, but anyway, I don't know his personal preferences. I don't care. I very much support his right to do whatever he wants in the privacy of his own home. Unlike the Iranian regime, who, if his preference is men, he would get killed there. So yeah, let's keep that in mind. By the way, Daniel, at some point when we will need some positive content after this crap. There was a what's it, Babylon B video of the leaders, the new leader. Maybe we watch that at some point. It's not the funniest thing I've seen on the internet, but mostly because the bar is high for being funny these days. There's a lot of good content, but it will be good enough, I think, to show at some point. Um, but for now, let's go back to these two and see if maybe there's a plot twist and they actually at some point change their mind and become decent human beings. Yeah, place your bets, people, and let's watch.
Well, first, I would like to apologize on behalf of Razi when he said sexual preference. He didn't mean to imply that gay people choose to take their sexual orientation, which is what we call it these days.
Nor do I think that matters. It does, that's a conversation that I never really understood. I mean, it's interesting scientifically, but yeah, who cares?
Well, we can. That's actually, by the way, this happened at I think one of the states like floors where some Democrat was like arguing on behalf of LGBT people, and she used sexual preference instead of sexual orientation, and she was like hated for it, which I found interesting. because they had like person who is like actually fighting for it, and she didn't use the right word. So
Well,
sorry, I shouldn't like that.
if
To
anybody
hell
is
with her.
if anybody is offended by my use of the term sexual preference, please let us know in the chat. It's good for the algorithm. Let's watch some more of the video.
As a result, there's been this polarization in Iranian society as well, where in the last 2 months, there was a sense among some people that that there had to be a solution coming from the outside. And then Trump is there offering, saying, we're going to send help, we're going to help you. And it feels like the global far right, I mean, specifically Trump and Netanyahu, really kind of took advantage of the real pain and suffering of so many Iranians to then provide a solution that was not a solution, and to convince people that if they could just have another go at Iran, that this time they would bring the regime down. And so one of the most bizarre things is talking to people in Iran who are supportive of the war, having bombs fall around them, and then they're watching these diaspora channels broadcast from Los Angeles or from London, like Iran International, that are basically repeating Israeli government lies and telling them the bombs are only falling on military installments, Trump is going to save you. And so they're sitting there watching bombs fall around them, telling themselves that they're not going to get hurt. And then they're shocked when the bombs start falling on residential neighborhoods all around them. And I say that to point out that that's one part of kind of like how people in Iran are seeing this, supported by a lot of people in diaspora who have also adopted these positions. But there are a lot of Iranians, especially people connected to grassroots struggles, people who have been part of movements on the ground for change and who have been risking their lives, who oppose this because they've seen what war does to Iran. They've seen how war changes society. They've seen how when there's an existential threat to the government cracks down on anyone inside society who's calling for change. And I think for them, they know that this war is not going to create an opportunity for liberation. They've seen what Israel also has committed across the region, how it committed genocide in Gaza, it's pulverizing Lebanon. And this idea that bombs or foreign intervention could fix Iran or help Iran just isn't borne out in recent history or in Iran's longer history.
Just a
I was in
quick
Baghdad a
point.
few.
Just a quick point. Yeah, so understand this is if you don't agree with Owen and this guy, it's because you're stupid and you're a victim of Israeli propaganda because you know, and that is what the Iranians who don't want the regime that is what they're a victim of. So if you see Iranians cheering, which we see all the time and we show on this channel, they just don't understand it. They're watching Iran International. That's why they think this is a good thing, but the bombs might fall on them. And you know what, Daniel, this might be a good time to show that clip if you have it handy. The clip we showed yesterday, it's from Instagram, and it's with the Instagram videos you share, they're kind of they look kind of, we can't see the whole video, but hearing her voice and understanding what she what they're going through and how they're reacting to it is really pretty powerful. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super chat. Is it going to be difficult to bring up now, Daniel, because it's
I don't remember what it was, so
okay. If you don't have it saved, that means I need to go find it. So I will do that at some point, and we will hear it again, just because it was inspiring, and I want to see that again. Daniel.
Okay, well, just quick thing, because just to finish the point on that the protest stopped because of the bombing stop. Just a reminder, Iran was already bombed, and afterwards, Iranian people still chose to go to the streets. Now it came a little bit later, about half a year later, but still, Iranian people knew what could happen. Somehow, they were still very eager to go to the streets, despite the fact that a bombing might be coming. So I don't think the point that this will like unite people to fight against America or Israel really works here. Then they talk about the global far right, which, all right, that this is not a solution. Okay, so what is a solution? Bend the knee. That's what Iranian people should do. Do nothing. Go back home. Tolerate the regime. Do not never stand up. Never speak up. Like I mean, he was. Where did he grow up? In New Jersey or something, or Los Angeles,
Los
or what it
Angeles.
is? Like again, it's convenient for like you to say, who, despite, I mean, I don't know what this guy is, stands on like American administration, but somebody living in actually free nation, like telling Iranians, hey, do not do anything to the Iranian regime. Do not attack my precious Iranian regime. You don't deserve something better. You don't deserve to fight for something better. I think it's pretty disgusting. And then mentions residential neighborhoods all around them. Yeah, really? Is that what's happening? Is that why we see Iranians celebrating and doing barbecue on the terrace, watching the bombs falling just a few blocks away? Is because they are afraid of them falling on them, of it falling on them?
Yeah, thank you, Ask Yeshka, for the super chat. I don't remember if we showed this here or if I shared it on Instagram, but or maybe I didn't even share it. But there was a video of somebody showing the I believe it was the IRGC headquarters in Tehran being bombed and like cheering and swearing and so on. And yeah, it's beautiful. Um, the Mormon atheist said, I've never read anything by Ayn Rand. That's why I'm here. I'm learning. We appreciate you having here. Let's clarify. This is not, we are fans of Ayn Rand. We agree with and apply to the best of our understanding her philosophy, but the way to understand her philosophy is to read her actual works. I also would recommend The Fountainhead, my favorite, but of course, opinions are split between The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged among objectivists, although I think everybody
No,
is in
that's the first
agreement.
book. I think that's pretty.
Yeah, and everybody, I think, is in agreement that both of those are great novels. And of course, um, if you are more of a nonfiction reader like I was, I didn't read the novels until I read the fiction or some of the fiction, the nonfiction. So yeah, there is a lot of nonfiction. A lot of it is available for free if you go to the Ayn Rand Institute campus website. They have a bunch of essays for free. If you start with that, I would start with the essay "Philosophy: Who Needs It." Okay, there's another point where the guy said on the video in the last clip, it's as if they think this time it'll work when last time it didn't. Remember, last time it did work. It was working at unbelievably spectacularly uh, until Trump stepped in, did something that Israel couldn't have done on its own, and then said, "That's it. The time for peace is now." Those were his, or "Now is the time for peace." One of those were his words. He also said, "I don't believe in regime change. Regime change is messy." So he said that he didn't want it. But again, this person there's nothing that comes out of their mouth that is about what the situation is that isn't a lie. It's just really incredible to hear and to just think, who are they speaking to? Thank you, Frederick, for the super chat. Okay, anything to add, Daniel, before we go back to the clip? Oh, I have something to add, which is that this show still has only 89 likes. So the Ayatollah is, sitting in hell, looking up and laughing at us for only having 89 likes when we have 96 live concurrent viewers. But I know that not all. It's not. It's a much bigger difference, and many more than 7 of you haven't liked it yet because this show has been going on for a couple hours, and some people I'm sure liked and left. So yeah, if you do value this content, there are many ways to support our work. We appreciate all the ways in which you choose to support. The cheapest, because it's free, and easiest is to like, to comment, to share it if you can. And yeah, Daniel.
I mean, since people are mentioning Hitchens, there is a debate he did with objectivists, John Ridpath and Herbin Swanger. Was a while since I watched that one, so I don't remember how good it was. But generally, I'd say John Ridpath and Herbin Swanger are pretty good. But I think the other one with Leonard Peikoff and also John Redpath?
Also John Redpath.
I think so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that one is the one I watched more, and I think it's I remember it as being better. But definitely, if people like Hitchens, that might be the one.
All right, let's go back to the clip.
Months ago, and I met lots of Iraqis, and some of whom who supported the invasion to begin with and cheered on the invasion, and they have a very different position now. Obviously, they believe their country was destroyed. I mean, that obviously was a process because they went through years of trauma. What in terms of those, because we're only 7 days in, for those Iranians who did support this war, do you think there's any shift, or do you think, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how could we estimate how large a contingent it is? I know that's probably not a realistic ask, but do you think this is likely to have some sort of shift as people see the consequences or suffer the consequences?
I do think so. I think little by little, people are becoming more and more aware of what's happening. I think on one hand, over the last week, we've seen a lot of denial, a lot of people arguing that, what the images that are coming out of Iran that are of suffering, of bombing, are AI or their propaganda. And this is very much something we've seen out of the Israeli government playbook before. And I think it's now also having its time with relationship to Iran. But at the same time, the cost is getting harder and harder to deny. More and more people are dying. We're entering into a situation where more people know someone who has died. And at this point, because of the communications blackout, it's harder for that to reach people. I mean, this is kind of one of those, this is a weird situation where people are watching diaspora channels, but they're not able to actually hear what's happening around them. And that's part of where this denial is coming from. But the more stories that we're seeing come out inside Iran about what's happening from independent sources, not from government media, this is where people really start to understand and realize what's happening around them and the suffering that's unfolding. And I hope those people will wake up, because one of the saddest parts is seeing the Iranian diaspora's pain really exploited by these far-right actors, seeing Iranians outside the country cheer on this bombing, cheer on the killing of their own people, and not realize what they're doing really, and not realizing they can't trust these actors like Israel and the United States. Obviously, neither of them care about Iranian freedom, and it's not going to, I mean, similar to the situation of Iraq, it'll take that lived experience, it'll take recognizing the human suffering and the human toll for people to really be able to recognize the mistake they're making in advocating for this war.
In terms of the regime's base, because obviously there is this broad-based opposition to the regime in Iranian society, but it has its base. Yeah. And it strikes me that actually this is one element which is quite different from Iraq in 2003 with Saddam Hussein, with the Taliban in Afghanistan in 2001, and Colonel Gaddafi in 2011, because I think their bases at that time were actually very small. I think they had very little active entrenched support within those different societies. And it strikes me that actually this regime has a much bigger base than any of those other examples did at the time of those wars. I mean, do you think that's an accurate summary? And to tell us, who are these? Who is the base, basically? I mean, that'd be quite interesting to know who are the sorts of people who support and why. And do you think that base is being consolidated and mobilized, and that's one of the reasons you're not getting what Donald Trump is demanding, total surrender?
Yeah. I think it is really hard to divide people into strict political views, because one of the things we see, and we've definitely seen it in Iran too, is that people's political opinions have shifted in response to events, which is natural and healthy, right? But I would say that probably there's a core base of support in Iranian society for the government that's like 10 to 20% of the population. And then there's a much wider diversity of people who at certain times, because of their fear of instability, because of their fear of civil war, and because of their desire to lead stable, normal lives, they'll either kind of gravitate towards the government or they'll gravitate against the government. And those people, for example, I think right now are in a situation of whiplash, particularly because they saw this bloodshed, they saw all this economic instability 2 months ago, and now they're dealing with a horrifying military attack. But at the same time, the people who are the base, again, I would say it's a pretty diverse group of people. But you have people who were part of the 1979 revolution, the people who have family members who fought or died in the Iraq
what? Let's pause, just because it's too much of them in a row. But I don't think Owen was happy when the guy said that the base is 10 to 20% of the population. It doesn't look like it's helpful, but he did go on to, of course, give the talking point of somehow this war. His analysis is it's gonna turn more people who are like the undecided voters. Not that you can vote in Iran in any sort of actual free election, but that they will shift towards the regime when they see that the regime is oppressing them is about to collapse. I don't know. I'll put it this way: if I just heard that from somebody who, without knowing who it is, without knowing it's a guest on Owen Jones' show, I'd say, okay, tell me more. Like, tell me how you know this. What makes you think that this is the case? In this case, I know how he knows it. He doesn't. We already went through a bunch of his lies so far. And the goal is to make you in the West believe that this war can't be won because the people are against it, because Iran is too strong, because it's already been up to yesterday 7 days. I mean, today it's already 8. How can you possibly think you can win a war if for 8 days the other side hasn't surrendered yet? Yeah. Also interesting to hear him refer to it as the human toll. Um, yeah. What about the human toll of not just tens of thousands of people being slaughtered a couple of months ago, but of tens of millions of people living under tyranny for half a century? I think there's a human toll there. The people in Iran, more than not just anywhere in the Middle East, more than in any dictatorship on the planet, are standing up to it. I don't know of any other dictatorship that had these protests sustained again after even previous slaughters, the current slaughter. Remember, there were still protests after tens of thousands were slaughtered. So yeah, it from what we can tell and from what we know, and this guy isn't giving us additional information. He's telling us that he's coming to a different conclusion without telling us what it's based on. But from everything we know, if there's any dictatorship on the planet where the people really want to replace it with something better, it's Iran.
Um, I mean, I think I would just make one point. The way he talks about how, Iranians that do not realize that they stand for like the destruction of their regime. I mean, that can be said about like any dictatorship at war. What, like the Germans who stood up to the Nazis? Were they also standing up to their country? Or technically you could say the French people who decided to stand up against going on with the occupation and letting that happen, letting that go through. Like, how could you not make the same case about like any dictatorship that has been evaded? What about the Iraqis that stood up to Saddam Hussein instead of keeping the regime up, or in Libya? Like, you could straight up say that about like every single government. I don't know why. Like, I don't know how else to interpret it rather than they think the Iranian regime is good, that it shouldn't be overthrown, or that Iranian people don't want it overthrown. It's I mean, that's the only way I can interpret it. Somebody says, are these guys rightists or leftists? I don't know if it means us or the people on the video.
Yeah, and again, I don't know a definition of right and left that makes any more sense than the definitions were given of international law.
Well, are you a good person or bad person?
Well, which
That's
one is
that's what they are really asking.
um, well, I reject the whole premise, and you can listen to us. So we have been live now. It is over 60 hours in the 7.5 days since the war started. Um, Listen to what we're gonna be here for many hours every single day. Listen to our views, listen to it, and see if you agree with it or not, and whether or not you think it's right, rather than which political kind of template it fits into. Spoiler, it does not fit into any of them. These two fit into, well, I know where I'd like to fit them into, but let's just listen.
Yeah, what is that? All right, let's watch.
Let's just, yeah, it's a family show, people.
Or which also had more than 500,000 people who were wounded. So you have a lot of people who have given their lives for the system, or family members who have given their lives for the system, people who have benefited in material ways also, because especially in the 1980s and early 90s, you did have a massive expansion of social welfare, of education, and an investment in rural areas, for example, that previously was not there in Iran. And I think there's a lot of people who have also watched the political negotiations unfold over the last 20 years, and they've seen that when, for example, Supreme Leader Khamenei trusted the United States and actually signed a deal, the nuclear deal in 2015, after years of saying, of kind of deferring negotiations, saying we can't trust America, and then really giving his blessing to a deal that was based on trusting America. And then to see Trump 2 or 3 years later pull out, even though Iran was like holding up its obligations, I think for a lot of the people in the base, and also again, for like a wider cross-section of Iranian society, the anti-imperialist outlook of the government is also a major reason for their support. And Donald Trump has done his utmost to prove that the government is right, that that the Israel and the United States use human rights as a tool to attack Iran when it's convenient for them, but otherwise don't really care. And I think
okay, the anti-imperialists, listen to how these people tell you that they support the government without saying, I felt so good when I saw tens of thousands of people being slaughtered, which I'm sure they did. How do they tell you? They say, oh, look at the anti-imperialist stance of the regime. And of course, these people would ask them, would you define yourself as an anti-imperialist? Like, you are taking the side of Iran against free countries. You're taking the side of a country where women can get shot for showing hair. People get shot for expressing views, marching in the streets. You are taking that side against the side of free countries, where you are probably, I don't know if Owen Jones is part of this protest right now, but I know that his viewers, I'm sure, a high percentage of them are in this hands off Iran protest that's going on miles from where I am right now. Uh, these people are openly, really as close to openly as possible, shilling for this regime and doing it from afar, because they throw this kind of half-ass, oh, this was terrible, it was brutal the way they oppressed the protests. Back to the 2015 deal. The 2015 deal, uh, what?
13.
2013 deal is that is now raining upon the entire Middle East. That deal is raining upon the Middle East, and he's not mentioning that. But those ballistic missiles are Obama's missiles. This is what Obama gave Iran in that deal. So yeah, and that's also the kind of that's the kind of thinking, that's the kind of results you get with the kind of thinking about let's negotiate with people who have death to us in their official government slogan. Like, how do you, if I want to sell you something for $200, and you want to pay $100, and we both agree on 150, that's a deal. And if we don't, we don't, and we part ways. If you say I'm gonna kill you, where do we meet halfway? What is halfway there? I don't like Schrodinger's Razi. That's not my plan for the future. And apparently it is not Trump's plan for how to deal with Iran, nor Netanyahu's. So thank them both. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. Without reading it, I looked down and I saw something, and I'm already seeing that you're bringing Starmer into my life again. I'm kind of trying to deal with Owen Jones, but thank you. PC says, Razi, if you had to sum Sarkir and anti-UK Starmer up in 2 words, what would it be? weird for me to say, Trump said it best, but not Churchill is pretty on point. But spineless is, I think, the word I use all the time, but it is one word. So, yeah.
I mean, here I would again just make one point. The way he says, when the Ayatollah took over, they expanded the education and whatever was the other thing, the social welfare. This reminds me of like, well, at least the Nazis built the autobahn. Like it makes no sense. Like the current regime of Iran ruined the economy of Iran that was already like how much? How much reals can I get for $1 right now? Just a reminder. Oh wait, I cannot get any. Or in a sense, I could probably get infinite because of how much the economy is ruined. Again, just a reminder, it's very easy to spend money, and that should be like a period to like prop up some things. Generally, the more reasonable governments try to plan long term, try to make sure there's private investment and not just government like propping things up until eventually it runs out of people's money and collapses under its own weight. So yesterday we had Alejandro on the show. Later into the stream, people can check it out, where he talked about where Iran could have been if not for the Iranian Revolution. So again, trying to point out to a socialist or authoritarian state and say, "Oh, look, this is happening." It's like, yeah, it's very easy to prop up GDP by spending money, but eventually you run out of money. I just recently watched an episode on how Nazis, the Nazi miracle of economy and how it was all built upon a house of cards that eventually had to collapse. And it wasn't actually until the West Germany and the currency reform and all the capitalist reforms that happened in West Germany that an actual growth happened.
PC says, I call Kier anti-UK, LOL. In his policies, yes, but I keep reminding people Keir Starmer actually has no ideology. Like, it's not that he has an evil ideology; he has evil policies because he believes will get him votes, and if if the culture was good and good things would get you votes, Kier would pretend to be along with those. I wouldn't vote for him either way. Hopefully, I would know to recognize what kind of a person he is. But yeah, he's despicable. I'm really surprised that he's still around after the whole Peter Mandelson thing. I don't know if that's over. By the way, PC, let me know what you think about that because the extent to which I can follow kind of the inside mechanisms of such stuff is not much. But I expected him to be gone by this point. When that blew up. But maybe it still will be the case, and I expect the Labor Party, to get rid of him. Like I'm not expecting an election right now. I am expecting his own party to say, "Look, we have what just over 3 years to turn things around massively from are they third or fourth in the polls, but nowhere near keeping I don't know what percentage of their seats they're keeping in the polls, but it's a small percentage. They're not going to be a major force in British politics if it goes the way it's currently going. So yeah, very, very weird that he is um, you know still around, and wouldn't expect it of Labor.
Somebody's asking, what side is this channel on, Iran or the dump truck maggots?
Well said. All right, let's listen to some more.
Really shows it. Assassinating the head of the government of Iran also really shows it. And all of these things reinforce the sense of existential threat, which I think, unfortunately, the opposition outside of the country, which has built up this fantasy that they're going to be able to just get rid of the Islamic Republic, that they can wish these people away, they really have not come up with any solution for what happens to these people, or what happens to the millions of people who are connected to the government in some way, because they are a part of Iranian society. They can't just be removed from the equation. And any kind of transition to democracy that we can imagine for Iran, just like any transition from dictatorship to democracy anywhere else, requires reconciliation. It requires inviting these people to understand what the government has done, understand the crimes of the government, but also recognize that we can't execute all those people, that vengeance is not the goal, justice the goal. And I think when we see Trump using execution, I mean, in this case, an extrajudicial assassination as a tool of diplomacy, it reinforces the bloodiest, worst urges in Iranian society for vengeance. And it opposes the grassroots work that Iranian activists have done for so many years. I mean, one of the most powerful and important grassroots campaigns in the last 2 years in Iran has been No to Execution Tuesdays, where hundreds of political prisoners inside Iranian jails have gone on hunger strike every Tuesday against the death penalty. And then we see Trump claiming to be on their side, murdering people. And I think this is one of the saddest parts about what Trump has accomplished, what Netanyahu have accomplished, is that they've really tapped into this urge for vengeance and bloodshed, that many Iranians, because they feel that there hasn't been avenues for democratic reform inside of Iran, and that they've tried everything and now they don't see a way out, that they've kind of latched onto. And this is where
Roman says he's murdering the right people. It's not murder, okay? This guy is a murderer, and him personally murdering has now been put to an end, and this is what bothers Owen and his guest. This is what bothers them. It's the fact that their favorite murderers, and it is their favorite murderers, right? Because maybe individually speaking, if you take different societies and different factions of the wider Islamic problem, let's call it that, the Palestinians are probably their favorite murderers because they're right there, and they're really sacrificing themselves for the cause and happy to do so. And I'm sure these people are big fans of sacrifice. But it's very interesting to hear this guy speak about the current regime, favorably. Again, he's favorable when he says that they're anti-imperialist. That's from his perspective. That is a good thing, and then he talks about the opposition, the opposition abroad. This opposition abroad is exiled opposition. It's people who are not so friendly to the murderous Ayatollah regime, murderous, oppressive Ayatollah regime, that they can just travel freely in and out of Iran like you can. These are people who actually speak in favor of freedom, against oppression. They cannot set foot in Iran. So yeah, and anyway, the death penalty point. I hear it a lot from people who are against good people fighting back in a war. No, when you kill people in a war, that doesn't mean you necessarily. By the way, I'm in favor of the death penalty, but it doesn't mean you think they should be necessarily also given the death penalty if they're tried and so on. It's a different situation. The death penalty within a civilized country is punishment for a crime. There is no civilized discourse when there's war. War is the absence and abandonment of civilization. And I just generally would like to recommend that people kind of listen closely when people like Owen Jones condemn or kind of half-ass criticize the really bad things in the world. So I would recommend going back to the video Owen Jones did actually after Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO, was murdered in the street. And Owen at the very beginning says, look, obviously I'm not for murder, but, and then goes into really expressing his support in the clearest way possible within the confines of the law in Britain at the moment, his support for that murder. And says, the people who are upset by this are the same people who are supporting Israel's genocide. I think Israel's genocide showed up in that video about that murder within, uh, definitely within the first minute of it, if I remember correctly. I'm almost certain it was within the first minute. And yeah, Owen is always on the side of the people who initiate violence, and always will use emotional language to guilt you into being on that side. Um, yeah, Daniel.
Yeah, so one of the points he made is something to the regard of nobody's thinking about the people in the government or people connected to the regime and what's going to happen to them. Oh no, my IRGC, they'll lose their jobs. They will not be able to oppress their people anymore. What kind of like statement is this? Like, just a reminder, we like hanged Ceausescu and Mussolini for their role in the when it comes to bringing down those countries. Why would you? And again, we don't know how exactly the regime will follow. But what does he think? Like the janitors in the imperial or whatever in like the parliament are going to be hanged because of their participation in the regime, or people who actually play the role in the regime, like an active role of bringing Iran into war, of bringing Iran into terrible economic situation, of bringing out Iran into the verge of collapse. Like, yeah, those people should be punished. Like, why is it like excusable to, just because you supposedly represent the people, you can do whatever you want and you shouldn't be punished because of it? No, if you do terrible things and if a new regime takes power, for, if Iranian people take over, it's for them to decide what they want to do with the regime supporters um or people who play the role in the regime. If we are the ones who take over, we should put them on trial, our trials, and decide what to do. The individual blame for each one, and including the death penalty if needed, similar to Nuremberg trials. Um, Although not really, because this is just us doing it, not a bunch of different countries putting one country on the trial. So it would be a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, what does he want? Like, what is this like crying for the regime supporters who actively play a role in the support of the regime?
PC, thank you for the super chat. PC says, I saw a place opposite Holborn Tube, Palestine Kitchen. My son grabbed me. I was about to march in, say there is no such place. Stop spreading anti-Semitism. I've walked by that place many times, and I walk by and I'm like, okay, if I get upset every time I see something like that, but you're not going to see a place called Israel Kitchen anywhere, maybe outside of the Jewish areas, and the reason is that place would be targeted. There are Israeli restaurants that are being targeted without identifying as Israeli. I've been getting these ads for this new Eyal Shani Israeli celebrity chef Eyal Shani restaurant. Big fan of his food, less so of some of the bullshit around it. But yeah, it says something like Middle Eastern or Mediterranean because they can't possibly say Israeli. That is the one thing you cannot say in a cuisine. You can open a restaurant, North Korean kitchen, and you should be able to open a North Korean kitchen, or although I guess they wouldn't serve food there, or Iranian
It's
kitchen
an
or any or
experience.
what? Yeah, or Iranian kitchen or any of that. You should be able to open that and of course not be targeted because it's not an expression of support for the regime. But yeah, if you support the only free country in the Middle East, or even want to have food from that country, you will be targeted. Anyway. Why are you walking around those places? You should come to our Ayatollah is Dead party tonight. Send us uh, if you want to find out where it is, send us a thingy in the contact form, and we will get back to you. Uh, Thank you, PC, for another super chat. PC says, Razi, if I was prime minister, the death penalty would be restored. Well, I, again, 100% support that. All right. Daniel.
I'm good with this one. Good commentary.
Then let's watch some more. Oh, you mean you're good with the whole video? With
No. I
Oh,
mean, we can do more.
you've said enough about the. Yeah, let's watch some more.
See this celebration when Khamenei was killed, this cathartic release for people who, for almost 40 years, had to see this dictator's face everywhere. But this isn't going to bring justice. This isn't going to bring liberation for Iran. It plays exactly into the hands of the Iranian government. And unfortunately, there's no clear scenario for how we're going to move from military strikes to democracy in Iran.
I mean, it strikes me. I mean, I just stay in my lane a bit here, but I just, in terms of the way some who have supported this war from the diaspora, the way the Iranian regime is often framed is it almost is framed as though it was some sort of imposed by an external enemy. You know, that's how it comes across. It's like basically there's this alien body which was imposed upon the Iranian people, when obviously there was in 1979 a broad-based revolution, and that again is different from those other Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan. I mean, the Taliban had passive acquiescence in the 90s because the Mujahideen were so chaotic and murderous, but that's not the same thing. I mean, is that, you know, and then a lot of their grandchildren of those revolutionaries have understandably turned away from it. But that's the complexity, isn't it? That this was originally things have changed drastically, but it was created by a popular revolution with, at the time, big support in Iranian society. So that's why it can't be wished away. It's something very specific.
Well, and I would also point out, and I think this is something that's often missed outside the country, is that the revolution itself was extremely pluralistic. It wasn't just supporters of Khomeini. There was leftists, there were secular nationalists. A wide range of Iranian society took part in the revolution against a Shah who...
Let's pause here.
...stay in power longer.
Let's pause here because I'm really curious about what's coming next, and I want to share my curiosity, and then we'll find out together what he's actually saying. So, yeah, I don't know how broad-based it is. Okay, look, you don't need to have a majority of
Well,
the
it
people.
was the key word being was.
Yeah, but just generally, to have a violent revolution, you don't need to have the majority of the people. You need to have enough people with enough guns in the right place. But yes, it was a coalition of sorts, and many people, by the way, with Owen Jones's official ideology of, as official as we can tell, of, you know, socialism or Marxism, ask the communists who fought alongside the Islamists against the Shah how that worked out for them. You can't, for the most part, because they were also slaughtered by the thousands. People, you know, the people who fought alongside, again, 50 years ago, the fact that, by the way, even if you said something 50 years ago, these people love doing that, by the way. Rumsfeld picture shaking hands with Saddam was the strongest case that the fighting the war against Iraq people, this was their strongest case. Okay, he's now Secretary of Defense, and he wants to go to war with Iraq after shaking Saddam's hand. That's not an argument, you know. What are you saying? He was right back then, or he was wrong back then, and he can't do the right thing right now. But yeah, look, nobody who, other than the Islamists, and perhaps not even all of them, who took part in that revolution was glad that they did, because they didn't survive the aftermath. But yeah, look at them going point by point, shilling for this regime, point by point in whatever way they can, and again, also while maligning the opposition, which is in exile because they can't travel freely to Iran because they will be killed. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker. Daniel.
All right, so he's talking about the popular revolution. I don't. Is that like a justification? Is like anything that happens with the like is any revolution automatically good just because like it is like deference to the people, to whatever the people decide somehow is automatically good. I do not understand it unless you have this, yeah, straight up like believe that whatever the majority decides or whatever plurality decides is automatically good, no matter if the end is good. Because again, I assume Owen Jones would like argue against like if reform manages to win the election in the UK, will he become like a reformist? Will become, oh, whatever Nigel Farage wants to do now, that's all okay because he won the election. No, he would most likely be criticizing the actions. So again, it's not about the fact that it's plurality. He seems to like Iran. He seems to like the regime that took power. Um, and that's his case. And again, question: what happened to those people that took it? It's kind of weird, right? How, if we go to Soviet Union, what happened to all the people that helped to take over the state together with Stalin and Lenin? Well, what happened to Trotsky? What happened to all the anarchists? What happened to all the social democrats, even for that matter? Somehow we couldn't find them after the Great Purge. I don't know what the Great Purge was. Maybe it was just, people losing their jobs, or maybe it was something else. But somehow that seems to always happen when authoritarian state takes over. Somehow, only people who agree with our strain of uh, of our ideology manage to survive.
I want to do a couple of updates before we go back because this is a long video and we have a lot to say about it. We have the time, but it is war. Updates are important. There was a report that Israel has attacked in the west of Iran in order to support, as part of a supportive effort for the Kurdish militias that may invade. So that is still something we're hearing about, and of course we're very hopeful that that is done and done in a right way whenever is the right time to help support whoever else on the ground is fighting to remove the regime. There's no doubt that the regime has, you know, planned to some extent for the scenario of, of somebody deciding regime change should be done before the regime does what it promises to do. But yeah, that does not mean that this isn't going to be successful and maybe successful soon. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry has said that a ballistic missile fired from Iran to a Air Force base hit an open field somewhere. So yeah, earlier today we heard that Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, apologized to other countries around the region, not including Israel, saying, we shouldn't have attacked. We I'm not saying we shouldn't have attacked. Apologizing. That is saying you shouldn't have attacked. And they're not going to do it again unless those countries attack first. So this is the third country I think that we've seen being bombed by Iran. Right? It was Qatar, Bahrain, and now Saudi Arabia. Third country since that statement, which was earlier today, by the way. Another statement that was earlier today was Trump saying, I don't remember the exact words, but something like today is gonna be, like massive bombing, something bigger than we've seen, something along those lines. It is 8:30 in Tehran, so p.m. So it's time. So far in 8 days of war, 2,719 Israelis whose homes were damaged have been evacuated to hotels. This is mostly from the center of Israel. And yeah, I think that's it. Daniel, if you have anything to add, please go ahead. If not, Let's.
Well, I'm just wondering if Razi has ever been taken advantage of by like toxic people, because when they apologize, it doesn't mean they necessarily regret the action. It might be like, oh, I'm sorry you put me in a situation where I had to act like I did. I think that might be what Iran is doing. I'm sorry we had to bomb you because you are allying yourself with Zionist regime. I'm sorry. Like, they are not apologizing. They want you to think they are apologizing, but in reality, they are actually putting on blame still on you. It's a very toxic behavior. Watch out for this in relationships, not just romantic ones, even in possibly friendly relationship.
Somebody says Razi pronounces both vowels in Iran incorrectly, by the way. Look, if you can make me go as viral as Candace for mispronouncing things, I'll take it. So many people will laugh, some will actually tune in, and the world will be a better place for that. So,
How are you mispronouncing the second vowel wrong?
all right. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm sure that is
Oh, do you say
true.
Iran?
Did I? I don't even know. I'm not sure, and I think I don't pronounce it consistently. I might change it from time to time. So yeah, stuff happens, and deal with it. Let's hear some more from these guys.
Wait, it's not Iran, is it?
Than Khamenei. I mean, this is one of the funny things. Khamenei was in power 36 years. The Shah was in power 37 years, right? He fled, also did not face justice with the help of the United States, just like Khamenei, who was killed by Israel and the United States and will not face justice as a result. And what we saw was that the Iranian Revolution was a continuation of previous revolutions in Iranian society, the Constitutional Revolution, which also opposed this kind of absolutist monarchy that the Pahlavis insisted upon, and that demanded constitutionalism. The Islamic Republic took it to another level in terms of pushing for kind of a democratic republic, or promising one, let's say, and then subverting that almost immediately from the get-go, arresting leftists, executing them, and beginning to persecute dissidents, a process that got only worse when Iraq invaded Iran. And so when we're talking about grandchildren of revolutionaries, right, we're not just talking about grandchildren of Islamist revolutionaries. We're also talking about grandchildren of leftist revolutionaries, of secular nationalist revolutionaries, of all of these other people who fought for a better Iran, continue fighting for a better Iran, and who were always opposed to those who supported the Shah's government.
Let's
right?
pause.
And
Let's
what we've
pause,
seen
Daniel.
now-
Sorry, I should have told you, but I need to go downstairs. I will be back in 10 minutes. Let me very quickly just say um, one interesting takeaway from that bit right there is Khamenei will not face justice as a result of the fact that they killed him. Yeah, because he was about to be tried for his crimes. You know, they were just waiting for his 90th birthday or something like that. Okay, these people will continue to piss me off when I'm back from the break. Daniel, please don't continue the video because I want to see all of it. I don't want to miss a minute. I know I'm leaving you in a bit of a bind, but I'm sure you will do fine. I will be back as soon as I can.
Bonnie in the chat says their apology was the big headline this morning. What really bothers me is that media thinks this matter. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why it matters at all. The deal, like, what reality are we living in that you can like bomb a country, injure several people in some instances, then you can say, "Oh, sorry, I didn't want to." And again, it's sort of like it's like a toxic apology, right? It's not, they don't mean it, or sort of it's the apology where it's like, yeah, I'm sorry I had to do this because you cannot do what is proper. By the way, really interesting how he said, what was it, like Ayatollah will not face justice as a result because he was taken out by Israel that's not facing justice. It's a very interesting way of phrasing it. And we're actually joined by ER Reichel. I don't know, have you watched the last 10 minutes or so of the stream, or did you just jump in?
No, I've just joined. I've been watching it a little bit during the day.
Okay, so we are watching a video from Owen Jones, but I guess separately, how are you handling this? Another
I'm
day
doing
in.
well. today I went with my wife and a friend for a coffee in Tel Aviv. It was nice, very, sunny, beautiful, children everywhere. It's like a cafe right next to like a park, like a garden with, stuff for kids to run around. And we've had two missile alarms while having coffee, which for me is better than having it at home because the shelter over there was nicer. It has it has better air circulation and stuff like that, so it was a better experience being in the shelter over there. And then we went to have a burger, and we came back home, and we were having. It's good to have a little bit, of refreshing up because all this week I've been mostly home, like the last week, because the missile threat and everything. I think the biggest disturbance to life is that it's really not recommended to drive, to hang around highways and stuff like that. It's better to be next to a shelter. So you basically, most of the time, stay at home. You work from home. So it was nice today to just go and have a little hangout in Tel Aviv. It was quite spontaneous as well. So it was real fun. And it's also nice to see that, people are going out and hanging out and living life. That's pretty much it on my end in this regard. I'd also like to address the case of the latest reports on Mamdani's wife. Have you talked about it?
I've seen something on it, but no, we didn't bring it up. Sure, we can.
Basically, there has been reports. There are evidence that Mamdani's wife has been liking posts like supporting Hamas on October 7th. Like while Hamas was massacring Jews in their beds and in music festivals, while the blood was still fresh, Mamdani's wife basically supported Hamas. And the thing is, they don't deny it. And Mamdani does not deny that. And he issued a statement like, I love my wife. She is a private, she's not a political figure. She's a private citizen. I stand behind her, blah, blah, blah. And it's just crazy that Mamdani cannot even pay the lip tax. He cannot even bring out a soft condemnation, he didn't even say how in the gossip news they're this guy unfollowed that guy or whatever. They didn't even do that. He didn't even say, oh yeah, I asked my wife to dislike or to unfollow or to not do such thing. No, he's like, she's a private person. I love her. She can do whatever she wants. Like zero condemnation. It's like I don't know. For me, it's like her promoting Mein Kampf or whatever. Like, how can this be this should be condemned. This should be taboo.
Although I think he said
another evidence out of many that they're just basically pure anti-Semitism and Jew hatred in the highest ranks of New York City, which is very sad. Another indication of the nature of Mamdani, of course. This is his wife.
Yeah, and Bonnie says Mamdani basically ignored the issue, which I don't think is true. I mean, he was confronted about it, and he said, like Iyar said, that he also added, she played no role in the campaign or the current administration, that she has no political role. And again, here is more of a thing. It's not even criticism that because do I expect him to condemn his wife? It's a weird thing. It's more of a, why would you ever be with such a person?
He should say it's wrong. She should make a statement she regrets it, or he should say something about his judgment over this action. This is not a high school friend. This is his wife.
Yeah, I mean, generally the sort of always the spouses of peoples in politics are always weird issue to me. I think for me the biggest thing is again, because supposedly since she is not coming out with anything, she still stands behind it, or even I mean, we are just going a few years back, right? So it's she still holds this issue, and mayor of New York is willing to stay with somebody like that. I think that's more of a, this is not this is not a political difference with I don't know about you, ER, and like your five, but this is not like a political difference of I support higher minimum wage and she doesn't, and we kind of argue about it. It's like, oh yeah, my wife, she supports a terrorist organization. I don't really agree. Well, he didn't even say he doesn't agree, right? So it's like this is not like an acceptable. This is not in the Overton window.
The lip tax he did pay, he said I condemn Hamas actions on October 7 or something like that. But this is just not enough. I don't understand. I can understand it. I'm condemned. I condemn it. I'm outraged that yeah, this is cool. She did this thing. Yeah, and she can do it. I don't mind. As if it's nothing special. So I don't know what to tell. It's it's another evidence for the moral degradation of the people of New York whom voted for him. It's another evidence for the evil of his supporters, because it just shows he can't even pay the proper lip tax. He can't even say the proper lies, because he knows that his supporters will fry him if he explicitly actually condemn October 7th and actually condemn Hamas and actually do something about it and said and apologize for his wife supporting those terrorists. He knows he cannot do that. He cannot even pay the goddamn lip tax, and that's what annoys me, because there are anti-Semitic politicians here and there and people in positions of power, but at least they pretend not to give moral credit to explicit anti-Semitism, and we've reached to a level that the mayor of New York doesn't even do that. That is the thing that really grind my gears.
Yeah, although maybe you don't watch the leftists as much as I do, but they seem to recently hate Mamdani more and more. Because even when it came to Iran, Mamdani had surprisingly I guess a party line of Democrats. When Mamdani was asked about Iran or the war in Iran, he pretty much said something like Iran is a terrible regime. He said all the bad things about Ayatollah and Iran, and then he just finished with but the way Trump is doing it is not appropriate or something like that, which is sort of a basic democratic way of line, right? You condemn Iran, you say the way the war is being waged is wrong, and he has been actually, leftists are coming after him for this. So I've seen him getting abandoned.
He should make a clarification. He meant that the Iranian regime want Shiite Sharia and he wants Sunni Sharia law, and that's why he condemns Iran. Of course.
Wait, but isn't Mamdani Shiite actually?
Oh, if he Shiites, I don't know. So the whole joke is ruined.
Yeah, he's a Shia Muslim.
So it's weird. Maybe he condemned them for not being Shiite enough. I don't know.
Well, I think Mamdani is because again, just a reminder, Mamdani didn't campaign as an independent, right? He is part of the Democratic Party. He's young. I think he's looking forward into the future. So I think he's trying to moderate himself, at least on the face of it, to become a long-term Democrat. I think that's. But again, don't forget what he actually supports. I mean, we can. Again, we don't. I don't necessarily want to take the wife statements and bring it on him, but still, he is somebody willing to be with such a person, right? It's you Again, I don't want to say this again. If this was
same view. Yeah. He holds the same view as his wife. If he wasn't enough politically aware and calculated with his actions, he would have liked it as well. If he wouldn't care for running for office or anything. Obviously, he supports it. Obviously, he wants Hamas to murder as many Jews possible. He wants to bring communism to the United States of America. This guy is pure evil. And he's smiling to all the leftists and the altruists and the collectivists which they elect him, so he plays the game and he has to follow certain rules of dignity, so people will bite the bait. But this is basically pure evil talking about here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me check if there's any quick news. This 2 minutes ago. Limited barrage fired from Iran. Missiles fell in an open area. It's not going well. Oh, by the way, do you want to hear my conspiracy theory that I came up with?
Sure.
So you know how I've heard from some people saying that Iranian military is very like decentralized. Like you can take out the command structure and individual cells will still like keep firing missiles and rockets. You know, in a way similarly to Hamas, right? So they are not reliant on like a structured hierarchy. Now that's case one. Case two, we know that there are Armenians fighting in the Iranian military. Like there's a large Armenian population, many of them are in the military. It's case two. I think an Armenian commander had his like heads like wiped out, so he was fully in charge, and he was the one who dropped the bombs on into Azerbaijan. And I think this could also explain a bunch of other like Gulf states. Basically, like Ayatollah was wiped out on day one, including a lot of senior leadership. So I think straight up, you just had a bunch of autonomous cells who had no instructions on what to actually do and just started bombing whatever they could. And the case number 4 is basically, I think that's why Iran. I mean, Iran like tried to apologize now for like attacking Gulf states, which I think is kind of moot. But I think because like if somebody is done in your like government or in your leadership, if you are the leader, even if you didn't approve of that action, you cannot say like, oh, I didn't want to do this, it's just them that did it, right? You can never say that. You can never admit that something wasn't done with your sanction. So I think basically they now have to own all the bad stuff, even strategically, that they did. And yeah, this is my current conspiracy theory.
Well, I have 2 points on that. First is that I've seen some reports, and there might be some evidence for that, and it also makes sense that the Iranian regime have laid a protocol to all its unit with plans what to do in case of like loss of chain of command or loss of connection to the leadership or loss of leadership. And I think it was from the get-go a part of the protocol that if there is, if the chain of command is basically compromised, then those units should attack the Gulf states and whatever they did. Like I think it is a part of the Iranian protocol for as some sort of a last resort fight everyone strategy. It also fits their ideology and hatred for everyone and nihilism. And also, the president of Iran did like apologize for the Gulf state and says we won't attack you. But later on, we've seen reports of like the Ayatollah in the head of the judiciary branch in Iran saying, no, we're going to attack them and basically like we're going to keep going against them and like, yeah, and eventually like he said it and then Iran kept attacking. So it seems like there is some sort of a structure of power in Iran leaning towards the Ayatollah, in which like the president is sort of like the kind guy, which is obviously not the truth. Like they're both equally evil, but the Ayatollah judiciary control is just like, I guess, more dumb and more nihilistic in a sense. But they both have the primary goal of like keeping the regime alive, so you can destroy the whole world in the way they want it to be destroyed and not in other ways. This is basically the essence of this regime. It's about we want a certain kind of death and it to be implemented on everyone, a death and basically enslavement. So this is my view. And yeah, it could be like, you know, some during these cases of chaos and breaking of chain of command, some people like took it for their own ethnic motivations or whatever. But I think what we know of and the more primary reason is just like, yeah, it was like that from the get-go. That was the protocol. This is what they were aiming for, in a sense. These are the pre-made orders. And that even if the president apologizes or tries to cool things down, there is still a bunch of Ayatollahs in power saying, no, like, we're going to attack everyone. We don't care. We're going down and they're going down with us. So this is how I see it.
Yeah, Bon is asking, how am I using conspiracy theory? Like this is a possible scenario. No, I'm using it straight up as this isn't what I said is completely arbitrary assessment that I have like no evidence for outside of, trying to explain it by connecting a bunch of dots. But I have like
He's
zero
doing
evidence.
he's doing it for fun. It's not like it has any cognitive value of its own.
Yeah, and even if somehow we find out this was true, that gives me no credence to like actually, predicting that because again, there's like we don't have any evidence towards this. It's just a lot of assumptions or assertions. But I don't think, even if it comes up true, I don't think I predicted anything. It's more for fun, because we have these long shows. Think we can do a little bit of Candace Owens and make up our own conspiracies. If they can, why can't we? But we should keep the epistemology of these statements in mind, which again is very low. Okay, let me see if there are any more news. Okay, this was.
Shalom, Salom, Batti Smith. Hello for you too. Just responding to the chat.
Yeah.
Like a proper live streamer.
Hell yeah. Okay, so Razi's sending me some stuff, so I assume he'll be back in a second. We still have
More like 5, 6, 7 minutes.
Oh boy. All right, what else we should bring up? Yeah, is there anything you'd like to bring up?
Well, first of all, I'm seeing videos of like bodies of IRGC members being washed to shore and stuff like that. Like Israel and the US managing to kill a lot of IRGC members, which is a great thing. The more the merrier. It's better for a peaceful Iran and a peaceful world after this war. Did you guys cover the affairs in Lebanon yesterday?
Yes, but what specifically do you mean? I mean, we covered Lebanon.
The operation, the attempt to recover either the body or information about the body of Israeli hostage, like from the 80s, Ron Arad.
Wow. No,
we haven't covered that, and I haven't read up enough about it. I read some, so yeah, if you can cover that, that'd be great.
So basically, back in the 80s, I think, Israeli pilot, I don't know how to say Navat, like a navigator pilot, has been captured in the Middle East. He's a very famous case in Israel of like a hostage that is like missing and nobody knows what's going on with him. Basically, at some point, like the Israeli intelligence figured out that he is died, and they're trying to track the body and retrieve it so the family can have a proper burial and funeral of their dead. And apparently, there has been some intel that his body is buried in some cemetery in like northeast Lebanon, sort of, or like relatively to the border with Israel is like up northeast. So they've sent like a special forces to research on the field. Apparently, they have been exposed for some reason. Maybe I think it could be like Hezbollah, sending false information, so soldiers will come and research and they can do an ambush for them or whatever. I don't know. And yesterday night, I remember before I went to bed, I've seen reports and videos of major gunshots and like a lot of you hear the bullets and the weaponry firing and explosions. So I was like, oh no, this could be something really bad. Like, let's say some Israeli soldiers were caught in an ambush. Like, we could have casualties in Lebanon, maybe even, God forbid, hostages or whatever. Like, I was, thinking about the worst. And this morning or afternoon, I got the news that this is basically what happened. So the force was exposed, ambushed, and then Israel basically went from special operation to recover the body into an operation of rescuing the forces on the ground, which means they did a lot of bombing. They cared less about hurting the uninvolved, so they basically bombed the whole area so there wouldn't be any gunshots at our soldiers. They've managed to rescue our soldiers, and there was actually no one harmed in the Israeli side, which is wonderful. I'm really glad about this outcome. And like 20 or 30 Lebanese have died. And actually, I've also seen a report that I think the widow of Ron Arad says, like, listen, I don't want you, like, telling the Israeli government, I don't want you to risk Israeli soldiers to retrieve the body of Ron Arad, which is also, I agree with her 100%. I think we should not risk our soldiers for that. And I think also, like, if you can bomb the hell out of Lebanon to rescue, like, to save our soldiers when in emergency, you can also bomb the hell out of Lebanon to achieve victory, like without risking the soldiers. You could have bombed the hell out of this area before sending the special forces, so it would be safer for them to be there. Of course you didn't, because your policy is we're gonna risk the lives of our soldiers for the sake of the citizens of the enemy state. We wouldn't even declare Lebanon as an enemy state. Like, it's all, Hegelian mixed, both is and isn't an enemy state. So in general, my conclusion here is that we should be hitting Lebanon harder. We should be hitting Hezbollah harder, also in the expense of people who are not explicitly Hezbollah. We should hit the Shiite neighborhoods harder, with or without evacuation orders. And we should cripple the Shiite population of Lebanon until they will surrender completely. And we should not risk our soldiers, and we should be more aggressive. And like, what we're doing now is basically boots on the ground, Israelis in Lebanon, taking southern Lebanon bit by bit to clear it of Hezbollah. And I think we could have gone with less soldiers on the ground and more aggressive aerial attacks and more aggressive, basically fighting against those people to get a quicker surrender by them. And we're risking our soldiers by choosing not to. And I hope we'll manage to win the war against Hezbollah and, in a sense, against Lebanon with no casualties, and eventually get a peaceful Lebanon as a partner in peace for Israel, and like not as a basically failed state that is allowing Hezbollah to exist. I'm really glad that now Lebanon is working against the Iranian forces and like sort of against Hezbollah, but it's too little, too late. They should have done it earlier, and now since they didn't, they should be paying a price for it. Or like, we should not limit ourselves so they would not pay the price for them basically allowing Hezbollah. This is my view on the whole affair.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a great operation from Israel, but like Razi in the chat says, Israel should fight as if its soldiers are always in danger, because they are.
Exactly.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I don't know specifics about the operation, but yeah, the moral goal is always clear. You don't treat the enemy casualties as like, one of the things you have to make sure is appropriate number, because we don't want it to get too bad. It's, you do whatever is necessary. And again, that puts pressure on them to actually, stop waging this war. I mean, you could say that this was Israelis risking their lives for body of a soldier. But you could also say this was like 30 Lebanese, trying to defend a body for nothing. So again, I think this goes both ways, and Lebanon Hezbollah took the much worse side of that equation, and they have to realize it. So in some way, I think it might be a good morale boost, or sort of like a thing. Israel will do everything. It will go and recover everything, and it will, if it has to kill 30 Lebanese in the process of it, it will do so. So I think in that way, that's a great message. So I love to hear that story. Any more comments here?
I have another update. This is not directly related to the subject we're covering, but it seems like flight 2094 of Southwest Airlines from Nashville to Port Lauderdale in Florida basically made an emergency landing in Atlanta after a Muslim, an Arab descent passenger, have threatened to like blow up the plane midair with a bomb. and he was arrested by a SWAT team after the plane landed. And I don't know
So
what to
did
say
he
about
not
it
have a
besides
bomb,
like
or?
I don't know, but it's basically
Okay.
not cool, bro. You don't do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if you have the story, you wanna send it, maybe I can look into it more. But it is also sirens in Haifa and Krayot have just been activated.
And by the way, the sirens now in northern Israel is another argument for what I've been saying. Like, why is Israel treating Lebanon with silk gloves? Like, Hezbollah is still shooting at northern Israel and central Israel, by the way, from Lebanon. And if the Lebanese military, which I think is 30% Shi'i Muslim, which means like pro Hezbollah in a sense, is not willing to rain hell on Hezbollah, so Israel should do it regardless of who gets harmed in Lebanon in the way. Like, Lebanon has the moral responsibility to make sure such things not happen, and since they've failed, they are basically in harm's way, and they should be paying the price of whatever Israel has to do in order to make sure not one single missile is being shot at Israel. The sheer fact that Hezbollah is still allowing itself to shoot at Israel from sovereign territory, supposedly, of Lebanon demonstrates that we're not handling it in the proper way. We should have been way more cruel in our efforts to eliminate Hezbollah completely, even if it means there's going to be collateral damage. And if you don't want to have like this collateral damage in your country, you better fight evil when it's small and not let it grow and take over your country. Like, and I want to tell to Americans, how would you feel if like there would be a militia in Mexico that would shoot bombs, missiles, I don't know, at Florida and at Texas and at California, and the Mexican government would be like, yeah, like this militia will have seats in the Mexican parliament. Okay, this is the equivalent. Like, there is now basically people from the Amal movement, which is the same. It's practically the same. It's like jihadi kind of movement, which is like a sister movement to Hezbollah. It's the same people in the parliament of Lebanon as of now, as we are speaking. So, like, let's say, like a recognized movement in Mexico that has people in its parliament would have shot at Texas and Florida and California. Is that, like, would it be legit? Wouldn't it be a declaration of war from Mexico to the United States? Like I don't know why we play this double game in which Lebanon is completely legitimate state, like some sort of a peaceful neighbor, while it's basically integrated with this terrorist organization Hezbollah that is trying to murder all the Jews in the world and is now focused on Israel and actually shooting missiles in Israel for years. So yeah, it's like, wake up, guys. Hezbollah should be over a long time ago. So get your shit together and fight harder and stop risking our soldiers and start bombing the shit out of them.
Hey, just quickly, somebody said he had to fly southwest. That's why he's angry. I mean, yeah, maybe we should give him a little bit of a break. We have because you mentioned Lebanon parliament. It's not just the Amal movement. Like, actual Hezbollah is in the parliament as well, on top of it, still. So there's that. We have a super chat from Roman Viking. Thank you so much. He says, should Israel ally with Saudi Arabia for Houthis? I don't think there's any reason why there would need to be specifically just for the Houthis why they would have to ally. I mean, again, Israel and Saudi Arabia can separately have something against the Houthis, and I generally do not agree with allying with these Gulf states dictatorships for any reason. But yeah, any thoughts from you?
Israel is currently taking down the number one sponsor of the Houthis. The Houthis is a bunch of barbarians on their flip-flops and motorcycles without Iran. And with Iran, they barbarians with flip-flops and motorcycles carrying a goddamn ballistic missile on their motorcycle. That is the difference. So with basically Iran gone, hopefully soon, the sooner the better, with time the Houthis will become a much smaller threat and it will be way easier to completely destroy them. As of now, Saudi Arabia is afraid because the Houthis has capabilities, thanks to Iran, to basically destroy their oil industry. And it was demonstrated, I think, in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, in the campaign that Saudi Arabia has against the Houthis, in which the Houthis almost destroyed Saudi Arabia, all the economy, all the infrastructure. So it wouldn't take long after Iran is gone that the Houthis will no longer be a threat, and it will be so easy to take them down. And also, by the way, the Western world is it's sort of feeding the Houthis. Like, if the Western world would just say, like, we stop feeding the Houthis, they would starve, and it would be super easy to like just let them starve. But obviously, no, that's a humanitarian disaster. So we're just gonna allow them to shoot ballistic missiles at Israel and Saudi Arabia, and shoot on and like destroy naval trade, and shoot on boats and hijack vessels and whatever. So yeah, this is completely backwards. The whole humanitarian immunity the world gives to tyrannical regime is the number one reason those tyrannical regimes exist. We only need like one or two humanitarian crises for those people to learn that they should not support a tyrannical regime that fights against the West. Like, once there would be a real consequence for barbarians appointing those evil tyrants, once some will actually pay the price, it won't happen again. It will only take one or two humanitarian crises for all those barbarians to learn to not mess with the free world. But of course, no. The free world has to keep feeding those evil monsters, so they keep crowning those tyrant terrorists to shoot on everyone on the West and basically destroy the world.
We have a super chat from Salom Baptist Smith. Thank you so much. And somebody says, with the Houthis gone, there will be a power vacuum that the Saudi-backed government could fill. Do we want this? I mean, I still think it's better, especially like even if we talk about Saudi-backed, it would also be US-backed and possibly even Israeli-backed. Like all of them might even sort of take side. I mean, there is the. Am I thinking of the right thing? I know there is one sort of like, because technically it's like a three-way civil war almost, to some extent. So I know there is like the opposition, and again, the main problem to deal with is Houthis like actively having a threat of launching missiles at Israel. When I was in Israel, that's the the missile I had to suffer through. So yeah, I think that
Yeah,
should
by
be
the way,
number.
thanks for waking me up when that siren came in.
How did you not? I don't know how you sleep through. Like,
Daniel
don't you?
basically left me to die. Like,
I
and
was
then he
confused.
tells me, I heard the explosion as if it was like 100 meters from here. It was at the airport, but it's a pretty open space from where we were staying to the airport. So
I don't know
yeah.
how you sleep through it. I mean, that's more on what's your survival instinct? Don't you have the app?
Good to see you, Razi.
You too, how's it going? I
Great.
was thinking about. Yeah, go ahead.
I have another update. So there are assessments in Israel. The son of Khamenei is still alive. The assessment that he was in the bunker that was bombed and he was injured, but he's still alive. So this is the updated assessment in Israel right now.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. There was a super chat earlier. Did you guys talk about it? Was something to do with the UK? And let me see if I can find it now. I had something to say, so even if you did talk about it, ask Yeshka's latest super chat. Daniel, did you talk about that? I will talk about it, whether or not you guys did. Thank you, Ask Yeshka, for the super chat. Ask Yeshka says, your thoughts? Britain is to get a new anti-Muslim hostility czar under plans to be outlined by the government on Monday, which will also include a new definition of Islamophobia via Kier. Yes, I did see that that is happening, and this takes me back to the terrorist attack in Manchester last, I believe it was September or October, and Starmer's initial response, which we read on the show we did that day, and we talked about it, which was we are sending police assets to protect the Jewish community, and that is the essence of not wanting to identify the problem and the threat. I mean, you should probably send, additional police to protect the Jewish communities. But the problem is Muslim communities. The problem is it's not just Muslim communities, but that is where that terrorist attack came from. That's where most of the terrorist attacks that are thwarted are coming from. And by the way, that is where, in mosques around this country, they were mourning Khamenei this past week. So if Britain sees terrorism as a problem, it will identify the ideology in the name of which most terrorism is done, and it will actually actively go and check. And again, if people are not actually doing anything, they can advocate for whatever they're advocating for. If they're acting, that is a different thing, or if they're planning to act, and in many cases they are. I would extend that beyond it to, of course, anybody advocating for Palestinianism. Let's remember what they're advocating for, and nowadays we're getting something helpful with that, because the framing of the Palestinians as poor victims is kind of easy with today's culture to say, look, they're weak and so on and so forth. You can't do that with Iran, and you can't do that with Iran 2 months after they slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people. So I've said this before. When we, our long term goal is to have a rational culture, to have really objectivism. Ideally, is the dominant philosophy in the culture. Not happening anytime soon, but holding a mirror up to those people at these moments is a very good idea, which is why, unfortunately, we are about to go back and hear some more of Owen Jones and this guy he had on, because again, Owen makes it so perfectly clear where people of his position really are, if you listen closely. If you make it past the occasional, oh yeah, they did some brutal stuff, but then you really get to the gist of it. Any thoughts
Wait, before
on that?
we
Yeah.
before we move on for the delightful videos, a few decades ago, I think it was around the 80s, there was an interview with Netanyahu, and he was addressing the free world in the way they were seeing basically Islam, and he said the tale of two hikers, walking around. Suddenly, they encountered a bear, and one started running for his life, and his friend told him, "Why are you running? The bear is gonna get you." And his friend told him while running away, "Not if he's gonna get you first." And this is basically the Western world, the way the Western world treats Islam and Israel. They basically think, and it's wrong by the way, they basically think that, like, yeah, we're gonna let the Islamic world destroy Israel or fight Israel, and they'll be well fed, and they'll give up their idea to kill us all after they kill the Jews, or they're just trying to, like, delay the inevitable, and, like, say they support the Muslims as long as their effort is focused on destroying the Jews first, and they're just wrong. After they will get us, if they'll get us, you're next in line, and they can also do it simultaneously. By the way, they're just trying to get more and more people in power before they will actually act to actively take you down. So when Britain is fighting Islamophobia instead of fighting political Islam, which is coming to destroy the Western world, they're not doing anything good. It's not helping them in any way whatsoever with their scheme of, yeah, we'll let them get the Jews and then it will be fine. Like, it's not going to work. You either identify, recognize, and fight the problem, or the problem will kill you. So get your shit together and start fighting this problem, because it's not going to disappear. You're next.
Absolutely. And before Owen is next, Daniel, I sent you some stuff. Yeah, I also need, I don't want to come back from my break, right? And also, I advocate for, value for value relationships. Eyal has provided some great value here. I don't want to come in and throw Owen Jones in his face right away, so I'm gonna give you some nicer stuff first. Daniel, while you queue up any of those videos I sent you, let me just say, remind people of one of the bits of news we reported earlier. So the B-1 bombers have arrived in the UK. Yeah, the UK is, here is spineless. So first he's not letting the US use their bases, then Trump calls him a loser and says he's not Churchill, and now he changes his mind. Maybe some of it had to do with the fact that the UK was attacked, but you couldn't tell it if you from just following the media here. In any case, those are impressive looking machines, and yeah, they carry 24 cruise missiles each. So yeah, and of course another aircraft carrier is on its way, and the Gerald Ford is on its way to the Red Sea, hopefully ready to take care of the Houthis once and for all. Daniel, let's watch something nice.
אנו טייסי ונווטי חיל האוויר הישראלי עושים כעת במבנה מעל שמי טהרן הדרך לתקיפת מטרות היסטוריות. אנחנו בעיצומה של מערכה שמטרתה להסיר איום קיומי על מדינתנו. אנחנו נגיע לכל מקום, לכל אויב, עבור המדינה שלנו, הביטחון של המשפחות שלנו. ממשיכים להילחם ככל שנידרש מסביב לשעון ומרגישים את התמיכה שלכם כל הזמן. מאחלים לכם אזרחי ישראל שבת בטוחה ושקטה, ניפגש בבית.
Yeah, first of all, it's nice. These pilots, first of all, they're stuck in those planes for a while. They're chilling, taking selfie videos. Candice will tell you that at least the background there was AI because you can see the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, it is nice. It's inspiring. They're not worried. They shouldn't be because they've cleared the airspace there, and there's very little to be concerned about. Is there anything else positive that you can show, Daniel, before we go back to the negative of Owen Jones and his guest's reaction to? Yep.
By the way,
yes.
the Austin account are very excited by this video because if you look closely, you can see, like on the reflection, you can see a refueling airplane in the air flying over the skies of Iran, which is another indication of how good is our control on the skies of Iran and how the air superiority is so secure that we can basically have huge refueling plane flying above the sky of Iran with no, basically zero risk. I wouldn't say zero risk, but they're confident enough to have the refueling sessions happen above the skies of Iran.
Yeah, those are not planes that can do those maneuvers that you see when they escape a missile or something. Those are planes that if they're hit, they're done. So yeah, very, very, very good to see, and hopefully we'll see more. Daniel has another positive video, and then we will go back to analyzing Owen Jones and his Iranian guest.
As you chant in the streets and risk your lives? Well, if you too were suffocated by your government and had nothing left, I wonder what you would risk to breathe freely again. The Iranian people know the cost of resistance and choose it anyways. Day after day since December 28, they stand in front of armed security forces and look them right in the face. Because it's not the fear of death that keeps them awake, but the fear that if they don't fight, their reality will never change. After 4 decades of repression, you become desensitized to the fear because you've been living in a nightmare for 47 years. And when you're governed by a regime that's removed all your rights, dreaming of a free Iran is the only thing that keeps your soul alive. So the possibility of death will not stop our people's resistance in the streets, because they'd catch bullets with their bare hands if it meant that Iran could be free. And this isn't the first time they've chosen to fight. They've risked their lives in the streets since 1979. And while they continue to fight, we need to help be their voice. As the media tries to overshadow us, we need to break through the noise. Until the day that our people are free, until the day we overthrow this oppressive regime, Until the day we see the revolution of which we've dreamed. Until the day we have Azadi. And until that day, Iranians will continue to stare death in the eyes. Because giving up on a free Iran is scarier than any death they could die.
Beautiful, and the fucking balls on them, seriously, especially the women, and that's not a trans comment. That, you know, we can look at that and you know, want to think that we would do the same, but holy shit, like you go out there and you know there's a chance, like the your government wants to kill you. That's not easy, and you can't fight back. If they decide you're gonna die, you know, at least at the point where they're one on one, yeah, you can't do anything. So amazing. And yeah, I do you have anything to say about that? And right afterwards, I do want to, and this is why it is important to show the Owen Jones video and the guest he had, which, by the way, if you didn't see when we talked about it earlier, this is a guy who was telling how he was born in Los Angeles. He's of Iranian background. He traveled back and forth into Iran throughout his life. He recently lived there for 3 years, did his postgraduate and his PhD in Iran, and like that tells you all you need to know. But yeah, any thoughts on what we just saw, and then let's hear the other side in the West of how people are talking about this regime.
Well, I just want to bring up and paraphrase, because I don't accurately remember, something that Rand have said, and that is that in actual tyrannical regimes, in dictatorships like in Iran and Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia, death comes in a chaotic fashion, in an arbitrary fashion. It can come any moment, whether you expect it or not, whether things appear to be fine or not. Mass murder by the regime can basically come at any moment, and there is no reason. There is no method or in a sense justification. It just comes, and the people of Iran have experienced it lately from the regime, and what they're talking about in this video is basically the reaction for that. So I can understand their motivation. I can understand how happy they are to see that this regime is finally on its way down. And regarding the guy that went to Iran, I've seen a little bit of your streams showing him, and he's just basically an evil liar, propaganda guy, and just screw him. I don't know what to say about him further than that.
Evil lying propaganda guy is how you get invited on the Owen Jones channel. Let's hear some more from them.
Is that a number of these people who supported the Shah's government at that time, or their families, have kind of reconstituted around the figure of Reza Pahlavi, the son of the deposed Shah, with this idea that we can turn back time, right? Instead of promising a better future for Iran, a more democratic future, or recognizing the work that's been done on the ground for decades in Iran, they have this kind of fantasy that we're just going to roll back the clock to when things were better, and in which they were not actually better, right? Evin prison, the place where political prisoners are held in Iran today, was established by the Pahlavi regime. And many of the worst aspects of repression of freedom of speech that we see today in Iran, we can see them similar on at a different scale earlier, right?
Okay, so, I want to pause there. I want to usually give them a bit more time, but I share Roman's sentiment. I hate this man so much. Yeah. Again, everything he says is a lie, and it's a lie about things that we have information about. Like, it's not lies about things that are in Iran and we can't really tell what's happening. He's talking about the Shah's son, saying he wants to turn back the clock. Well, the Shah's son is saying things, and you can say he's lying, but you're not saying he's lying. You're lying about what he's saying. Like, he is saying, you know, we're gonna have a constitutional republic, and there's gonna be a democracy, and so on. So, and he's gonna go to vote. So, if you want to say he's lying, that's a different thing. But it does, for again, the assumption is the audience gets all their news and info from Owen Jones. Owen Jones can push whatever he wants as if he was Pravda in the Soviet Union rather than Pravda in a country where we can still, present different points of view and actually attempt to access the truth without, getting slaughtered like in the regime that this person is shilling for.
I have nothing to say. I hate him. Yeah.
What? Sorry? What was the last thing?
I hate him, and he's a liar, and I just, he's kind of is the guy, like these guys that appear Western, they speak fluent English, they like seem cool, and like people are listening to them, buying into their crap as if it's their friend, telling them the truth. And it's just like he holds moral responsibility for innocent people dying in Iran, for people who want freedom and are killed by this regime, which he is being an apologetic puppet for. His role is to get as much people in the West not to support the proper and good and justified attack against the Ayatollah regime, so this regime could stay in existence and murder its own people, and then this asshole could be happy about it. So it just, and I think in a sense, people are getting it. In a sense, people in the Western world see those crazy leftists supposedly fighting for the poor and for those who have, been acted in an unjust way, in the most ridiculous way. Like they're just like, for example, they see the left trying to portray Palestinians who want to destroy Israel as the victim because Israel is defending itself. Yet again, once an actual Islamic regime, a tyrannical regime, murders tens of thousands, they go silent, and then they go against a war against such a regime. So I think people are seeing it. People are seeing the BS. They are being exposed, and this is like one good aspect of this evil that we see in front of our eyes. At least this evil is so stupid and blatant and in your face that at least some laymen are starting to figure out that it's a big bluff, and those people are driven from hatred for the good from being good and not from some will to create a better war.
Yeah, and you mentioned he speaks fluent English. Yeah, remember, he is an American citizen. He was born in America, so he's not even like promoting Iranian regime propaganda with a gun to his head. He's promoting it, purely out of his own choice, which makes
that's the reason it's so ugly.
What?
That's the reason it's so ugly for me.
Yeah.
I see it and I'm like, you should have known better.
KPS Lucas says, could he be a pure IRGC spy? He's definitely not a spy, because a spy wouldn't, promote the views of the regime in such a way. But is he paid for by them? I don't know. I don't care, because again, you can reject the job offer. Like it's on him either way, whether he does it for money or not. Thank you, Ask Yeshka, for the super chat. Ask Yeshka says, Toda, Yar, and Razi for your insights. L'chaim, thank you very much. Okay, let's hear some more.
The clock, everything would be better, is dangerous. It's a fantasy, and it plays directly into this kind of right-wing vengeance and this desire to go back to a time when things were better, and to attack and remove all of these people who, in the discourse of the pro-Pahlavi right wing, are often kind of configured as coming from Arab countries, coming from being imposed upon Iran. Iran is occupied by this foreign regime, which at the end of the day speaks to an inability to even recognize that these people are also Iranians and that they need to have a place in Iran's future. They can't be wished away.
You mentioned there, Reza Pahlavi, and obviously he does have very vocal support amongst particularly the diaspora, but we saw his name being chanted as well in some of the protests.
Yeah.
But only so, I mean, again, it's very anecdotal, and obviously the internet was shut down, so we don't know how many people were engaged in that kind of chanting. But what do you think about the level of support he has.
I think it's a dangerous game.
Pause. Okay, let's pause the video because Eyal has been
See you
saved
later,
by an
guys.
Iranian ballistic missile.
Yeah, I'd rather go down to the bomb shelter to hear this motherfucker. Bye,
That's
guys.
funny, but not funny. Stay safe, Eyal. We will see you hopefully very soon. I'm not sure he's inspired to come back immediately after they let him out of shelter after what we've just subjected him to. But yeah, also, Salome asks, or says, these Owen Jones segments are really painful. Glad we're not subjected to George Galloway. What are you trying to tell me? Yeah, Galloway, one of the many people who, not many, but few prominent people who blocked me on X, and also, and I think after saying that I need help, so straight to the point and on topic, and you know, uh, and he also, by the way, was it Saturday when he posted? Daniel, you shared that post from his ex, where he posted
Is
that.
this true?
Yeah, that Israel Katz, Israel's defense minister, has been killed, and he's asking, "Is this true?" Yeah, Israel Katz is alive and well, looking good, by the way, much better than he used to. So, sorry to tell you, George Galloway, Jews are getting killed in this war. I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that, but in much, much lower numbers. Than you people would like. Yeah, another one of Galloway's favorite regimes is coming to an end, and people will be free. The thing he's been fighting against his entire life. So I'm sure he's unhappy, as unhappy as Owen Jones is. I'm sure these people are unhappy generally in their life, because imagine being them and having that kind of mind that leads you to where their mind leads them.
Wait, you really don't want to watch things from George Galloway, like his recent video, Two Chicks, Same Ass?
No, Salome doesn't want to watch George Galloway.
Oh, so you do.
Yeah, I don't mind, but I do want to look. Owen has you know brought back some of his subtlety that he missed a couple of days ago, or not a couple of days, nearly a week ago, when we showed his video saying Israel targeted the schoolgirl. I don't know if the girls' school. I don't know if he hasn't retracted it. Let me take a wild guess. Maybe we can check that out later. Maybe I should. You know what? Maybe we should. I should call him out on that on X through the Ayn Rand Center UK account, which he has yet to ban, rather than my block, rather than my personal one. But yeah, more. Well, yeah, let's go back to the video.
Oh, look at this. George Galloway posted an AI video of Israeli airport bombed by Iran, which was posted by the Kremlin.
Yeah, George has a lot of friends in all the wrong places.
Also posting a lot of Jackson Hinkles. So, and Syrian girl, look at that. It's like, this is like the Avengers. It's all coming together. What's up?
Oh yeah, I smiled at the joke, but I didn't think it was worthy of unmuting. But yeah, let's watch more of Owen so we can get to the George Galloways of the world.
Pointed out, even when we were trying to think about like how big is the base and how many people support the government, it's a dangerous game to try to figure that out. Not only because there's no free and open polling, but also because people's opinions change very quickly, right? 3 years ago, we saw a very wide-ranging revolt across Iran in the name of woman, life, freedom, a leftist slogan that comes from the Kurdish feminist movement. And then 2 or 3 years later, we see these protests across the country where people are yelling, "Long live the king." And it's important to note that that's one of the slogans that was in those protests, that then there's this entire media ecosystem of pro-Shah people outside the country who amplify those slogans specifically and try to convince everyone that that's actually the only slogan, because of course we saw other slogans, one of the most well-known being death to the I have to translate from Farsi, but basically, no to the Shah, no to the religious leader,
Yeah.
no to any oppressor, right? And so we do see these different slogans, but at the same time, it was undeniable that this time there were a lot of people calling for the Shah to return. And I knew people who had been active in the Women Life Freedom protests who said they didn't want to go down to the streets because they were afraid that this was actually a fascist minority of society that was hoping to push Iran into a bloodbath. And we saw an incredible amount of violence unleashed by the government against the protesters. We also saw protesters attacking security officials, pulling Basijis out of the crowd and killing them. We had reports of hundreds of people killed on that side, and many more thousands, and I don't want to create any kind of false equivalence. The government killed far more people. But what I want to point out is that there is a lot of anger against the government, rightfully so. People are very angry. People are angry that their opportunities have been taken away from them, that they lived through a war last year and then the government continued repressing them, that there wasn't this democratic opening that the government could have done in which it invited people of different political views to come together and also to recognize that Iranians of all backgrounds and political beliefs suffered in the war. And instead, it continued business as usual with continued repression, right? Because of this fear of these existential threats. And I think in Iran, people are looking for a way out, right? They try democratic reform inside the system. Mir Hossein Mousavi, who in 2009 promised a democratic opening, is still in house arrest in Iran. And so all of these options of people within the system or just within Iran who have fought for years to democratize the system, to change the system, who in the last few years have called for a referendum on the Islamic Republic, and I think with the idea that they would call for an Iranian republic, right, in the sense of a more secular democratic republic, all of these people have been repressed by the government over and over and over. And so when people see that the government is unwilling to create any avenue or to allow any avenue for Iranians to express themselves, then they gravitate to figures outside the country who promise to save them. And so I think it's unfortunate and also logical that people feel like they've tried all these different avenues, that they're open to trying this avenue too. And again, I don't want to speak in terms of majorities or minorities, but I think there are people around the world who have been attracted to these far-right visions of military power, who see Trump as this big guy who's going to beat down the people who are oppressing them. And it's logical that they turn to him. That doesn't mean we should support it. That doesn't mean we should amplify those views or that we need to say those are the voice of Iranians. I mean, I think, and I want to go back to something you said, right? Iranians have so many different opinions. They are not a monolith. They're pluralistic. And the goal is not to amplify real voices of every Iranian. It's to think about how to position ourselves against an illegal imperialist war and in solidarity with the people on the ground who have risked their lives in grassroots activism.
Okay.
And those people.
I think I've had enough. What is it? Yeah, Deeper with Diego says, so now the women seeking liberation are part of the far right. Yeah, that is my takeaway from that as well. Yeah, it's not really cool killing tens of thousands of your own people, but they were fascist, and they killed people. Yeah, yeah. So, when people come to kill you, you try, even if you are, outmatched, outgunned, you try whatever you can. You can't take a bullet in a fight, like as in take it as in win the fight. But that doesn't mean you're not gonna do whatever you can. And well done to the protesters for any killings they've managed to do while being slaughtered. And yeah, this guy actually makes the comparison that he then supposedly takes back. What an absolutely despicable human being. Thank you, Ask Yeshka, for the super chat. Ask Yeshka says, I don't think he was ever in Iran. He's just cosplaying. Thank you, Ask Yeshka, for another super chat. Ask Yeshka says, you can tell he's reading a script. Look, I believe these people really hold those views, really want, I don't know, hold these views because, you see this guy lying all the time. So what his actual views are. I believe he is really supportive of the regime. I believe he really wants to see the things they're doing. I think over more than anything, I'm not gonna try to guess if he wants to see the Iranian people oppressed more than he wants to, if that's his goal or if that's just an acceptable thing to him. It very may well be that that's acceptable to him because of the sentiment we heard in that let me repeat the tweet, and I will share that sentiment with you. This tweet by what's his face? When I find it, I'll remember his name as well. Cenk Uygur. 6 days ago, saying I criticized Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. Not true. He was oppressing his own people and preventing democracy, but there's one thing you can't take away from him. He died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage. He didn't bow. So, for these people, if you are dedicated to exterminating the Jews, the other things you do don't matter. I mean, sometimes when it's really bad, it's kind of consensus bad. They will pay lip service to, you know, I didn't like that you did that, but and then it was I believe Tyrion Lannister that said anything a person says before the word "but" doesn't count. It definitely doesn't count when these people are uh, shilling for totalitarian regimes. They really they mean it, and for them, I think totalitarianism is something they want to see. But more than anything, what they want to see is the state of Israel being wiped off the map. Death to Israel, the slogan being actualized and materialized.
I mean, I guess I just mostly have nitpicks, although I have one point. Because you said like people's opinions change very quickly. Really? They suddenly go from like, hey, said, oh, guy should be taken out to what? I support the regime suddenly? What do they mean by that? Or that they switch from I mean the people who protest against the oppression of women and the people who oppose just generally the republic. I mean, yeah, technically those are not the same people, but that's not like changing opinion. It's probably they are united against something, and or can be united. I mean, not necessarily. And then he says something like, "It's unfortunate that like people are looking for something outward. Why? What? Why is it unfortunate? What is this idea of like?" I still don't understand. I mean, I think his whole thing is like he talks about the fascists and the far right. So apparently, he thinks like anybody who's like would want a return of monarchy is like a ultra right or far right like fascist, and that's what's bad. Um, which again, maybe fair enough if it was like some kind of like totalitarian monarchy, that might not be a step towards better for the Iranian people specifically. Um, but again, like they are desperate, they are looking for a way out, and they cannot find it internally because they are oppressed by the regime. Why shouldn't they want to look for something outward? Uh, I don't see that as necessarily unfortunate.
Um, I know, by the way, Daniel, the likelihood of you being able to make a clip of this without it being too time consuming, I think that's out the window. Maybe there's a clip in one of those clips, but we talk about different things and pause, and I think, yeah, I don't think it's worth spending that time. But since that's where we are, let's talk about libertarians for a second. Uh, in part as an excuse to show this video, if you can. There's this video that's been going viral for I think since Saturday, Sunday, whenever it was, of this insanely hot Iranian woman celebrating there's a bunch of them, but this one I think went more viral than others. Uh, Celebrating the death of the dictator with the Trump dance, and then I'm gonna go to how a response I saw from a libertarian on Twitter that was super popular, and says something about how these people think, how they very very much again, libertarianism is not a clearly defined concept and not a clearly defined movement, uh, but people who self-identify as libertarians too often are just on take absolutely despicable stances on things. So let's take a look at this video, and then I will read out the response from X.
describe to us, Mune, what
Okay,
happens
yeah,
to
I don't know what the rest of oh, okay. Ignore whatever that link had other than the video. Here is um Melissa Wong. This had 23 million views, 11,000 retweets. I don't know how many of them are quotes, but 86,000 likes. This is what she had to say. Has anyone else noticed that the quote Iranian women celebrating videos are all of women that are dressed like hookers? Melissa Wong, just so you know, her profile says, not everything that cries is a baby. Sometimes it's a demon libertarian. America First Chair of Montana Libertarian Party. Yep. Organizer, Montana Mises Caucus. Yep. that all checks out perfectly. And in all caps, no more wars for Israel. And she, in her profile picture, has a picture of herself smiling with her hair fully exposed, or what they would call in Iran, dressed like a whore, and deserves to die for dressing like a whore. What a despicable, vile human being, and as are the 86,000 people, however many of them are people who liked that that tweet. And look at how far. Remember, this is all. You can see that from her bio on X. This is all about hating Jews, okay, and then fitting everything into it that is that you know factors into hating Jews. The person who has been killing women for showing their hair, as Melissa Wong does in her profile picture, for half a century, slaughtered tens of thousands of his own people a couple months ago. Keep slaughtering them whenever they protest. The reason, Melissa, for the scantily clad, the choice of clothing there is precisely the fact that they can't dress like that. You know, in real life, still to this day. And they are celebrating the fact that that day is over, and then they can choose how they dress, like you can choose how you dress. And you, Melissa, if you want, maybe should cover up head to toe, and back to Gandhi, be the change you want to see in the world. Daniel.
Um, yeah, somebody in the chat says misogynist woman. That's new. There's nobody that hates women more than other women. So I don't think that's nothing new. I mean, again, that goes to, like, I don't know if we'll play Tucker today or if we'll keep him. Maybe I'll just keep him for tomorrow for myself, alone. But he at some point talks about how like ugly Israel is, and I think it's like when I think people want to integrate. I think generally people or human mind is guided towards integration. So it cannot just be, or it shouldn't just be that Israel is doing something bad. It has to be like it's a disgusting, pedophilic, Satan worshipping, goyim obsessing, whatever, like all the adjectives you can find. It has to be all of that. So I think it's similar, right? It cannot just be that they don't want American intervention in Iran. It has to be that all women are whores who support the overthrowing of the regime. It has to be that it's all Epstein pedophiles who, in the American administration who engage in these wars. It has to be always all of that. So I think that's where it's fundamentally coming from.
Bonnie says, wow, a YouTube ad just broke in all by itself while Razi was talking. I've never seen that before. Yeah, we have mid-roll ads because it's long videos, but maybe can we take them out and maybe put them back in after we're done so that people who watch this recorded will see actually, we're going to get demonetized because we just played some copyrighted music and we've done that earlier.
I mean, I can like It's automatic by YouTube right now. I can also insert ads. So if I don't have anything to say, I can throw the ad towards the people, and I can also delay the ad, basically, make it so YouTube doesn't put it in like next 10 minutes or so.
All right.
Okay, people want ad?
No. No, dude, we are first of all, by the way, as you know, I will have to step away for like over an hour in about an hour. So yeah, I'm trying to make sure you're
I'll
not
just keep throwing ads into
yeah,
them.
I'm trying to make sure you're not going to be alone during that time, but if you are, that might yeah, don't do it too much because anyway, should we go? Yeah, let's go back to a bit more of those two. And remember, I actually don't know what the number of likes on that video is, but I guarantee you, just without looking, that it's more than 125. So if you ask Megyn Kelly, we are obviously wrong, and Owen and his buddy are right because they have so many more likes, and they're so much more popular. And ideas are a popularity contest. So that's well, I think I ruined my own argument with a joke there, but like the show if you like the show. Let's watch some more.
So if you wanna make us lesser wrong, make sure to like, share, and subscribe so we can gain the advantage in the social
And I'm sure the
metaphysics.
support of Megyn Kelly, who just is waiting for the moment where we get more likes than her to say I was wrong. And yeah, well, she's still telling us that she's pro-Israel, right? Or has she stopped that?
I'm not sure even.
All right. I think I did hear her last time I heard her say it was on Turning Point USA's stage, while also saying she's happy that Candace is asking the question of whether Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Candace has since answered that question with a sort of no, right? I haven't seen the series, but she is doing a series on how Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk. So anyway, let's continue.
Before this war, since last year and since many years, have been saying sanctions don't help Iran, military intervention doesn't help Iran. All of these techniques that the United States and Israel have imposed on Iran under the claims of helping freedom have actually hurt Iranians. They've impoverished them, and they've comparatively strengthened the regime. Because the Iranian people have gotten sicker, they've gotten poorer, but the Revolutionary Guard still controls the borders. It has an extensive smuggling network, and it benefits from foreign pressure in ways that we've kind of discussed in this conversation. And I think listening to the voices of people who have been taking this kind of principled stance against domestic tyranny, against military intervention and foreign intervention, that's kind of where I see the possibility of understanding where democratic reform comes from in Iran.
You mentioned before that a fear amongst, I guess, the kind of middle ground within Iranian society is the spectre of civil war. And I wondered how plausible do you think that threat actually is? And I guess throwing into the mix there the proposed, or the active, I guess, US and Israeli support for arming armed groups from within certain minorities like the Kurds, but not just the Kurdish people. What do you, I mean, that's one. That's that's the spectre of balkanization, I guess, which people fear. But there's
let's pause, Daniel,
political
because
divisions.
yeah, the prospect of civil war is a different topic, and I want to just go over that point of he was making that sanctions hurt the Iranian people. Yeah, true anti-imperialism is being dependent on money from the empire you're trying to overthrow, because otherwise your people will starve. And yeah, that somehow explains the case for I don't know what it explains the case for, but yeah. Uh, Susie says, yeah, just tuned in and got a jump scare from Owen Jones. Well, it is for a good cause, because again, this guy is telling us that. So what he was just telling us, his guest, by the way, Susie, you missed the part where he introduced himself. He's an Iranian who was born in America, Iranian of Iranian descent, and travels freely back and forth and chose to live in Iran. That context needs to be remembered all the time when we talk about this person, just to remember what a scumbag he is. Daniel, let's watch again the video we showed yesterday from Dave Rubin. I think yesterday and the day before, from Dave Rubin, reminding us when sanctions were lifted, when when the Iranian people weren't being starved by the empire that they and their supposedly their representatives, the Iranian regime that they supposedly support. Let's take a look where that money went.
It is true that if Iran lives up to its commitments, it will gain access to roughly $56 billion of its own money. But the notion that this will be a game changer, with all this money funneled into Iran's pernicious activities, misses the reality of Iran's current situation. Iran's leaders have raised the expectations of their people that sanctions relief will improve their lives.
They've noticed she's not covering her hair, so they grab her. "Leave me alone," she screams as they haul her into the back of a police van.
Even a repressive regime like Iran's cannot completely ignore those expectations. And that's why our best analysts expect the bulk of this revenue to go into spending that improves the economy and benefits the lives of the Iranian people.
What a nothing in a suit.
Right. So yeah, that is what lifting the sanctions did. The lifting of the sanctions, the money that Obama gave to the Iranian regime is now being rained upon people throughout the Middle East. Is why Daniel and I are right now on this stream alone, because Obama gave somebody money to fire a ballistic missile at the third person who was here and had to leave the stream to go to shelter. So basically, the sadness in this person's voice is very clear. Like he is saddened by the fact that Iran is only shooting the amount that it is shooting now is not as strong as it would have been had Trump not pulled out of that deal. Had they been, right now at the end of a decade of unlimited Obama funds, they'd probably be already a nuclear power, assuming they could cheat their way into that, but would definitely have ballistic missiles that could cause the damage that Israel expected in the June war, and didn't happen because Israel managed to prevent it. But yeah, would have been Israel. Israel did not get additional increased funding during Obama that would counter that, and that's not the way to do it anyway, arming two sides. So yeah, how things would have turned out if people would have stuck to that, I don't know. Luckily, Trump didn't, pulled out at the right time, eventually decided that this is worthy of going to war for, and Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, again, back to the guy who talked, he's like, these sanctions or whatever, they didn't help Iran. And it's like, yeah, that was the point. Like, we wanted to strangle the regime in a similar, like, again, like these people called for sanctions on Israel, right? Because Israel is an apartheid state and they wanted to end it. But somehow that doesn't work on Iran. Like, it would work on Israel, but not on Iran. Also, South Africa had sanctions on it during the apartheid, and that apparently helped. Although this one, like, it's always the regimes we like. The sanctions suddenly don't work. Like, they don't do anything. But it's like, yeah, but let's put sanctions on Israel. So the same, like, it's almost boring. There's no consistency. There's no advocacy for anything good. It's always anti-Western. It's always anti-America. It's always anti-Israel. And everything is viewed from that perspective. Yeah, like, you don't even have to. Like, there is not even proper analysis. It's straight up. Just look at the chart of, like, is it pro-Western or anti-Western, and just decide your arguments based on that.
Yeah, and remember, like, Owen Jones doesn't really hide. Well, he hides it behind some language, but he does tell us that he wants socialism. He wants the type of regime that has starved its own people wherever it has been tried, and it's that's his preferred type of tyranny, but he'll take any, uh, as we can clearly see. There are constant missiles and rockets being fired at Israel right now. There is a lot in the north coming from Hezbollah. Again, these are not ballistic missiles. They're not going to take down a skyscraper or anything, but they will kill people. They killed 12 people, 12 children or teenagers in one missile that when it landed on the football field where they were playing. So it can cause a lot of damage. It can kill many people. It has injured people so far in this war, and it is all the more reason Israel, of course, has its uh, defense systems, which are not impenetrable. So expect to hear damage, expect to hear casualties, but also definitely, if you're Israeli, expect your government to make sure that the army finishes the job this time in Lebanon once and for all. What happens in Iran, unfortunately, if Trump decides to end, Netanyahu can't say we're going to continue if he tells him not. That is a very sad reality of where Israel is. With Lebanon, I don't see Trump saying that. By the way, uh, was it Bonnie earlier who mentioned something about? No, I think it was maybe it was Ginger who said um, the Washington Post reported Lindsey Graham is goaded Trump into war. Lindsey Graham, he's been doing good stuff recently. So one of the recent things I've seen from him is saying that the U.S. should step in when it fight back in Lebanon as well. Step in and help Israel in Lebanon. And I don't like that too much, but because I don't trust Trump to do everything that needs to be done, go all the way. If Lindsey Graham was president, I would trust him to do that. But yeah, no excuse. Even under Biden, by the way, before Biden demanded that Israel stop and allow Hezbollah to survive back in 2024, a lot of damage was done. So this administration is not going to stop Israel from finishing the job. Is Macron going to convince Trump to who's going to convince Trump to stop Israel from what they're doing in Lebanon and what needs to be done? There was maybe a question the day after when Israel absolutely has to hold on to a chunk of South Lebanon, whether that's going to be something that anybody is going to be too happy with. But certainly you can keep fighting and keep battering them in Beirut, in anywhere they are throughout the country. Um, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a city, it doesn't matter. Just finish the job.
Yeah, I don't have much to add here.
And yeah, I will say there was a one of the missiles. This is from 25 minutes ago. Was one of those exploding missiles, so it could cause damage in multiple places. I don't see any update indicating that there are any at least injuries. Again, they don't necessarily update about every bit of damage that happens, but oh, okay. The IDF and the Shin Bet are saying that they targeted a terrorist in Gaza, a Hamas terrorist who was planning an immediate terrorist attack in the south of the Strip. I guess that would have been an attack against troops. Yeah, like I said, the front on which Israel is fighting terribly and immorally is Gaza, because you are letting them off the hook. You're letting the people off the hook. There's a reason why, if you fight an enemy and give them humanitarian aid, give them food, give them fuel, give them medicine, let them control territories, call them up before you bomb a building from which they're firing rockets at you or hiding weapons so that they can get out, and send soldiers. Hundreds of soldiers, Israeli soldiers, died in the last 2.5 years in Gaza in order to protect Palestinian civilians. The Palestinian civilians are giving Israel the thank you you would expect, while by completely siding with Hamas unanimously. So yeah, Israel, change your tune on Gaza. Zero mercy for these savages. Yeah, that is the only way to do it. Want to watch some more, Owen?
Not particularly.
Let's watch one more segment. A little bit, because I want to see what they say about civil war, which, let me get, wait, actually, you want to place your bets? Let's make it interesting. What is he going to say about civil war?
It's bad.
But what else? Okay, I'll
Um,
place my bet. That's what Israel wants. Israel wants civil war. Israel wants chaos. Israel doesn't want a regime that can stand up to its imperialism, genocide, starvation, and so on.
no, this guy is not an ideologue like this. I think he'll just say it's bad for Iranian people. I don't think he'll even mention Israel.
Well, Owen might throw that in there, but let's see.
I don't think Owen will get a chance.
All right.
There's lots of different, very entrenched divisions within society. Is that something you fear? Do you think that it's plausible?
It feels like right now Israel and the United States don't really have a clear goal, or let's say they have some goals, but what they're doing doesn't necessarily achieve those goals. And so what's happening on the ground is they're weakening the Iranian state, and they're trying to create avenues for armed actors to be able to take advantage, right? And so we've seen this, for example, as you mentioned, where in the last few days there's been extensive bombing of Iranian Kurdistan. All of the major cities, including the town that Mahsa Jina Amini, the woman whose death sparked the uprising a few years ago, they have been bombed extensively by Israel and the United States. And part of the idea is to create this specter that armed groups from outside the country could enter Iran and take advantage. And now those groups are not going to be able to take over the state, but what they could do is trigger civil conflict in different areas. And I think many Iranians are afraid of the possibility of civil war because people are very angry. There's a desire for revenge that, if not channeled into justice, into transitional justice, could lead to that kind of violence. And we saw it 2 months ago. I mean, this is when we look at what happened in those protests, when the government began unleashing repression against the crowds. As I mentioned, people in the crowds, some came with knives and they defended themselves from the government attacks. And as a result, you get thousands more people who have experience of direct violence at the hands of the government, people on the side of the security forces who also believe that the other side is going to kill them, right? And this is exactly a recipe for civil war and for civil conflict. And I don't think it's going to be one of those things where, for example, we can say, well, 70 or 80% of Iranians are unhappy about the government, so of course the opposition is going to win, because the weapons are in the hands of the security forces, and you can't defeat a bunch of heavily armed soldiers and the Revolutionary Guards with knives in the street, right? You might be able to get an emotional release through that kind of violence, but you're not going to win a war. And a civil war is a recipe for more dictatorship, for more authoritarianism, and for a disaster in Iran that because, I mean, again, this gets to the complexity of the Iranian situation, right? Because for the last 15 years, the Iranian government has been warning the Iranian people, saying, we're going to become Syria if you guys try to protest. We have to stop Iran from becoming Syria. And this was the famous slogan that when I lived in Iran was plastered everywhere, which is that we went to fight in Syria to prevent Iran from becoming Syria, right? But this logic, this idea that we're going to support a repressive dictator who's fighting against a revolution, and thinking that the revolution is the problem, or even the militarization of the revolution is the problem, and not recognizing that the brutal violence of Bashar al-Assad was central and core to the reason why so many Syrians were able to risk everything to defeat his regime, and then thinking that if we militarize Iranian society enough, if we intervene in these other countries, we're going to stop that from coming to Iran. Whereas in fact, what we've seen is a kind of imperial boomerang of these heavily armed forces and Basijis and Revolutionary Guards who fought in Syria are now using that violence against the Iranian people. And one of the imprisoned, I believe he might have just come out of prison, but one of these opposition leaders, Tajzadeh, who has been in and out of prison for opposing the government, demanding democratic reform, he made this comment against Khamenei. He said, for years you've been warning we're going to become Syria, but we actually have become Syria. You're the Ba'athist regime, right? Where this country that does have institutions with a limited democratic possibility, and that for years Iranians tried to expand. Instead, Khamenei presided over a closure, over a tightening of dictatorship, over direct and obvious election rigging that basically made people feel hopeless about the possibility of reform, and as a result created exactly the recipe for what we're seeing. He created kind of the context, and now we see Israel and Trump trying to light the match underneath it.
Okay, let's
you said
pause.
earlier,
I actually want to hear what Owen has to say, but we'll go back to it in a second. I think I was somewhat right. Now, he's not saying, well, he is saying that this is what Israel and America are going to lead to. He's not saying clearly that that is their intention. By the way, I think Owen's guests, when we talked about him late January, did say that, right? If I remember correctly, but that was a while ago. And Salome says, Owen Jones is a great example of ideologically induced brain rot, zero logic, buzzwords, inability to accept facts. I think he accepts facts. He just doesn't, what he tells you are not the facts. Look, I think Owen knows, knows what he is, the world he's working towards. He's doing it because he's evil, not because he is mistaken.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say here. Yeah, I mean, again, not much was said, but straight up outside of if civil war happened, it will be bad, and we don't want to end up like Syria, or rather that Khamenei hasn't allowed the democratization of, which again, it's like all fair points again about the authoritarianism coming from the current government of Iran, but again, that it's for some reason, again, Israel and America are in the wrong. And I mean, in some ways, yeah, the America and Israel are not doing this for the sake of Iranian people. That should be like, duh. And it shouldn't be. They shouldn't do so for the sake of them. And to the extent we are, I think that's a wrong assessment from our side. But again, would they support it if it was done like that? Let's say this was somebody who we could genuinely, but let's say it's, what state do they like that could like have intervention in Iran? Probably none. But let's say it was somebody, some magical country that we all like, that would overthrow Iran to deliver democracy, or to actually deliver democratic processes to Iranian people. Would they support that one? Because like they seem to not be fans even of the sanctions, even of fans of the Obama administration. So again, I think it's all the points are moot, because I don't think they truly want to get rid of the current regime, even if they talk like it, or on the face of it they say so. But I think if you go deeper, it doesn't seem like it.
Right. Let's just hear Owen's take on this, and then move on to something more positive. Maybe watch some videos of bombings going on. But let's hear Owen again.
That a surrender, that's not going to happen, and that's been pointed out over and over again by analysts who know what they're talking about, which is that would be an existential issue for the regime. I mean, the regime would just, anyone who emerged from within who tried to capitulate, that would be the end of them immediately. It wouldn't work. But then, Donald Trump's going to, and Israel have made clear, as things stand, they're going to just keep bombing and bombing. So it's just it's hard to see where this goes. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts on that that, I mean, it's a hot one day. I know this is a grim thing to talk about. One day 7, and you mentioned the death toll, and obviously could be much higher. We don't know because of lots of different factors. But how do you see this playing out? Do you have any? I mean, it's quite macabre to ask this, I realise, but do you have any thoughts about how this could possibly play out, given what Donald Trump is demanding is not actually realistic?
It's hard to answer for the reasons you said. I mean, it's hard to predict. What I can do is kind of share some of the discussions that I've been having with other people about how kind of we see this going. My sense is that Trump thought he could score an easy victory. He could kill Khamenei, and that the people behind in the rest of the Islamic Republic, let's say the other leaders, would immediately come begging for mercy. I think Iran has shown that that's not what's going to happen, that they are willing to plunge the region into a war because they do believe this is an existential threat. They're listening to Trump, they're listening to Netanyahu, and they're saying, if you guys want to destroy us, well, we're going to show you that we cannot be destroyed. And that's what we see with all of these attacks on the countries around Iran, especially those that host US bases. Iran is kind of highlighting to people or to governments in the region that there is a price for allying with the United States when the United States is launching a war against Iran. And there's a few different outcomes that could happen here, right? At some point, if Iran is able to keep up the pressure on the regional economy and through these tactics, it's going to cause enough of a shock that Trump is going to want to finish this and to end it. I think Trump has kind of realized there's no easy victory.
Let's pause here. Look, I guarantee you, if when we had this debate a couple days ago, is victory coming? Is it coming soon? And I was on the side of yes, and I obviously qualified that with I don't know what's going on in Trump's mind, and if he continues on this current course, then yes. And I don't know that he will. And I said, look, he might decide out of the blue, okay, here's a leader that's acceptable to me and acceptable to them. Let's call it. Owen Jones doesn't need to have such qualifiers in his predictions for the future. It's not going to happen. The things Trump said, which remember at the beginning we said, Owen told us there are no clear goals. Now he said, and then they told us, what was it? I wrote this down. No clear goals, and then something that contradicted it. If I can find it, I will. Yeah, no clear objective. And now he's telling us it can't be achieved, the clear objective. So which is it, Owen? And of course, it can be achieved, and we are seeing it achieved in front of our eyes. And at no point will Owen have to retract it because his audience will accept it the way Trump's audience, by the way, accept tariffs. One day this is the right amount of tariffs. Another day, this is the right amount. Trump changes his mind on things all the time. And we hear the MAGA people justify a position one day and justify a completely different position the next day because Trump said it. That is Owen Jones in this case, just with the murderous Iranian regime and with everything he reports on, which is, I said it, and, it's out there. And like I said, you're not going to see a retraction from Owen Jones for the Israel deliberately targeted a girls' school and killed 180 people. The video we saw from him last time we showed him a few days ago, because the point is not to tell the truth. The point is to put out there the kind of stuff that will get the right kind of people, from Owen's perspective, to do the things that Owen wants to do the kind of things that we saw in Manchester, to do the kind of things we saw in Bondi Beach, to do the kind of things we saw in the US and DC, in Colorado, to globalize the Intifada. Owen wants to make sure that Jews feel unsafe, not just in Israel when terrorists invade the country and slaughter Jews, and when there are ballistic missiles and rockets coming from every direction. He wants Jews to feel like they're hunted, and then when they are hunted, like in Amsterdam, for example, when the people committing the hunt do a video before, like selfies saying we're going on a Jew hunt, he will tell the world why these Jews deserve to be hunted. This is Owen Jones. This is what Owen Jones wants to see, and it is working. They are winning. in the war, with the enemy within, the Owen Joneses of the world. So yeah, remember, things are bleak in the West, and yeah, and we're doing our best to fight that. It is an uphill battle, Daniel.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to
Okay,
finish
then I will
on
just
Owen.
reply. Somebody says, "Stop talking trash, Razi. Owen never calls for Jews to be attacked. It's libel." Then clip it, send it to him, and have him sue me. Tell me what I said here that isn't true. Yeah, I'm ascribing motive to his lies about Jews. I can go lie by lie by lie, and I have on this channel. We've talked about Owen many times. We've gone through his videos. He cannot go through any of my videos going through his videos, because what I do is point out his lies, and then, yeah, absolutely ascribe motive when there's multiple lies that lead people in a certain direction. Then there is motive. There's a reason. There's a reason why almost all of Owen Jones's videos since October 7th and until today are about Israel, about Jews, and again, the lies that he started spreading about what happened in Amsterdam the day after it happened. Uh, that was immediate. With October 7th, he waited 2 days before releasing his first video titled "Palestinian Lives Matter," as in the lives of the people committing the massacre, and not the lives of the massacred. You horrible genocidal people who think Jews being slaughtered is a bad thing. That has been Owen Jones's line the whole time. So yeah, absolutely sue me, Owen, and have your friends clip this and send it to you. And I really hope that happens, because this way more people will hear, more than the 58 people watching right now will hear who Owen Jones is. We've had videos that did well by our standards, talking about Owen Jones, getting thousands, or maybe there are a few over 10,000. But yeah, let's get Owen Jones responding to any point I've ever made about anything he said. And if the response is with a lawsuit, all the better. And
Somebody's
yeah, preemptive super chat. We will have by the way, we will have a fundraiser for our legal defense when that happens. But preemptive super chat support for that legal defense are much appreciated. And if the legal defense is not needed, they will be used for a very good cause in any case. Daniel.
Somebody's asking, is this an Owen Jones channel? Yes, it is.
Anything else? I mean, this person now is trying to trigger me into doing more Owen Jones commentary and pointing out again and again, like how in every video and throughout the video, what he is doing is calling very well within the limits of the law in Britain, which are much more restrictive, these laws, than they are in the U.S. But very clearly trying to inspire people to attack Jews everywhere on the planet, including in this country. That is Owen Jones's goal. That is what Owen Jones works toward. And that is another clip for you, trolling the chat, to send to your buddy Owen, and to have him sue me. But no, Daniel, I don't want to play more Owen. We will play more Owen. Unfortunately, he's going to be talking about this every day. He's going to be telling us how the regime, yeah, it's kind of bad, but let's not forget the Jews are the real problem, the Jewish state. So let's watch this video I sent you. It is something positive. This is Tehran today, I believe. This is one of the latest videos that were posted on Abu Ali Express, I believe. So that's a recent one from Tehran.
رفتم چایی بریزم پنجرمون شبیه صبح شد من دم پنجره بودم پنجرمون شد صبح شد گفتم بابا پالایشگاه تو نشنیدی؟
Okay, I'm gonna send you another one. Then we can show that picture that I sent you. But I don't know if this is just another angle of the same thing, but this actually tells me what it is, which is Israel's first strike so far in the war um, on a oil refinery in Tehran. Yeah. Let's watch that, and there's more videos of that I'm sending you right after.
نه زدن یه جای دیگر رو
اونجا کجاست اونجوری داره میسوزه
یه جا هم اون برزنن
همونجا رو زد دوباره نگاه کن چیه اونجا قرمز شد آسمون آسمون رو ببین زوم تو باید بیارم نفته اونجا نفته که اونجوری داره میسوزه یا نفته یا بنزینه
Let's watch a few more, and then we can talk about it because again, that is significant, and it's not it's a first. And Trump, I'm guessing this is at least part of what he was talking about. That today is gonna be kind of next level. This was not a thing they were doing before, and this is a very very painful thing for the regime. So yeah, okay, Daniel. Go ahead. Daniel needs a break. So, do you want to? Can you quickly show these videos and then take a break? Let's watch them.
پالایشگاه شهرداره همین چند دقیقه پیش یعنی چند ثانیه پیش زد دیگه
بازم داری میزنه یه چه دیگر داره
آی چیو دارن میزنن
Never mind. Yeah, fuel burns, people. That happens. And Daniel, just that one picture, and that'll be it. But if you can put that on full screen so we can look at the different. I haven't looked at it closely enough. So, but this is from Tehran International Airport, which was targeted again today by Israel, and they're showing the specific places. I guess they targeted specific planes, and it looks like it's gonna be difficult. They did destroy the runways in the previous strikes, right? So yeah, I don't know, maybe what was exactly the reason, but again, um, we don't have the info on the ground. Daniel, you can take that down and go have a break. Just make me able to let people in if anybody joins us. Yeah. So these are kind of, you could say, civilian targets, and they are used for civilian purposes. But of course, there's no distinction in Iran. If this helps if this helps the regime, and it's a civilian thing, it will be targeted. So um, by the regime, the regime will kill its own citizens, and we should prevent that regime from using anything they will use to their advantage, either against directly militarily against Israel, the U.S., anybody else who joins in. Um, Against its own citizens, and against, of course, anybody invading, maybe from the West, and anything that can be used to help them keep up the fight, which is anything that keeps them alive financially. So kudos to Israel. I don't think this didn't happen at all in the 12-day war. It was maybe threatened at some point, but it didn't. It never happened. So as far as I know, this is a first. It's great to see that. Let's see what else. So Haifa and Nahariya in the north of Israel are in the firing line from Lebanon. Haifa, Israel's, I believe, fourth largest city population-wise. So okay, the IDF uh, says that a ground invasion to Lebanon is possible. I mean, there are troops on the ground in Lebanon, so I don't know exactly. Well, they probably mean something bigger. And again, holding on to that territory is super important, and is a long run thing. And of course, making sure the evacuation order is is carried out, because there's an evacuation order for the entire southern part of Lebanon. They all have to evacuate. So, and of course for large chunks of Beirut, but specifically for the south of Lebanon, because Israel isn't going to hold on to any part of Beirut. It's not going to send troops there. But it is sending troops into South Lebanon. It is going to hopefully hold on to that territory for many years to come, many years to come, and should do so with the approval and applause of any Lebanese government that ever wants to maybe have it back in the future, if we show if they show that they are able to their sovereignty can be a thing that does not threaten the existence of the Jewish state. And now we are joined by James Valiant. James, welcome back. How have you been? How is
I'm great. Can you hear background noise?
No.
Good. Then I can proceed. I'm afraid there's noise going on outside. But there was noise going on here from Owen Jones and his pal that I just found absolutely despicable. The idea that Trump thought it would be an easy take out the leadership and walk away thing is absolutely belied by the facts on the ground. He was obviously planning and prepared, as Israel was, for an enduring barrage that would not stop, even with the leadership being taken out. And the minute that layers of leadership being taken out happened, he said, we're only going to intensify the effort. So I don't know where the hell they get this idea that Trump was just thinking of taking out the leadership and making it an easy one. On the other hand, the fact is that Trump is also mindful of America's recent mistakes in war. I mean, don't want to sound like I'm defending Trump because I don't trust his motives, but the point is that if you were going to plan a ground assault, you would have acted like we did before the Iraq War, and you would have amassed an army there of tens of thousands of troops. I mean, at one point, 250,000 troops were amassed to do a major ground assault in Iraq. We see no such thing going on. So while there may be ground activity that happens, it can't be of a significant number. Where do these people come off in their analysis? It's completely off base in what's going on here. It looks like Israel and America are doing the right war at the right time, the right way. For once. The only question I've had about the timing is it should have happened 47 years ago, 45 years ago, 25 years ago, 15 years ago. That's what makes the timing off here. But for the moment, after the 12-day war, when they were so weakened, are you kidding? This is exactly the moment to hit They're doing it, it appears to me, they're doing it the right way this time. Now, Daniel made a good point earlier as well. We ought not to engage ourselves and risk ourselves simply for the sake of other people. No, if it were simply the Iranians, but I would also add the way they treat their own people is relevant. It's a very relevant factor. And the fact that you got a million Iranians taking the courageous step of protesting their government means that we have help. We have help from the Iranian people themselves on the ground. So we ought not to be dismissive of that. We ought to be protective of that as we go about doing this war. But the fact is that the Iranian people themselves are, in effect, part of the war effort against this evil Iranian regime, and they ought to be treated as such.
So James, I want to ask you for some legal advice. I know you're not qualified legally to practice here in the UK, but you probably know more about this than I am. Somebody earlier in the chat says, "Stop talking trash, Razi. Owen never calls for Jews to be attacked. It's libel." First of all, I never said he calls straight up for Jews to be attacked. I said he absolutely intends for that to happen from his content, and I will keep saying it. So let me repeat it in case you need to clip it now. Are you ready, person in the chat who's going to send this to Owen Jones? What Owen Jones has been doing since October 7th is goal-directed action. The goal, which has been achieved in places like Manchester, places like Bondi Beach, and places in the U.S., and is happening, by the way, daily. We're just talking about the ones that result in death. In the list that I'm giving here, but is happening daily. Jews are being attacked everywhere. The chant globalized the Intifada. The Intifada was, people keep telling us the word is uprising. Yes, it's Arabic for uprising, but it is a violent uprising that is with the goal of murdering Jews, and that is what they're doing it with the ultimate goal of removing the Jewish state. And this is happening around the world with Owen Jones's propaganda, intentional propaganda. We talked about Owen Jones multiple times. We talked about him, James, specifically after Amsterdam, when there was a football match that I went to, and the night before and the night after, Jews were being hunted down in what the people doing the hunting called a Jew hunt. Taxi drivers were sharing information about where Jews were. Casino workers, hotel workers were sharing information with the hunters. Jews were being, in effect, lynched, like being attacked from every direction, being thrown into canals. And Owen Jones did a video the next day saying that here's a video of a Jew, a Maccabi fan. He didn't say Jew. They don't say Jew. They know they steer clear of that word. Tearing down a PLO flag from somebody's home. It's a property rights violation. That is a matter for the police. It is not a matter for a Jew hunt. And then played a song that is translated to "Let the IDF win and fuck up the Arabs," a song that, as I've explained, is a call for peace in a sense. If the IDF wins, there is peace. That is how wars are ended, by ending those who start them. So yeah, that Owen Jones used as well as justification for physical violence. And again, remember, we've been watching Owen Jones explain why it is why the Iranian regime, him and his guests, explaining why the Iranian regime, it's not cool, but they're slaughtering people who may be fascists. You heard this guy say they might be fascists. One of his previous guests said they might be Mossad. They're also killing some security forces. Yeah, people are slaughtering you, and sometimes you get a kill in. So it's the same. And yeah, Owen Jones has made a career. It didn't start on October 7th, as you people like to say, but he has certainly been making a career over the past 2.5 years of fanning the anti Semitic flames, and it is absolutely intentional. And I am calling Owen Jones out on that. Here, I will continue to do that. I've done this on this channel many times. James, am I going to lose this lawsuit? Which, again, I really hope happens.
No, bring it on. Bring it on, Jones. Really, you have a right in any sane world to have an opinion and to draw inferences from evidence. And the evidence that we've had since October 7th is not only callous indifference to the anti-Semitic violence around the world, but as you point out, fanning the flames of it. I don't think there's any way anyone could interpret everything that he has said in the last 2.5 years in any other way. There's only one reasonable inference you can draw. He is absolutely indifferent to the suffering and death of Jewish people. That is not a consideration on his radar screen. If anything, in his mind, it seems to be, hooray, they deserve it. They're the cause of, I guess, all evil in the world, not just the problems in the Middle East. But for him, it's globalized intifada. Well, that's just the natural, that's sort of an inevitable bubbling up of, sort of like gravity to him. Jew hatred and attacks on Jews, whether it's Bondi Beach, whether it's, we can go across the world, including my country, where there's been horrible violence against Jewish people. He is utterly indifferent to that. He regards that as sort of the force of nature, some kind of gravitational force. But when it comes to Iran, my goodness, again, well, the Iranian government's own behavior, well, that's just gravitational force too. These are things beyond anyone's volitional control, right? It's only Israel. When Israel responds, that is evil in his mind. That is, of course, the only thing that you can judge negatively. And so what inference are we supposed to draw? And the only reasonable inference we can draw is that he has been indeed fanning the flames of anti-Semitic violence, which is an increasing problem. You'd think that if he had one drop of human decency in him, that he would have made a point about this. Of course, the anti-Semitic violence is horrible. Of course, we're having a rise in worldwide anti-Semitic attacks. But no, we don't get that at all. That's just the force, like I say, the force of gravity as far as he's concerned. Jews getting what they deserve, in effect, is the implication of what he's saying. So I am with you. His anti-Semitism is dripping from his whole person. Sue me too, Mr. Jones. I know I'm in a different country and it'd be harder and stuff, but please bring it on. You are an anti-Semite who has been fanning the flames of violence against the Jewish people around the world for the last better part of a year and a half. So no, you're absolutely right. You have a right to your opinion and to draw natural inferences from his vile, despicable lies. And that's it. He's been promoting. The other thing is, that's another thing I wanted to say. He has been promoting lies. He has been promoting anti-Semitic lies systematically since October 7th, 2023. So no, he is a despicable liar, coward, anti-Semite who's indifferent to anti-Semitic violence around the world. No, not indifferent. He's actually fanning the flames of it. So bring it on, Owen Jones. You want to sue me too?
Yeah, and look, like I said, we will have a fundraiser for a legal defense. If James is also sued, we will budget in also flying him here so he can stand, be there in person in court, not on Zoom. So yeah,
If the
we are
rules are the
looking
same, I could defend myself because I'm the defendant in the case, and I am a trained lawyer. I don't know British law. It's certainly not my expertise. I'm familiar with some aspects of it, but I'll defend myself, Mr. Jones.
By the way,
I would love to get Owen Jones under oath in a case where I get to cross-examine him. So bring it on, Owen. I would love the opportunity to cross-examine you myself on your vile hatred of the Jews. Okay?
Yeah, by the way, before this person made that comment, I was part of the reason I'm taking a break in about 15 minutes. One of the people I'm going to meet is our British lawyer as well, so I'm sure he's going to be happy to hear about this. The only thing that saddens me is I'm sure the person saying this doesn't have the balls to do it, and I'm sure Owen doesn't have the balls to sue us. But I hope I'm wrong on this. I look forward to seeing it. By the way, James, did you hear that from reports in the U.S., they're saying it is likely that it was a U.S. Bomb dropped on the school in the tragic incident that the Iranians, no doubt, orchestrated either directly and intentionally feeding faulty intel, or just the very fact that a munitions depot was right next to a school. That's intentional. But what Owen Jones said is that Israel intentionally targeted a school, a girls' school, killing 180 schoolgirls. We've gone through multiple Owen Jones videos. He constantly says Israel is intentionally targeting children in Gaza, intentionally targeting you know journalists. He keeps saying that, and
Hamas intentionally targeted children. Hamas intentionally raped women and men, by the way, on October 7th. Iran has intentionally targeted the women of their own country. Okay, you want to see evil in practice, Mr. Jones? Look at your buddies with Hamas. Look at your buddies in Iran. They do intentional targeting of civilians, including babies, including horrible torture, including their own civilians trying to rise up against them. The idea that after thousands of strikes, literally there have been thousands of strikes when you add the American and Israeli strikes together, there have been thousands of strikes. The very idea, they find one that might be the fault of Israel or America when it comes to this girls' school, next to a military target, next to the idea that it could be an accident, simply it blows his mind, and it can't even be on the radar. He can't consider it. It can't. The idea that when doing war in Gaza, Israel warns people to get out of buildings first, moves populations, gives them a chance to move away. Unprecedented in the history of warfare. He's got it exactly wrong. He is so evasive when it comes to the facts. Israel has done more than it ever ought to have to protect the children of Gaza.
Well,
Israel
he's intentional. He's intentional. Like he knows all this stuff. He
He
knows
knows
that
all
hundreds
this.
of
Of
he
course
knows
he
that
does.
hundreds of Israeli soldiers. If the goal wasn't even to kill as many Palestinians as possible, as he says, if the goal was what we advocate for on this channel, which is to defeat even not even defeat the Palestinian society that is unanimous in this war, even if it was just to defeat Hamas, but with as few soldier casualties for Israel as possible, Israel would be acting completely different and bombing the shit out of that place as it should. But yeah, Owen wants to see Jews killed, which is why he does what he does. Sue me, Owen. I can't wait for it. Deeper with Diego, I just want to get your take on it, James. You can tell me if this is correct. Deeper with Diego says it would be nice if this went to court. YouTube would then be subpoenaed to unmask the anonymous user so everybody would know who he is. Just like what happens to Twitch and Discord in these cases. Yes, of course, the person saying he's gonna tell Owen to sue me doesn't even have the balls to tell us his actual name. So, but yeah, he will come out of his basement and put an email in the letterbox and send it to Owen. So,
And Diego, if Mr. Jones does sue, it might indeed be relevant to find out who this person is. It's not a given. It's not a given, but there is a possibility, at least, that if there is a lawsuit, the unmasking of such people might become relevant.
Yeah, remember, Owen has yet to accuse me of libel. This person already has. So
Right.
I would like to know who that is. If
Right.
he is going to,
But it would have to be relevant to the case that Mr. Jones is bringing, that is to say. But we are responding to him here in real time, and if Mr. Jones does bring that up, it might indeed be relevant. Or if he's in communication with Mr. Jones, unmasking him might indeed be relevant. That would be fascinating, Diego, I must say. But yeah, when you consider the actual facts and the lies that Mr. Jones, it's hard for me to treat him with any kind of respect because he is so truly evil, so truly despicable. Yeah, as Razi knows, he's got to know the real facts. But even assuming he's so ignorant and so twisted in his own mind that he can't process the real facts, he is advocating, fanning the flames of violence against Jewish people around the world. That's right, Mr. Jones. You are in part responsible. I know you're just one small voice in the whole internet world of haters.
He's a pretty big voice.
But yeah, but exactly. But you are a voice in that respect. You are a significant voice in that effect, to that effect.
And one of the things, and again, I'm like preparing my legal defense. I'm going to be so disappointed that this doesn't happen. But one of the things that really helps us and is to our advantage in this lawsuit is that these people, especially Owen, they don't retract things that are completely false. Especially, even when it comes out afterwards that it was completely false. So we have the library of content of Owen Jones that is out there, spewing lie after lie after lie, then ascribing motive to the Jews, the Jewish state, that is, as blood libelous as can be imagined, and as the Nazis used against the Jews in Germany. And we have a library of our own content going through Owen's content, any one of which he can go through and tell us when we're telling lies, and he will not tell us that we're telling lies, because we're not. So Owen will not retract the Israel intentionally bombed school, and I've seen him retract one thing so far in the last 2.5 years. I don't know if there's more, but there was one thing he retracted, which is this claim that the IDF raped a woman in a hospital in Gaza, or IDF soldiers raped a woman in a hospital in Gaza. And he retracted it after it was retracted by Al Jazeera, because the family of this woman said, this is a complete lie. Why are you using, our family member's name in your lie? So
he has to lie about one.
And by the way,
assault.
He not only retracted it that one time, he also made a point about, we need to be truthful, even if, one of those bullshit, like, look at me, I'm retracting. Yeah. Oh, and you would retract every day. Like, your retraction videos would be longer than your non-retraction videos if you were honest. And, but again, if you were honest, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing to begin with.
So Hamas says our purpose in life is to commit a genocide. Iran says death to Israel. Okay, both target civilians. Iran, consider the fate of women that they disappear into Iranian prisons, the kind of torture that they're subjected to there, systematically and on purpose. Or consider what Hamas did, funded by Iran, on October 7th, systematically using rape. So he falsely clings on one, mind you, if they're, look, bad things happen. And even in good countries, people will do bad things. But to latch on, and falsely as it turns out, one case of sexual assault, when you're dealing with people who systematically use and have used sexual assault and sexual torture against their victims, is so perverse, so evil, that it cannot be an accident. He is covering up for the evildoers who actually use rape and sexual assault as a systematic policy, people whose stated goals are genocide. And he covers up for them. And how does he do that? By ascribing evil motives to people who are obviously acting in precisely the opposite way when they're defending themselves, i.e. Israel and America right now. It's so upside down. It's so perverse. It is truly dishonest and truly evil. He can only have vicious ill intent towards the Jewish people in the state of Israel as such. Sue me, Mr. Jones, sue me.
By the way, Salome says to Deeper with Diego, I doubt this netizen is cognizant of the ins and outs of libel laws. Yeah, that's my other preemptive disappointment here, James, is that even if the anonymous eunuch in the chat does go to Owen with this, does get him to go to his lawyers with this, the lawyers might say, no, dude, you don't have a case.
Dude.
Maybe stop the anti-Semitism and then try to make the case. Yeah.
You do not want the headlines of all the anti-Semitic crap you've said over the last 2 years brought into evidence, my friend. Is any sane lawyer actually looking, because a lawyer has a duty to look out for the interests of his client? Any sane lawyer would say, I'm sorry, you predict to get the bad PR at the very, very least. But I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't be talking like this, because there are shyster lawyers out there who will take your money for anything.
Nice.
So
I
let's
hope-
hope he gets a shyster lawyer who gives him pub advice. And we should really shut up about this, Razi, because that we're in effect giving him good legal advice here by telling him he might not want to take that on.
I'm not worried about Owen Jones acting in a rational manner. So yeah, people, look, we want to grow our audience. We want to, be out there, and of course, as I always mention, the best way you can help us is by liking this show. It has way fewer likes than anything Owen Jones puts out, only 140. So if you like it and you haven't liked it, like it, comment. It helps with the algorithm. Share it, and of course, get Owen Jones to sue us, and we will become headline news in this country. And
I think in my country as well.
What?
Yeah, I think in my country as well. I mean, if there's really a lawsuit of that kind, I think it would make news certainly across the English-speaking world. Owen Jones is not well known in my country, but if he brought a lawsuit of this kind, he might make himself better known in my country. I mean, it's unlike Piers Morgan and some other British, talking heads who aren't well known in my country.
Maybe Pierce should be next. But yeah, let's make each other famous. Owen Jones. You really make it when you've made it in America. Let's go for it.
Name throughout the English-speaking world, my friend. This is the way to do it.
Let's help each other out. Deeper with Diego says Owen's Jewish lawyers would look at this issue, look at Owen's, and go oy vey.
Oy vey. I don't. The funny thing is that he would probably try to seek out a Jewish lawyer. And believe me, there are Jewish people here who, as we've focused on in this channel more than once, who are perfectly willing to take a self-hating stance. And when you look at the violence breaking out around the world against Jewish people, think about what kind of a self-hating. Think of the propaganda. The cognitive. They can't be happy people inside their own heads. But they, of course, think of themselves as being noble because they can be against their own people. Even when their own people are the subject of intentional genocidal atrocities, such as we saw on October 7th. And when you look at all the other violence, whether it's Manchester, Amsterdam, Washington, D.C., Bondi Beach, the threat, anti-Semitic hate crimes in the West have leaped. It's like a hockey stick graph that you could draw across the so-called civilized world in attacks on synagogues, anti-Semitic graffiti, harassing people in the streets. It's horrible. And if you ignore those kind of facts on the ground, what you're saying is, well, they're Jewish people, and Israel is doing this, therefore they deserve it. Now, what could be more racist than that? Even as he seeks out a Jewish lawyer, I bet, who would try and take his stand on this. But as I say, any decent lawyer would probably tell him to pound sand and get the hell out of his office. But as I say, though, there are shyster lawyers out there who will take your money, even for a crappy cause. And so let's hope he finds one of those, whatever the person's religion might be. So, yeah.
Your cousin Vinny says, I discovered you guys a few weeks ago. I'm a big Miss Rand supporter. I absolutely love your channel. Have to worry about hearing. I should read whole sentences. I never have to worry about hearing illogical banter from anyone on your channel. And then let me modify my comment about logic, except for when you guys, when you watch clips of people. Well, I appreciate the comment, but I should tell you there's somebody in the chat who will take that and use it against you. So if you get a lawsuit, don't worry about it.
Look, we wade through the Owen Joneses and Anna Kasparians, so you don't have to. But you should be aware that there are people that vile. There's Jew hatred on that scale, where they will ascribe evil motives to the innocent defenders, but will not ascribe evil motives to people who state out loud their evil motives and actually use things like torture and rape as a systematic tool in their tool belt. And now there's no honest way to do that. So we have to show you the depth of their dishonesty. We really do. I think what Razi's been doing over the last 2 years is try to expose the kind of hatreds, the kind of attitudes that motivate some of these people out there. And it's unpleasant to go through the Anna Kasparians and the Owen Joneses and the Candace Owenses. Okay, it's unpleasant, but we do it for you so that you can realize just the kind of anti-Semitic Jew hatred there is out there and growing in the West from
And
both
we're doing it
political.
and we're doing it for ourselves because we wanna live in the world that identifies these people as what they are and rejects them. And we don't live in that world. We live in a world where we are the fringe, and Anna Kasparian and Owen Jones are mainstream and becoming more and more mainstream while doubling down and kind of getting rid of some of the stuff they do to skirt hate speech laws or to just seem more palatable to a wider audience. So we're gonna be here, yeah, as long as we can, and yeah, Owen, you would have to work hard to take us down. I don't think you're gonna be successful, but I'd love to see you try.
Bring
Guys,
it on, Jones. Bring it on.
Daniel is back. I am going to be back in about an hour, maybe a bit, probably a bit more. But yeah, I will see
Try and
you
hold
soon.
down the fort, my brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I will see you soon.
Hey, James.
Hey, Daniel. Yeah, I think as planned, as we can see that clearly as planned, the attacks have stepped up and intensified since they've gotten a pretty good handle on the missile attacks and even the drone attacks. And so we're able to fly B-52s and other type of aircraft with much greater impunity and now attack all manner of targets in much safer and simpler ways. And that was the kind of opening up of options, menu options for the Israelis and Americans that I was hoping to see, and it has happened relatively quickly. And now they're going after oil facilities and all kinds of other things, as I understand it. And the bombings have intensified. And I have to believe that in this context, the Iranian people, whatever their political perspectives, have to see that it's on their behalf. No one is, I think, so foolish as to think that in the wake of at least 30,000 Iranian civilians being slaughtered, to think that most Iranian, and they rose up, maybe 1 million people or so rose up against the Iranian regime in recent weeks in all the provinces of Iran. I think they have to be looking at it with some satisfaction, gratitude. They're probably willing, 30,000 at least were willing to die for this cause. Think how courageous that is. Think how courageous that is. Think of what kind of opposition there must be in Iran. That is one really big, significant, before the Iraq war happened, 25 years ago, George W. Bush was saying people will be cheering in the streets and welcoming Americans as liberators. Well, we know that most of the Iraqi people did not perceive it that way. It was a huge land invasion by army that came with it, and that may have colored their view. But also, the fact is, Iran, there are Shiite and Sunni and other groups that would never coordinate in their understanding of what ought to be done in Iran. Iran is a very different scenario, it seems to me. And now we can really get on with the business of wiping out their infrastructure, economic and military, in a thorough way. All of those weapons caches, all of those places where we believe the Revolutionary Guard is still active, their oil infrastructure, their desalinization plants, whatever else needs to happen to utterly disable this regime forever and ever. Just another good day of news, frankly, when I woke up this morning to what's going on. And yeah, I have said in the past, and I do believe it, for whatever we think about Mr. Trump, I think it was when the Iranian government started slaughtering their own people in the streets in the untold thousands that, I mean, you could see it in his behavior After the 12-day war, he started pulling away the ships, and you could almost see on the map all the ships pulling away from the region. And then when the slaughter of their own people happened, the ships started turning around, even as Mr. Trump said help was on the way. Now, he ought not to have left them hanging like that. He ought to have been prepared for that possibility, as we've said. And pure altruism would definitely be a bad motive. Don't get me wrong. Although it should influence the way we assess the Iranians. If they can do this to their own people, how would they treat their enemies? I mean, the other thing is that we have boots on the ground, namely a bunch of Iranian people who want something better, a better life. So in both of those ways, it's relevant. But I think that certainly, and Trump doesn't operate, I think, by principle. I think it's mostly with pragmatists, as it usually is, a matter of emotion for him. But for all the negative things we say about Mr. Trump, I think that was the emotion that kind of turned the corner for him, and he started planning and preparing for this. And it's clear that he planned and prepared not for a ground assault, because then we would see, as we did before the Iraq War, the amassing of an army of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops there. No, but what we did see was the most powerful US naval assets gathered around Iran for a sustained attack. And Mr. Jones and his friend, I think, absolutely got this analysis dead wrong. Trump did not think, okay, I'll just decapitate and walk away. No, you don't put those kind of expensive military resources there in danger without meaning to have a sustained attack over a period of time. We should be flexible about, that's the other thing. People talk about mission creep. You can't put time limits on this. You need to have flexibility in that regard. And you can't rule out things like ground troops. You have to keep all options on the table. Absolutely. But it's clear to me that Trump meant a sustained attack on the Iranian regime. The fact that they went after leadership right away, a perfectly valid justification, but that wasn't what they thought, in and out and we'll be done here. No. The Israelis and the Americans were prepared for a sustained assault, but not a ground assault by a giant US army like we saw in Iraq. And I do think that the actions speak louder than words. And I think that when Iranians were being slaughtered in the streets, that's when the ships started turning around and new plans were in the works. Whatever else you think about Mr. Trump, I'll give him that much. It may be altruism that's motivating his emotions here, but I do think that made the decisive difference for a couple of reasons. I think, one, seeing the suffering of the Iranian people, but two, seeing that there was such an intense opposition. There were uprisings in every province of Iran. 1 million or so Iranians rose up. And that's significant. I know it's a population of 90 million people, but when 1 million or so people rise up against the government and they're bravely demonstrating against a totalitarian regime, and we have the recent track record of how they treat dissidents in Iran, that was an incredibly courageous thing. And when thousands of them start getting slaughtered by their own government, that shows you the intensity of the opposition within Iran. And so he knew he had the Iranian people, at least a significant portion of the Iranian people, willing to risk their lives to take out this evil regime. And the fact that the Iranians were so callous and indifferent to their own people. I mean, again, that's a relevant consideration beyond any kind of altruistic motive. It really, really is. It tells you about the chances for success for something better happening in Iran, unlike, in sharp contrast to the highly ethnically divided Iraqi situation. That makes a difference. When you see how indifferent they are to their own people, that should tell you their willingness to use those ballistic missiles they've been developing, and what a wide range of ballistic missiles they were developing. Some that could hit Europe, and surely they were developing it beyond the points where they could hit America. And to my American friends, that it was a threat by itself worthy of war. I mean, you cannot, when we know that they're enriching uranium beyond what is needed for, energy production purposes, well beyond, or medical purposes, well beyond that, and they refuse to give it up. when they turn down an offer, well, we'll be the ones to provide you uranium for free, and they turn that offer down, it's clear they're seeking and would continue to seek a nuclear weapon. And when they have ballistic missile program that sophisticated and diverse, they're a threat to the entire world. When you see them attacking their, Muslim neighbors, some of them that might have been friendly or neutral to them in the course of this, you can see that they're a threat to everybody on the planet. And that's precisely what government exists for, to protect its people. And if America is acting in its self-interest, it will take such things into consideration. These people were a deadly threat to everybody. Everybody. They were a deadly threat to world trade. We saw them cutting off through their proxies, the Houthis cutting off world trade. It's hard for me to imagine a war that would be today, right now, more morally justified in getting kinetic right now against it. There are a lot of dictatorships and even aggressive dictatorships in the world. We see Russia, for example, invading Ukraine. The Ukrainians deserve our help precisely because they're the victims of an aggressive dictator. But I think Russia would have a little more caution when they would use its own ballistic missiles outside of that theater than Iran. I mean, look at the way Iran is behaving right now, using their drones and their missiles against the United Arab Emirates more than they're using it against Israel or American bases. Think about that. Think about that. These people represented a danger to the entire world. Developing nuclear weapon, no question about it. At least that was their obvious intent. Turning down, as you pointed out several times, Daniel, offers to, here's some free uranium. It really is just for energy production purposes, for medical purposes. No, we were going to keep our uranium. That was the deal they turned down. Think of the madness of that. Think of the sheer insanity of launching more attacks against the United Arab Emirates than against Israel. These people obviously represented a threat to the United States, to Western civilization, to NATO, to world trade. They have been killing for the last 47 years. They've been killing hundreds of Americans, French people, Israelis, you name it. They've been willing to go outside the region, to Africa, to South America to kill people. The leading sponsor of terrorism in the world. I know I'm just reviewing my own case for this war, but I cannot think of a more clear case in the world today for a country that deserves going to war against than the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, and again, I would just go back to, because people psychologize Trump a lot, and I think it has to be said, from his perspective, Trump is not doing a good thing, because good things need context. You need to do good things from good reasons. From our perspective, America is doing something proper. But, whatever psychologizing of Trump, that's for his and his psychologist. I don't think this will redempt Trump at the pearly gates, this good action. But
I have to agree. I'm not going to second guess. I'm not trying to redeem Trump. I'm just trying to explain the evidence.
I think this just goes to the psychologizing on either side, because people try to say, Trump isn't doing for this or this. I mean, well, I think to some extent it matters from our side, but
Well, FDR may not have had good motives when he went to war. I mean, he was trying to angle us into a war against Hitler before Pearl Harbor. And the way he executed the war and the way certainly he dealt with Stalin was a horrific mistake. He was the president who years before World War II had recognized the Soviet government as a legitimate government. After the Bolshevik Revolution, America refused to recognize a legitimate government in Russia until FDR in the 1930s. And while I can question Franklin Roosevelt's motives, and I think he was not a good man in many ways, does that change our evaluation of whether we should go to war with Japan and Germany and Italy? The last three countries America declared a war against, frankly? No, it doesn't. It was a proper thing to do, to go after Japan and Germany, who clearly represented a threat to the entire world. We really had, whoever the president is, and we'll have to put up. And frankly, am I scared of Trump backing away? Trump's declaring victory or negotiating with some religious guy in there. I am terrified of how this could still go south. I can't predict the future, but as with Pearl Harbor, I have to say this is a moment when America should be going to war with the Islamic Republic of Iran, just like it was absolutely clear by the time of Pearl Harbor that America should be going to war with Germany and its ally Japan. And what I'm doing when I evaluate Trump and saying when he made up his mind and stuff, I'm going by the evidence of his behavior when he pulled the ships away and when he sent those ships back to the region with promises for help. That does tell me about what actions stimulated his reactions. I'm not defending him psychologically. I still have significant fears. If you haven't seen the debate that happened, it involved Nikos and Razi and the things that we ought to fear, Dr. Kaufman, the things we ought to fear going forward, because there are still unknowns and there are still things to fear. I mean, we could snatch, defeat from the jaws of victory here very easily by proceeding wrong in a wrong way. But what I am seeing is a president who seems to be mindful of the mistakes that were made in the last war, major war we did in the Middle East, and has taken those lessons to heart. Certainly his supporters are very sensitive to that. There is a great sensitivity on the American right now against engaging in endless wars that don't really serve America's interest. And to some extent that's well-founded. To a larger extent, it is not well-founded if it's motivated by your Tucker Carlson anti-Semitism, your Candace Owen type anti-Semitism. But Trump has ignored those voices and has still gone to war. But I think he's also still mindful of the mistakes that were made in our last major wars in that region. So far, so good is the way I would put it. Not judging or assessing his psychology or motives, but the way he's doing this, and what he obviously seems to have planned to do when he got all his forces lined up there, a sustained attack that utterly destroys the regime.
Bonnie's in the chat, a member, says, James, do you think if Iran had been intimidated by the buildup of US forces and had continued to negotiate, that Trump would have attacked when he did? I think his initial intention was, just to clarify, Iran did continue to negotiate, at least that's what they say. It was the US that basically broke off the negotiation by saying, we don't think they are taking this seriously. And, this is coming from Steve Witkoff of all people. I think at the start, my thinking was that, but the longer this goes on, I think the more ridiculous it seems, mainly because it's like divorcing your wife because she overcooked chicken. Like, it's an insane that the weight of this war was on one negotiation that wasn't taken seriously.
I think that the fact that they slaughtered their own people in the street conditioned what they would believe and what they would think would be credible. I also think another thing conditioned it. The way in which Iran negotiates to buy time, to delay, to lie, break whatever deals they had in the past. I think when we saw Trump previously break away from the agreement that Obama had reached about nuclear, containment in Iran, when he broke away from that, I think that told you something about how he distrusts the Iranians. On the other hand, I don't want to discount what you're saying, Bonnie, because Trump, of course, will strike a deal. He says, for him, she's a great guy. Putin's a great guy. He can work with him. It's not as though he has a principled opposition to cutting deals every time. He's a deal maker. That's how he looks at himself. The Art of the Deal was his book, or a book ghost written for him. But his book says, I'm the deal maker of deal makers, and I can cut deals with anybody. So I don't want to dismiss what you said, Bonnie. Is there anything Iran could have said? If Iran had come back and said, absolutely, we'll take you up on your deal. I mean, Daniel makes a really great point. They also did turn down a ridiculously easy deal to take. We will provide you the uranium, right? And that's all we want. All we want is reassurances that you won't start your nuclear program again. That was the minimal offer on the table that Iran rejected. So it was a ridiculously generous offer they rejected. But I also think by that point, the context was such that Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Trump they were not going to believe anything that came out of the Iranian regime. And you could see by that point too, way more massive forces were coming to the region than I think you'd have if you thought that there was an easy off-ramp for negotiation. They were planning this for weeks at least, and planning the possibility for months, mind you, but planning this operation surely for weeks. The kind of coordination we're seeing between Israel and America, the massive forces that we see being launched against them, suggest to me that this was a plan long ago in the works, first theoretically, and then more recently concretely, to execute in just this way. You don't put that kind of massive force there and not mean to do something with it. So I think that the ship had, if I can use the metaphor here, that ship had already sailed for Iran. But was there something Iran might have said that could have called it all off? I don't know, and I think that's sheer speculation. What if Iran had said, yes, we'll give up all of our support for proxies. Yes, we'll give up all our missiles. Yes, we'll take your deal on uranium. Could that conceivably, if that credibly
that wasn't even on the table. Like
I know
the
it wasn't even on the table. But let's imagine Iran had counteroffered, we'll not only take your uranium deal, we'll promise to do X, Y, and Z, which you would think after their humiliating defeat in the 12-day war, they would be eager to take. They would be eager to do. They would be eager to try and convince America that they didn't pose a future threat. Quite the opposite. They turned down, as Daniel pointed out, a ridiculously generous offer, which shows just how insane and murderous this Islamic regime is. But I mean, I can't dismiss the idea that hypothetically they might have been able to say something that could have called this off. Trump, after all, is willing to cut deals with evil dictators in this world. I think they just reached a point that Witkoff and Trump weren't going to believe anything they said. It's not credible. Yeah, they could say, we'll still negotiate, but that's the delay game that they've been playing for a long, long time. And they weren't going to get sucked into another delay game. Not in this context. Not in this context. Not after the 12-day war and their refusal to get more reasonable after that. Not in the context of slaughtering thousands of their own people in the streets. At that point, I think it was largely too late. Maybe there was something Iran could have offered, had they come, in with an offer that might have shown that they were concerned about their own survival. But these are religious fanatics, and they are perfectly willing. The hardcore committed ones in Iran, the religious ones, they are committed to this cause against Western civilization. They mean it when they say death to America and death to Israel. And I think for the first time, Western policymakers are taking those. I mean, think of it. They've been chanting that for 47 years, and no one took that seriously. Even when they were killing hundreds of Americans at a time, no one took that seriously. But now, finally, we have policymakers in America and Israel who are taking that seriously and are doing taking the appropriate steps to eradicate a regime that intends to end Western civilization if they get a chance to do so, and willing to kill themselves in the process if necessary.
Yeah, although again, when it comes to the start of this war, from what we know, it still seems to have been started by Israel and America simply joining in. And I think the Iranian false negotiations played a role in that. Again, I mean, there is a question, even if Iran took the deal, on the face of it, Israel might still want to attack. I mean, again, especially since the opportunity was great.
I do think Israel was planning for this, and I think they wanted to do this, but it's really hard.
Well, apparently they wanted to do this later in the year. they moved up mainly because of the great opportunity that has
the great opportunity for coordination. And I think America and Israel, that's the thing. The nonsense you hear from both the peacenik right and the peacenik left in my country is Israel is dragging America into a war. I don't think that is the case at all. I think Israel is taking advantage of the huge assist that America is giving. And I'm not sure we can predict with confidence when or what exactly would have happened. But once our forces got there, I think Israel was deciding we're going to do something now. And that did approximately stimulate America saying, that's it, it's all out. Both of us are going to coordinate our efforts completely. And they've been planning to, they had been planning to, obviously. You don't do this overnight without a lot of planning and preparation. So this possibility was out there and planned for. Bear that in mind. But I think the timing for both sides, both of the participants, Israel and America, was timed basically because of the way things happened to go down this year. I mean, in early January, like I say, the slaughter of thousands of Iranians in the streets did influence Mr. Trump. And I think that did mean that Israel was going to, okay, let's step it up. Let's do it now. And if they had convinced Trump to negotiate, that I think might have influenced Israel too. So it's hard to do the what if this, what if that guessing game. But fortunately, it didn't work out that way. And America was showing its willingness to be there in a significant way. That stepped up Israel's plans. And then America and Israel finally did, hit the go button on what had been a coordinated plan for attack that they'd had in the works, under the right circumstances, at least for a long time.
So just I noticed Yaron Brook is also live. So if I see anybody from us in the chat there, I'm banning you here. So you better get back over here.
Well, whatever you think of Yaron Brook, he has excellent commentary on this topic. He is an expert. I don't mean to advertise for the other guy broadcasting right now, but when it comes to matters Israel and Iran, he generally gives really good analysis. He is a man from the area who served in the IDF, and he brings to it a personal perspective as well, not just
Let's not give too much ad. Yeah, but people can go there. After we're finished, people can, and after you watch all the videos that we publish afterwards, you can go check out.
Go check him out after we're done broadcasting. It's true. Well, I would also though say that I think we give the best. We give the fullest. We give, we explore. Like I say, I was just talking about the debate that Dr. Kaufman and Nikos and Razi had and so forth. That is the kind of thing we do here. We will have different voices with slightly different takes on it. And that is a unique thing that this station provides. It's not just Razi's perspective and my perspective on it, which generally are all on all fours together. We give you other perspectives on this, and there are reasons to be cautious. We can't predict human beings' future behavior, including our glorious policymakers, Mr. Trump and Mr. Netanyahu, and Lord knows they've made serious mistakes in the past. So I can't predict with perfect confidence what the future will bring. There are certainly issues that are worth debating, and you'll hear a variety of viewpoints on this channel. I think we provide a very unique voice on this, maybe the best on the planet, if I do say so myself.
So I had this, I actually didn't realize, I had a lot of clips from Tucker Carlson, then I went through them and I realized I had like 5 of them duplicate, so I have much less clips. So I think we'll do it here. It might still be a segment. So let me introduce the segment just so I can cut it out. Tucker Carlson is talking about Iran again. Specifically, he seems to be talking about a little bit about the beauty, or rather the ugliness of Israel. He seems to be talking also about his divorce with the MAGA movement, which he's not happy about, and also his evaluation of Trump. So let's take a look at that. I'm not sure which one we'll start. Let's see. We'll start
I just want to say, though, as a little introduction, it is delightful that this issue has weeded out the worst elements on the intellectual right from having any relevance in terms of Trump policy. I mean, if Nick Fuentes, he was a pioneer here, casting himself out in effect from the American right. But here we see Mr. Tucker Carlson also, it seems, alienating himself from his former friends who might actually have the president's ear. But I've seen Tucker Carlson at the White House in recent months, and more than once. So that is a disturbing thing, but good for Mr. Trump in ignoring the Tucker Carlson voices out there.
Yeah, what Trump is doing is killing two birds with one stone. Sorry, PETA called feeding two birds with one seed. That's what you're supposed to say now.
Okay.
Let's take a look at Tucker. Actually, wait, let me pull it here so we can watch it better. Okay, Tucker Carlson.
Which is dying, hastened by this war with Israeli empire. And one thing I noticed, I can't contain myself and have to express it, but when you say that the Israelis are destroying Beirut, which is, having been to a lot of places in the world, one of the prettiest places on the globe, Beirut is just is a marvel. It's beautiful. It reminds me, and it's being destroyed by Israel, which is one of the single ugliest countries in the world. Nothing of beauty has been built there since 1948. Sorry, I've been everywhere in that country, and it's true. That the nature of this emerging empire is destructive, and it always seems like beautiful things wind up being destroyed. Europe, right? Beirut, parts of Syria, the holy sites. Parts of Iran are apparently beautiful, totally blown up. This does seem like a war on beauty as well, which next to truth is like, this is not an American perspective, but it's a Christian perspective and a real perspective. It's a global perspective. Beauty is worth preserving. And yet it seems the determined effort of the IDF to destroy beauty. And I just want to say that because I really notice it.
Okay.
So, a war on beauty. Israel hates beauty. Can you imagine a more? I mean, I would invite my fellow countryman Tucker Carlson to sue me in the same way Rossi just invited Owen Jones to sue him. Mr. Tucker Carlson, you are a despicable anti-Semite, cheering on anti-Semitic violence and hatred. You cannot see that Hezbollah is an evil organization running its own government within Lebanon for how many years now? And you can't see that this is an act of perfect self-defense. I do, one of my dearest friends in the world grew up part of his life in Beirut, and it was a much better place once upon a time before Hezbollah got its hands on Lebanon. But they are, I mean, for Tucker Carlson to go through this aesthetic thing, I have seen some really beautiful pictures of Israel these days. But to him, anything Jewish is ugly. The Jews, I guess, are opposed to beauty as such. Now consider the kind of psychological racism that implies on the part of Tucker Carlson.
I think it's like, I made a point about this earlier into the show that I think generally people want to integrate. They want to put things together. So it cannot just be that Israel is doing wrong thing that we don't agree with. No, it's Israel doing bad thing because Jews are diabolical, because they have ugly society. Like it has to be everything, right? You have to portray Israel as the worst thing ever. We covered like libertarians. One libertarian was talking to like Iranian protesters, and they were talking like, why do these Iranian women who are against the regime all look like whores? And it's like, it cannot just be that we don't agree with American intervention in Iran. It has to be anybody who's against Iranian regime is like whores and whatever. So I think that's what's happening.
Home in Qatar, because after all, they don't have gay pride parades in Qatar. So he feels, comfortable buying property there. So he obviously feels a much greater aesthetic and cultural affinity with the Muslim world than he does with America or Israel. But the idea that Jews are making Europe ugly? How are Jews making Europe ugly? I mean, he snuck that in. How exactly are Jews making?
Oh yeah, because my thinking, because when I listen to right-wing people, whenever they say Europe is becoming ugly, I always think of like Muslims. But yeah, that's not what Tucker would say. He would never agree that Islam is what's making wars. So he must be thinking of Jews.
So I want to know exactly what he means when he says Jews are making Europe ugly. Jews help. I can tell you, yeah, I've been to Europe and more than once, and I've been all across my own country, and so much of the beauty in my country has been the product of Jewish immigrants to this country and their descendants and their offspring. They've made beautiful art, they've made beautiful music, they've made beautiful movies, and much of the beauty in American culture is the product of Jewish people.
Maybe Tucker watched The Life of Brian. Do you remember how the Brian was like spraying graffiti on the Roman statues? Maybe that's what he's thinking. All these Jews, they just go out and put out graffiti over the statues.
That's
By
it.
the way, whenever people talk
Romans,
about
they
like
go to the house, no, that's Romans go home and then cover the whole wall at the Roman insistence. But that's the what is he saying really? He's saying that Israel is an ugly place. Now, wait a minute. I happen to regard skyscrapers as beautiful.
Yeah, and this is the point I want him to make. Because when people say, there are beautiful things in Middle East, and it's like, yeah, it's like beautiful things, and the things they call beautiful were things that were built like 500,000 or like 1,500 years ago, right?
That's
Beautiful things in Israel were built like yesterday, are
Yeah,
the skyscrapers
exactly.
of the modern age, not some like decade. Again, it's not an achievement to simply keep alive the buildings that were built like 2000 years ago. Like when people go to Rome, yeah, Colosseum is amazing. Seeing Parthenon. I've been to Acropolis. Seeing all these old things is amazing to see the preservation. But it's
Right.
not an achievement of today's people. It's not an achievement of Hezbollah. The fact that they preserve, I don't know much about Lebanon, but that they preserve some like older things. Maybe I've been to in Israel. I've been to Haifa, for example. Sorry, was it Haifa? I've been to some coastal city, and there was a lot of like things left by the Romans, things left by the Ottomans, like a lot of great stuff. But that's not an achievement of like current Israelis. The fact that they are living at the same place that some past cultures. The actual achievement was the Tel Aviv skyline. I saw from that distance that I could see. That was the actual achievement and beauty of current people.
Tells you something about his aesthetic standards. He hates modernity. He is a real conservative, ladies and gentlemen, in one sense. He advocates going back to the Middle Ages. He wants, in effect, a medieval Catholic theocracy in the United States. My best way of summarizing it. But he would also love that to happen throughout the Middle East in an Islamic way, because he obviously prefers Islamic aesthetics to anything modern. Modernity is his enemy. So in this sense, he's a true conservative. He can't see, in other words, to him, if I were to cite the music of George Gershwin, or if I were to cite to him the art done by Jewish artists, or if I were to cite to him the beauty of skyscrapers, he would be utterly indifferent. But underlying all of that, and as a part of that, and as you point out, he's trying to integrate, humans try to, as Daniel was pointing out, they try to have this integrated package and make everything else in their system consistent with it. This is really motivated by Jew hatred. Anything that Jews do, it wouldn't matter to him. They are the producers of the ugly, as far as he's concerned. Now, can you imagine a more despicably racist statement? Mr. Tucker Carlson, I haven't seen any beauty you have produced. I mean, all you produce is ugly, ugly, anti-Semitic, bigoted hatred in your commentary. Wow. Jews are the enemies of beauty, Daniel. Jews are the enemies of beauty. We just heard it from Tucker Carlson. Can you imagine a more vile, bigoted, tribalist, ugly, medieval defense of primitivism and savagery? No, he can't see pictures of beautiful beaches in Israel, the beauty of a skyscraper. To him, that is not beauty at all. He wants us really to return to the Middle Ages, so that Catholics and Muslims can act like they did 800 years ago. That really would be his ideal, I think. the mask really slipped in his racism. I mean, my God, Mr. Carlson, Jews are the enemy of beauty. Okay.
Yeah, and just quickly, because well, one, we have a super chat, but it's an advertisement, and we don't know what it is. So sorry, we cannot provide advertisement. I mean, I guess people see it in the chat. But if the person who sent a super chat, if you wanna like, send something again, like in just a comment, like a question, we'll answer that. Like it is a super chat, but I'm sorry, we don't read out, especially something we cannot check fast enough. But I mean, again, sort of like Tucker's like. By the way, the city I visited was Jaffa, actually, not Haifa. Haifa is in the north. Jaffa is like a little bit south of Tel Aviv. So yeah, you can like see the skyline of Tel Aviv from Jaffa, and it's like an old. It very much reminded me of like Croatia, with the sort of the structure of it, or even like Greece. So yeah, it like all fits together, and it's really nice. But again, the skyline was something much bigger to me than particularly like just old buildings.
Maybe he likes gaudy religious monuments, such as you see in Islamic countries.
No,
I mean,
but
don't get me wrong. I find beauty, for example, in the skyline of Dubai. You've got to be impressed by some of the beautiful structures they've built there. But that's not, I think, what he's talking about. Because otherwise he'd be impressed, say, by the Tel Aviv skyline. No. What he wants is the beauty of old-fashioned mosques. Don't get me wrong. I think there's beauty in old-fashioned mosques. I also think there's beauty, though, in if you've ever. I guess maybe he's never been inside even. Look, I'm an atheist, but I've been inside synagogues and Jewish temples that were just beautifully laid out and beautiful art. Even in ancient times, the horoscopes and the mosaics in Jewish synagogues and stuff. Does he really think that Jews are enemies of beauty like that? No. But for him, beauty consists of what? Medieval religious monuments? And that's the scope and scale of what he regards as beautiful? No, but again, I can't. I mean, I know I got really emotional after he said that, but I didn't mean to laugh at anything but Mr. Tucker Carlson, who is a laughable joke here when he absolutely asserts that Jews are the enemies of beauty. It tells you everything you need to know about this racist piece of shit's bigoted attitudes. Jewish people are the enemies, ladies and gentlemen, of beauty. And I could cite to him hundreds of Jewish artists, musicians, composers, architects, patrons of the art, planters of beautiful gardens, people who turn the desert into farms and gardens. And he thinks they're enemies of beauty. The man is a bigoted piece of shit. Excuse my language, but he is. I wouldn't scrape that from the bottom of my shoe. I would burn the shoe. That's what kind of a vile, despicable human being Tucker Carlson is. Sue me, Mr. Carlson, please. Jesus.
Yeah, and again, even when he goes, even if your idea of beauty is just particularly from a religious monument, the important part is, particularly in Islam, imagery is not a big part of it. Like, and for many Christians as well, for many Christian denominations as well. I for some reason know of very weird.
Go see Cordoba and go see the Alhambra and go see the pinnacle. I mean, it's true because they have religion. The reason why the Muslim places of worship look the way they do is, of course, they take the prescription against idol worship or symbolic representations of God very, very seriously. So you can't even represent Muhammad. That's definitely, that is a fatwa level offense just to draw a picture of Muhammad. So what you see in even at the golden age, 800 years ago or so, 1,000 years ago of Islam, you see geometric patterns, and they're brilliant and beautiful. Don't get me wrong. Golden age Islamic architecture, I find a lot of it quite beautiful. Visit, as I say, Cordoba or the Alhambra or something like that, and you'll see glimpses of it. Go to Istanbul today. you'll see glimpses of it, but it's mostly from a distant past, as I say. But I'm the kind of guy who prefers skyscrapers. I'm the kind of guy who prefers the skyline of Tel Aviv to any kind of religious monument in the past. Although I can appreciate, and boy, Christian Catholic cathedrals from the Renaissance are filled with beautiful art from Michelangelo and Bernini and all kinds of Raphael and other great artists and stuff. But my aesthetics have developed beyond the Middle Ages. You know, I can appreciate a desert that becomes farms and gardens as well. I can appreciate the beautiful art that Jewish people just in my country have created as painters, as as patrons of the arts, as composers, can you imagine a more despicably racist thing to say? Jews are the enemies of beauty. Straight from the mouth of that piece of shit, Tucker Carlson. Well, he let the mask slip fully there, didn't he? He is a hater of the good for being the good. He's living in a medieval mystic context where that's the only kind of beauty that there can be. No, but walk into some synagogue, by the way, sir, or walk even into an ancient synagogue from Roman times where you'll see horror.
Well, Tucker was everywhere in Israel, and it's all ugly.
Okay. So the Jews simply cannot produce beautiful things, whether it's the skyline of Tel Aviv or turning a desert into gardens and farms. I mean, the man is evil, racist, bigot. There you heard it straight from Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's so, like, you have to realize how anti-Semitic it is, because he said, like, Beirut or Lebanon is one of the prettiest places and Israel is one of the ugliest. That can metaphysically, I feel like, not be even true. Like, you cannot have, like, close proximity of two nations and one is the ugliest and one is the prettiest. Like, I don't think that really fits together, unless we are talking, like, you probably cannot even say that between like North and South Korea, because even they put like nice imagery. Just
photos of Hiroshima and Nagasaki before the atomic bombs hit them impressed me with what beautiful places those were. And I'm not a big fan of pre-World War II Japanese culture, but those were, quote, beautiful places, and I could see that for myself. That does not stop us from defending ourselves, does it? When Hezbollah is operating out of Beirut, you have to go into Beirut. Whatever your aesthetic assessment of Beirut is, you have to go in and you have to eliminate the threat from Hamas, or excuse me, in this case, Hezbollah. But you're absolutely right. How could it possibly be, at this point, more beautiful, let's say, than Tel Aviv? And it tells you something about his aesthetic standards on the one hand. But could Beirut become a more beautiful place than it was? It sure the heck ain't, San Francisco in terms of, or Venice in terms of just being a beautiful city. Those are a couple of the most beautiful cities in the world. But he's saying Beirut was beautiful just before this attack, even though it is clear that Israel has to defend itself from Hezbollah. And to him, the aesthetic trumps any defense that Israel might have to do. Hezbollah has the stupidity to get involved right now, and Israel is doing precisely what they must do: wipe out Hezbollah in Beirut. And to him, that's not even a factor. Aesthetics is more important than self-defense anyway. Tells you everything you need to know about this man's twisted, mystical, bigoted system of, and I put this in scare quotes, values, because they're really anti-values. He hates civilization for being civilization. That's all I can think.
So we are joined by Yair Reichel from Israel. Yair, any thoughts on the beauty or the ugliness, the ugliest place that Israel is, that as per Tucker?
The enemy of beauty is the one accusing Israel of being the enemy of beauty. The enemy of beauty is Tucker Carlson, because he is siding with the nihilist, with the Islamist, with the destroyers of life. Beauty is the manifestation of life in aesthetics. When something is beautiful to you, you see as a human that this is a thing that is harmonious, that is integrated, that is good for human life. And Tucker is siding with the destroyers of life. And in essence, the destroyers of beauty, or in effect, should I say. You cannot be the champion of beauty siding with those who are, supporters or advocates of rape and murder and oppression and enslavement and submission to Allah and holy war to convert everyone to your kind of Islam, to live in a tribe in which everyone is oppressing everyone. There is no beauty in that. And it's funny that he's mentioned in Lebanon, because there is a lot of beauty in Lebanon, but this was not created by his Islamist friend. They are the destroyers of beauty. They have brought civil war in Lebanon, and whatever beauty there was, they're destroying. So it's just a classic case of somebody is blaming the other for his own faults. Tucker Carlson is a destroyer of beauty. He is for real. And he's blaming people that just want to live, just want to do what it takes to be alive and be happy and to make it in life, which is the most beautiful things. He accuses them of being the enemies of beauty. So this accusation tells more about Tucker rather than it tells us about Israel. He's just, pointing the light at himself and exposing his hypocrisy and evil. And it's just once again, like our biggest haters blaming the Jews for their faults over and over again. And with that said, I have some updates. And the first one, if we're talking about beauty, is more of a poetic update. So there was in an Israeli Telegram page, they've published like a phone call between a father and son. The son is in the IRGC Air Force. And I can send you the call, but it's in Persian. So I would read the transcript. I have a Hebrew transcript, so it's in Persian. I have the Hebrew transcript, and I'll translate it to English as we go. So it goes as follows. Father, dear Ali, how are you? Where are you, Baba? Son, Father, I'm stuck. I'm stuck, Father. They've got everyone, Father. They've got everyone. I'm stuck. I don't know which dirt to pour on my head, Father. This is an expression, means I'm lost. I'm in deep trouble. Father, what do you mean? What do you mean? Son, Father, everyone who comes out of his hole, they hit him. They hit everyone, Father. They hit the rest. Everyone who comes out of the tunnel, they hit him, Father. They're hitting everyone. Father, relax, relax. Relax and listen to what I say. Son, I cannot come now all this way. They're taking down everywhere. They even got Tehran. Father, listen and listen carefully. Take off your green uniform. This is the important part. Take off your green uniform and go. Son, I took him off and I'm heading out. I took it off, I'm leaving. Father, go and I'll call you in an hour. Son, Father, I'm going away. I'm throwing away my cell phone and just leaving. Don't look for me. And it goes as follows. So this is dramatic. So this is another evidence for the fact that the actual people, the actual soldiers of the IRGC, of the evil forces, they're panicked, they're deserting. Their identity as a part of the IRGC has become, in the most deepest sense, a liability. They're trying to get rid of it. They're trying to leave the army. They're trying to defect. They're afraid. They know Israel is getting them, and they don't want to have the same fate of their fellow men that they have seen dying for choosing evil, in effect. And they're trying to get away with it now. They're trying to run away, which is great. This is exactly what we need. We need this regime to crumble from the within. We needed soldiers and henchmen to give up their cause because they understand we're giving them the knowledge that this cause would lead to their death. So this is a great development, and we're seeing other indications as well, but I just wanted to show you this one. I think we should actually play the recording, even though we wouldn't understand the language, just so you can hear them speak. So I'm sending this to Daniel, and just remember the emotion.
We'll catch the emotion, panic on the sun, in the sun, right? Even if you don't know.
So I sent it to Daniel if he can play. Yeah. And until he plays it, if he will, I also want to say that Netanyahu gave a statement, and he says, he said a lot of things. He was talking about, he basically told Lebanon what I said earlier, like, you gotta stop Hezbollah, and if not, you'll be held accountable and you will suffer. So this is very good to hear from Netanyahu, and he said many other things. And the last thing, I've seen a lot of footage of Iran oil distilleries burning, huge flames, smoke higher than any skyscraper. Great, this is great. My bet, unfortunately, is that Israel wouldn't cripple the Iranian distillery infrastructure completely. Like, they'll leave them with some electricity and some, capability to survive. But I think they're trying at least to give them a message. Listen, we can really cripple you, so you better surrender. Hopefully, they'll keep going and destroy any oil refinement facility there is.
And we are also joined by Jonathan. I believe so. I mean, it's some user, but it's usually Jonathan. Jonathan, any thoughts?
Just catching up on the latest and appreciating all of our global viewers from around the world. We've been streaming for the better part of the whole day, and we're only able to do that because of your support. So thanks for sticking with us, and thanks for all the super chats along the way.
Yeah, since you did mention super chat, going back, the person who super chatted earlier had a question. He said, "Oh well, Jerome Brooks said we're currently living through something like an industrial revolution for AI, which is what the song's about. What do you guys think?" I mean, I think AI is considered part of the fourth industrial revolution, which includes sort of more digitization. Third revolution was the internet. So I mean, that's what the assessment is like right now. I don't think I think AI can be the future, but I think it would. We'll have to see. It's like the internet, right? We have no idea what will be the actual purpose of it or who will actually benefit from it. So I think definitely yes, but well, you can if you have correct predictions, you can make a lot of money. Just saying, but
my father was a computer engineer and scientist, and in the 1970s, he told me that we are on the dawn of a huge productivity advance, and he would tell me how in the 1970s, in your lifetime, he would tell me, you will see computer workstations at nearly every office workstation desk. You'll see computers in every home. They'll replace all these other machines like telephones and dictaphones and things of that nature. It will help in research. It will help in, and he was predicting all of this. So I think what we're living through, and when I asked him even 15 years ago, "Oh my God, Dad, your prediction, 40 years ago turned out to be exactly correct." What he said to me then was, "We have just scratched the surface of the capacities of the integrated chip and the computer. And if it weren't for those great productivity advances, the West would not be able to have funded its welfare states that you'll see in most Western countries." But yeah, we're in the midst of a economic and productivity revolution. I think Dr. Brook is correct about that, and we're still in the early phases of it.
Any thoughts, Yar or Jonathan?
I just want to play the recording. Jonathan, please.
Yeah, no, just I'm extremely enthusiastic about AI, and I remember just to kind of echo a bit of what Jim said. I mean, I remember as a young kid in the 1970s when a calculator could have been $50 or $100 to purchase. Something like a digital calculator was seen as a real extravagance, a real kind of something that was expensive, and that to see kind of how far we've come. So there's always fear about new technology. I remember in 1999 people telling me, "Oh, I don't want to put my credit card on the internet. I'm not sure about the internet. I'm not going to put my credit card on it." So what man's mind has been able to come up with, and frankly, a lot of those innovations over the years coming from Israel. It's amazing what a small country has had such a huge influence when it comes to everything from USB drive to heart and medical technologies, and all different types of technology has emanated from Israel over the years. So I'm enthusiastic about AI. The world will change, but I think it'll change for the better.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we can play a little bit from the video, but it's not translated, so You can
I
just
want to
hear
hear
for the tone of voice.
the panic in Farsi from the son, though.
علی جون چطوری کجایی تو بابا؟ بابا گیر کردم بابا گیر کردم همه رو زدم بابا همه رو زدن من گیر کردم نمیدونم چه خاکی تو سرم کنم بابا منظور چی؟ بابا همه رو هرکی از سوراخ میزنه گوش میزنن همه رو درد میزنن بابا من نمیتونم بس کنارم بود زدن کنارم بود زدن هرکی از تونل میاد بیرون میزنن بابا همه رو درد میزنن.
Okay, this goes for like a minute and a half longer, but I think we got the gist of it, and we had the translation from ER.
May not have been extreme panic, but there was grave concern in the voices there, and I think that's a very good sign. If you're having to get rid of your, Iranian Revolutionary Guard uniform, that does tell me something is going out, something is happening out on the streets. I'm not sure what it implies, the people doing it or the Israeli and American forces attacking him. But it does indicate that things are getting better for the Iranian people because the Revolutionary Guard themselves are in a state where they're taking their uniforms off. That's all for the good, isn't it?
So we have a little bit more from Tucker. Wait, did we do this one? Oh, we did the ugliest one, right? So let's do the one where he, is sad about the divorce. Let's take a look.
End of something, voters take a guy from completely outside the political system because they're so frustrated with the system, and now I think we can say that failed.
It truly was revolutionary. He was almost assassinated. There were all of these potential indictments against him. The sheer imagery and idea of somebody like that being able to ascend again to the highest office of the land is insane. You have Doge and you have Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth. These people were seen as revolutionary actors who were going to come in and throw a bomb inside of the system. But then, if you watch the U.S. government do the exact same thing that it did under all these past presidents, your revolution starts to look a lot more like the status quo, which was deeply hated and which you exploited to your great political benefit.
This is the end.
Wait, were you able to see the whole thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, because some weird announcement was at the end. So really, this is the breaking.
Oh, Tucker feels betrayed. Now,
no. Just quickly, this is the breaking point, not the the problem, the tariffs, not the problematic ICE stuff, not the.
No, that was part of the good things about.
Yeah.
Trump
But this fighting Iran, that was the problem.
That's the problem.
The breaking point.
Going after Iran, even if it somehow helps Israel. See, it's because it somehow helps Israel. See, if you eliminated his, because he obviously is an anti-Semite, Jews are an enemy of beauty as such. So the mere fact that this has I think, from the American perspective, the secondary consequence of helping a good ally, Israel, if it didn't have that effect, I think he might have been more sympathetic. But this is, after all, his, beloved wider Muslim culture, because after all, you don't see gay pride parades in Qatar. So in general, if he was voting, if America first meant to him, America never standing up for itself and defending itself, okay, then this is a betrayal. I'll grant him that on the face of it. But I think it also has to be colored by the fact that this is working in coordination with those dreaded enemies of beauty itself, the Jewish people. I would have might have urged Tucker to, after all, the president, although he is a Scot in his own ancestry and Christian in his own background, he has a son-in-law who's Jewish, and you might have thought that maybe he was, open to the idea of, considering.
Well, he has a daughter that is Jewish.
Well, converted to Judaism, exactly, as grandchildren that are Jewish. And maybe Mr. Carlson, you should have been concerned about your guy Trump because he wasn't, opposed to even intermarrying with his family, intermarrying with Jewish people. I mean,
well, wow. Just as a quick observation, this isn't, revelation that Tucker's tune on Iran was completely different 8-9 years ago. I remember a particular appearance of his on Red Eye, which was a show that I was involved with at the time, where he talked about, I believe, the morality of an attack on Iran by the United States. So, his tune has been completely changed over the years.
Yeah, I mean, we did a clip where it showed the progression of Tucker Carlson from I think 15 years ago until now.
He's had a conversion, he describes himself as having been a mild Protestant Episcopalian, who really didn't take religion that seriously. And, there are, liberal Protestant groups in America that are, pretty secular, kind of like Reformed Judaism is. But he went from that, bland Episcopalian into being a born-again fundamentalist, in effect, in recent years, who reports that he's actually been attacked by supernatural beings. Demons attacked him in his sleep. Don't you know? Don't you know? So he's changed in terms of becoming much more serious about his own Christian religion. And I think that is in part motivating his. He may have been had some anti-Semitic elements to him all along, but I think it's brought out his more serious Christianity these days has brought out the ugliest anti-Semitic elements, and it's made him much more of a cultural conservative. As I keep saying, after all, Qatar is better than New York City, better than Los Angeles. Why? Because you don't have gay pride parades in Qatar. Okay. And I think that all of this, the whole package here is the result of his taking his religion far more seriously, rather than, and he describes as, I was a wishy-washy, bland, sort of secular Episcopalian. Now I take it seriously. I'm being attacked by demons in my sleep. He literally believes that. He literally believes that. And when you're that religious, when you're dropping off the religious deep end like that, that's going to create all kinds of tribalistic, mystic, bigoted hate. Well, racism and collectivism is a kind of mysticism. Collectivism is a kind of mysticism. Instead of the big G God, what you have is the big S society in one form or another. But they go hand in hand. Traditional mysticisms go hand in hand with traditional tribalisms. And when he began to take religion more seriously, you'll notice he began to grow more and more anti-Semitic. And I don't think it's an accident.
Bon is asking who's Carlson's sidekick. Well, that's of course Sagar and Jetty from Breaking Points, a show he has with Crystal Ball, who's a wife of Cal Kulinski of the Secular Talk. These are all a bunch of socialists that Tucker is openly associating with to attack Trump. I mean, this should really be a disgrace for the MAGA movement. I mean, we have somebody, Tucker, associating with somebody, Sagar, who's a socialist, to fight against Trump, specifically because of the one proper war that America has engaged in since World War II?
Well, certainly the only decent military action probably taken in the last, I take that back. I forgot all about ISIS. I think there was a reason to go after
Sure.
ISIS. But
I think you could make a case for Afghanistan, maybe even first Gulf War, probably for ISIS.
We were doing it through proxies, and once we let Osama bin Laden escape from Afghanistan, from that moment thereafter, the war in Afghanistan, in my mind, became just an altruistic, nation-building exercise for the next 20 years, with American and British soldiers dying for nothing. For nothing. And if you were to ask me at the time, should we have invaded Iraq with tens of thousands of ground troops in the hope that we could change Iraq without hitting their mosques, respecting their religion, respecting their traditions, et cetera, that was a misbegotten episode. So in the 21st century, this is certainly the best thing America has done militarily. There's no question in my mind. But, again, to be fair to Trump, a man I do not trust, to be fair to Mr. Trump, it is the successful assault against the ISIS caliphate and this current assault right now against the Iranian regime, even better, which were the two most morally justifiable assaults on, and I know ISIS really only arose in reaction to what we did in Iraq, but still, Mr. Trump, his attacks on ISIS, and now even better, his attacks on Iran, are the best things we've seen from the American military in the 21st century by far, bar none.
Yeah, any thoughts?
Yeah, I want to zoom out on Tucker going against Trump. And to say the thing I've seen in the past few months, or even further back, is basically Tucker is trying to take MAGA and the Republicans to a certain direction, a more Fuantein direction, anti-Semitism, racism, socialism, pro-Qatar, anti-Israel, all these kind of things. And I think he's basically threatening Trump. He was in effect threatening Trump. Like he's gonna say, "Listen, I have my base. You better keep me close. You better like advocate the thing I'm advocating for, or else I'll like there's gonna be like a civil war inside MAGA and a big split." And I think now we're like getting into the showdown stage. Basically, Trump told Tucker to F off, and Tucker's like now going against Trump. And it's good. It's good that it's got to this stage. It's good that they're fighting explicitly and not like, hugging and behind the scene like Tucker's threatening Trump. So now it's the time for, the Republicans in America to like reject Qatar Carson. It's time for them to say, we don't want any of this. It's no good. We don't want socialism. We don't want anti-Semitism. We don't want tribalism. And I hope this is what's going to happen. I hope both of them will go harder on their fight against each other. And I hope eventually it will lead to a rejection of Tucker. And this also means a lot for Fuentes. This also means a lot for Candace Owens. This also means a lot for J.D. Vance. If this whole Qatarism, anti-Semitism, collectivism trend within Republicans will be rejected outright, as it should have been long ago, and haven't. Well, if now it will be explicitly rejected, this is a good development. Hopefully this is what's going to happen. And it's up to the Republicans in America to do that, to explicitly condemn and reject people like Tucker.
I think that the MAGA movement is much more loyal to Trump than they are to people like Tucker Carlson. I think there are people on the ground who, there are ugly knuckle-dragging types on the American right who I think just brought this just activated their anti-Semitism. That's true. And I think that part of what we call American right-wing isolationism is partly motivated by that. So I don't think it's exactly clear-cut, but I think many more non-affiliated and Christian supporters of Trump are willing to go with Trump as opposed to going with, look at the ugly anti-Semitism we're hearing from Carlson right now. Jews are enemies of beauty. I mean, I think that come on, most American sane, this side of non-psychotic, most sane Americans will take Trump's side in this over, and even on the American right, Trump's side in this over the Tucker Carlsons and Candace Owenses. Nick Fuentes has already denounced the Republican Party. Don't you know, according to Nick Fuentes more than a year ago, the Republican Party is in the control of, quote, Jews and homosexuals. And
but for them, it's almost like a racial thing, because have you seen the side-by-side pictures of like Gavin Newsom's family, white, and J.D. Vance's family, brown? So for them, it seems to be much more about that.
J.D. Vance concerns me because of his friendship and alliance with people like Deneen, and these heritage American types. And so I hope that Mr. Vance is learning a lesson here, whatever his future political prospects are, that the future is not with the racist right, the anti-Semitic right, the isolationism at all costs right, is what you mean by America first. And there's a politician and a pragmatist who might be moved by that and this experience right here. It's great in that you have to see people like J.D. Vance have to endure what Trump is doing against Iran. And you can almost feel that there's part of them that's being, pulled in two different directions. But it's a great object lesson for politicians on the American right. I hope.
I mean, honestly, I think the current administration is the closest we've ever been to abolishing the vice presidency. Because, like, I've never seen J.D. Vance do anything in the last year. I mean, I told you, James, right? Like, he got his first job finally at the State of the Union. You know, after a year, finally gets to do something. And even in this operation, like, we are at war. Just a reminder. And like, I've heard once from J.D. Vance, and that was just the most wishy-washy sort of like, I just support these actions and sort of I'm
Trump
behind
has given
president.
him a very limited role. Normally, recent vice presidents have been given a much more extensive portfolio.
I
Kamala
mean, think of Biden, right? Like under
Kamala
Trump.
Harris was the immigration czar. She was, in charge of a variety of projects, getting to the root causes of all of them. And vice presidents in my lifetime have taken on increasingly bigger portfolios. And it's until
I mean, look at Dick Cheney. He was the president, basically.
Can I speak to
Jonathan?
one issue about what you guys were discussing of the kind of schism within the MAGA movement? And I'm a stock analyst, not a political analyst, but my back of the envelope prediction would be that there will be a fight for, as Miss Rand talked about, I believe, in her opposition to Ronald Reagan, and Dr. Peikoff warned about in DIM, there will be a fight for Christ. And one of these factions will hold itself out to be the true knowers of Christ and of his wishes, and they'll be the true religionists. And I think to the victors, those will go the spoils. That is what I think is unfortunately animating the conservative movement in America now, is this traditionalism and faith. And one of my fears is that there's a respect for faith, even Islamic faith on some level, as that George Bush couldn't talk smack about Islam because, my God, well, it is a faith. It's not our faith, but it is a faith. That's my fear, is that, and Rand, people are always surprised when they hear that Rand opposed Ronald Reagan. But Jim, am I right that, she talked about him, introducing so-called compassionate conservatism and faith into the conservative movement, and was one of the reasons she did not support him, as I understand it.
Yeah, she was, the funny thing is, when Ronald Reagan was governor of California, she had nice things to say about him as governor of California. But back in the late 1960s, he signed one of the most liberal abortion bills on the state level. Even before Roe versus Wade, he signed a liberal abortion bill in California. Ronald Reagan did. During the 1970s, Ronald Reagan was converted to being an ally with the so-called moral majority and the fundamentalist right.
Yeah,
And
what was the story, I think, from Leonard Peikoff? And I think we mentioned it during one of the conversation that he called the campaign, or
Yes.
that Ayn Rand wanted him
Ayn
to
Rand
call.
asked him, exactly. When Ayn Rand heard about his position on abortion, she asked Leonard to call the Reagan campaign directly on this issue. And
What did they say?
They really didn't get back to him on
I thought it was something like they were like, "Oh, we're working on a statement and we'll get back to you."
We haven't figured it out yet.
That was it. We haven't figured it out yet, and we'll get back to you. And they never got back to him. So they never really had an answer, even though it was clear. But Ayn Rand, in her last public speech, made it very clear it wasn't just the abortion issue, it was what was motivating it. Ronald Reagan's alliance with the moral majority and those who would use religion to dictate policy in an unconstitutional way. And she called it out in just exactly that way. It was unconstitutional in her mind. It still is unconstitutional in my mind to link religion and state in the way that the moral majority was trying to do it. It was more than just abortion, too. It was school prayer. And so what Ayn Rand saw happening was a desecularization of the Republican movement, of the Republican Party, and an alliance with religion that has only gotten worse and they've been living with ever since. And so I have to agree with you, Jonathan. I think this will be a battle within Christian conservatives. Jewish people represent a very, very small percentage of the American population. Really, they do. Inky dinky. The fact that Americans have supported Israel for most of my lifetime and actively supported Israel for most of my lifetime mostly has come from Christians who are sympathetic with Israel, but also non-aligned voters, religiously non-affiliated voters who support Israel. It is non-Jewish voters. People think that Jews control everything in the world, and especially in America. They control Hollywood, they control Wall Street, they control, with their space lasers, they control all of us, who knows, through mind control. But the great Jewish conspiracy that controls the world, it is true the Jewish people are disproportionately successful and disproportionately because of that influential. But that cannot explain America's support for Israel over the last 60 years. It really cannot. It has to be coming from both, and the polls support this, both from religiously non-affiliated people, but especially from Christians. And so what you're seeing is a division among Christian conservatives right now. Many of them are taking a very ugly anti-Semitic direction. Many of them still do support Israel. American Christian Republicans, let's put it that way, still support Israel, and they're a major source of support for Israel politically within the United States. When the idea of a war with Iran was looming out there, the polls would say Americans don't want war with Iran. Americans don't want. When the war happened, they're now evenly divided according to the polls, 50-50, which shows you just how quickly Americans, if there is decisive action against Iran, if we are acting in coordination with Israel to help both Israel survive and protect American interests in the region, you'll see half of Americans getting right on board with it, even if they were before that skeptical of ongoing warfare. So I think both of those are really, really good signs. And I think to keep that support and to decrease that support, what we need to see is American success. That will be the end of the anti-Semitic Christian right, which is, if I had to, I don't like the religious right as such, but if I had to choose between a religious right that's bigoted against Jews and a religious right that isn't bigoted against Jews, and believes that America should defend itself on occasion and not turn the other cheek every time, I'm picking that other group of religious conservatives. Although, as Ayn Rand predicted, religion has sort of taken over the Republican Party and the conservative movement. Unfortunately,
that's my fear is, having been around it and have been around it in the media sphere, it's like among conservative influencers now, it's hashtag, not hashtag freedom or hashtag constitution or hashtag individual rights. It's hashtag Christ is king. That's how you show you're part of the group now. Christ is king, Christ is king, Christ is king. So, it seems to be an embrace of faith, even more explicit than I remember under either of the Bushes or even perhaps Reagan. I know, Reagan had some prayer breakfasts and the like, but, Christianity is cool among young conservatives now, and Bible sales since Charlie Kirk's death, which is a terrible thing, but Bible sales have soared.
Right. And, more people, Ronald Reagan has his council, religious council in the White House. He boasts that there are more religious figures, more priests, more reverends, more rabbis who are now directly involved in policymaking in the White House. So he has increased the influence of religion in the White House, the West Wing of the White House, and he boasts about that. And I don't mean to pick on an employer of yours, but it is hard for me to watch Fox main channel anymore because it is every other hour you get a religious commercial, and why someone, one of the talking heads is selling a new book on religion and why you need to be a Christian. And if you're not a Christian, you're not a real American. See, but I also think that's connected, you see, to the anti-Semitism. Because America, as we all know, is a Christian nation. And J.D. Vance will even say, I know my wife is an immigrant from India and a Hindu, but she recognizes that America is a Christian nation. What? She recognizes that America was going to treat Hindus differently, and she's willing to put up with that? I mean, it's ugly what's going on the American right.
There's a woman who some of you might know by the name, I believe her name is Paula White. She is one of Trump's spiritual advisors, and she's one of these like kind of Benny Hinn wannabes who'll do the thing where you start jabbering in nonsense,
Yeah,
speaking
these
in
charismatics who speak in tongues. Yeah.
ooga booga booga, whatever it is,
We with that, right?
Right. And just, the irony of you have the administration on one hand saying, well, we can't have these religious crazies in Iran, when at the same time, those, different religion, but equally crazy, equally mystical, setting up shop in the White House today.
Right. No, and he's so proud to have all these clergymen and women in his inner circle who are advisors in the West Wing of the White House. And, they'll throw in and I've got an Orthodox Jewish rabbi here too. It is not reassuring to me in any way.
When is Imam coming into White House?
Next thing we'll have is an imam in the White House giving religious advice. I don't think that's a good direction, no matter how you slice it. So I'm sure that Tucker Carlson doesn't even like the fact that there's an Orthodox rabbi advising the president there. It's still too Jewish for Tucker Carlson, because, as we all know, Jews are enemies of beauty itself. But
he's not anti-Semitic. I mean,
but he's not anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Any thoughts from you? We have still more clips from Tucker.
I have news update.
Sure.
So I have two things. All right. First, I have more information about yesterday's incident with Hezbollah. So I talked about it earlier today. Yesterday, Israeli special forces were basically working in like northeast or central east Lebanon, trying to get the remains of Ron Arad, which is Israeli navigator pilot who was shot down in the Middle East, and they might have a lead over there in a graveyard. And what I said basically is that there was a lot of gunfights there, like tens of Lebanese have died, a lot of Hezbollah members have died, and no Israelis were injured, which is a good thing. Now I'm seeing indications that what actually happened is that the Israelis did their mission. They worked there for an hour, no problem, no interruptions, and then they was basically leaving. And then Hezbollah found out about Israelis being there, and like a bunch of Hezbollah forces spontaneously decided to come to the zone. And basically, it seems like there was a friendly fire case within Hezbollah. And there was, like, let's say, one group of Hezbollah personnel at one side and the other group at the other. And both sides thought they were facing the Israelis. So apparently they started shooting each other and taking hostage. And then they just found out it's just other Hezbollah guys. So they were just basically like shooting at themselves and killing each other. And reporting to each other, yeah, we have hostages, we have people, and it's like their own people, it's their own men. And we have like WhatsApp recording in Arabic of them talking to each other and telling about capturing each other, which is just like very absurd.
Yeah, it's so rich and poetic. I mean, that is a really poetic moment here, isn't it?
And the thing is, it's not even if Israel would have killed them, it would have been justified, and like we're being blamed for killing them, but they're just killing each other. But we shouldn't have come there and confused them so they'd kill each other. Bad Israel. So that's my first update. My second update: there is a tweet or like a truth post from Trump, and it goes like this: the United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Strummer. We don't need them any longer. But we will remember, we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, we don't need your stinking help. I mean, it's at what point, they launch missiles at Cyprus, they cause all kinds of other problems. They're attacking their other neighbors. Britain finally drags its feet and gets involved. That's nice. We don't need your help. Some of the best things that Trump has said, I so strongly oppose Trump on many issues. We can start with tariffs and go to his other economic regulations that he wants to impose and so forth. He's no friend of capitalism. But some of the best things Trump has ever said are surrounding this war and this action right now. I have to say. And everything in politics is sort of a compared to what kind of thing. But the best things I've ever heard from Trump's mouth, maybe, are surrounding what's going on here. So again, I'm not a big fan of Mr. Trump's economic policy. I want to just double down and repeat that. But on the other hand, what he's saying about this action is some of the best stuff Trump has ever said.
Yeah, I agree with what he said. Just to make it clear, just making the
Yeah.
Hold on. I just checked up the first Sea Lord and Chief of the Naval Staff, General Sir Gwyn Jenkins, kind of looks like a badass. Maybe we should think about getting the Royal Navy involved. I don't know who this guy is, but the picture he has on Wikipedia is pretty dope. So, let them show.
When the British people themselves during World War II were under assault from Nazi rockets, the British people displayed an incredible courage in their willingness to stand up to the Nazis, even when civilians were being slaughtered by Nazi rockets, which were the high tech of their time. But I have to agree with Mr. Trump. Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill. And what good elements there are in the fine British people are not being properly represented in their current Labour government.
And also Montgomery looked like a badass, I think.
Montgomery looked like a badass. See, I think Montgomery and Patton, without Russian help, might have been able to take out the Nazis if they were let loose and let to do what they wanted to do. The British and Americans could have taken out the Nazis without allying themselves with Stalin and provided them with so much aid. I mean, Hitler was making his own mistakes on the Eastern Front as well, like at Stalingrad and so forth. And it was a pretty brutal affair, one of the bloodiest battlefronts in all of human history, if not the bloodiest battlefront in all of human history. But nonetheless, I mean, let them certainly fight it out amongst themselves over there. But for all the mistakes that were made during World War II, Churchill and the British people at the time sure showed all kinds of backbone and character when it came to resisting Adolf Hitler and his attempt to take over Europe and the world. But oh, how the mighty have, if I may quote Hebrew scripture, oh, how the mighty have fallen, eh?
Let's take a look at more
Just
of...
before that,
yes,
I have another update. So there are reports in Israel that the Israeli Defense Forces have recognized movement of missile launchers in Yemen. So it is an indication that the Houthis might join the current party and shoot missiles at Israel, which is interesting. It will give us another opportunity to strike there as well. Not as if we need a special opportunity.
I understand that the USS Gerald Ford is passing into the Red Sea, and
yeah, so they might getting ready to be attacked.
They might being either attacking the Gerald Ford or attacking Israel. But the point is, if I was on the other side of it, I would not take on the USS Gerald Ford, which has immense capacity to defend itself and to lay waste to the Houthis. So I double dog dare them to try and take on Israel or the Gerald Ford right now. They might be on the losing end of that challenge.
Somebody says Western Europe of the past is not the same as Western Europe as today. They never would have tolerated Russia invading Ukraine today. I mean, Russia did invade Ukraine in like the early 20th century. So, I mean, technically you could say it was during a civil war and, you know, it was still part of Russia.
Systematically starved Ukrainian people, whole villages.
No, but even before that, like Ukraine separated from the Russian Empire for a little bit, right?
That is true. You know, Catherine the Great. Yeah, we can go back into history. Catherine the Great was fighting the Ottoman Empire and taking as much of the entire Dead Sea, the Black Sea region from the Ottoman Empire as possible.
I mean, during the First World War specifically.
First World War, right? Exactly. You can go through the history here of Russia and their dictatorial domination of the Ukraine and the northern Black Sea region. It's been going on for centuries.
Yeah, again, so I wouldn't like again, a lot of faults that we have today didn't come from like the current leaders. It came from gradual degradation of Western foreign policy. So that's what has to be looked at. Again, it's not just that, one generation you ruined everything. This is not like what boomers always say. It's like, no, it's boomers who have already been degrading the whole thing, and every generation before
Well,
and for.
As a boomer, I have to sort of say
Wait,
yes.
are you?
I am.
Really?
I think I'm technically a boomer. Born in 1963, I think 65 is the cutoff.
Oh yeah, it will be. Okay, yeah.
I'm a late, you could call it not late bloomer, I'm a late boomer.
Well, guys, I have to go. I have to call it a day. I'm tired.
Sure. I mean, yeah.
But it was
Stay safe,
it was
my
fun
friend.
being with you today. Thank you.
Thank you for
You
joining.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Somebody says 2014 should have let Europe cutting diplomatic ties with Russia and sanctions as well as military alliance with Ukraine. I mean, absolutely, that was the time to do so. Again, we refuse to recognize the enemy when they are. And somebody says Europe tolerated Germany invading Czechoslovakia. I mean, absolutely. The appeasement came long before and was here for a long time.
You're kidding. American businessmen were subsidizing Germany right as the Nazis were coming to power and after the Nazis came to power. Are you kidding? Americans have been subsidizing Russia. World War II was a huge support for Russia, pouring aid. And we had many attempts at détente, which kept the Russians. America has created its own enemies every time through appeasement, through subsidizing them, through letting them steal like China today, stealing our intellectual property. America creates its own enemies every single time. And our appeasement of countries in the Muslim world, think of how much military and foreign aid goes to places like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan. Turkey is part of the NATO alliance. America has appeased the Islamic world so much that we create our own problems there inevitably every time. Now, an ugly example on this, how we've been subsidizing the Muslim world, President Barack Obama sent pallets of cash, billions of dollars in cash, and he assured us that it was going to be used to economically improve the lives. Now get this, he's sending it to that theocratic totalitarian regime, billions of dollars, and reassuring the American people, don't worry, it'll only be used to help the economic plight of the Iranian people. No, we saw what it was used for, to fund Hezbollah and Hamas and their attacks on Israel. That's what it was used for. It was used to subsidize the atrocities of October 7th. Mr. Obama, talk about someone else with blood on his hands. But no, America creates, these savages really couldn't have posed as great a threat as they have to America if America hadn't been there first, subsidizing them, supporting them, morally sanctioning them, pumping them up. And America has a long history of creating the enemy that it eventually will have to deal with later.
I think there was. Okay, no. Let's do the clip. Although we have Jonathan joining us back again. Jonathan, any thoughts, or should we do the clip? I'll take that as a clip.
I also think if you think about it, like this is the end of something. Voters take a guy from completely outside the political system because they're so frustrated with the system, and they like him or don't like him or whatever, but it's the system that is on trial here, and the system has been found wanting. It doesn't actually respond to voters in the way that it should. It's not improving the country, so they bring this guy from completely outside the system to shock the system and to tame it, to drain the swamp. And now I think we can say that that failed. And so what now? I also think if you think...
Well, this one was mostly empty.
Well, you know what the system is for him. It's the worldwide Jewish conspiracy that controls the world. So the system is, to him, this anything that might be pro-Israel or working even just cooperatively with Israel, that's the evil system as far as he's concerned. And Trump has completely sold out his independent status as far as he's concerned, because now he's doing something in coordination with Israel.
Yeah, and again, this is where conspiracism will lead you, because I've seen similar thing from like Cenk Uygur, but for him, everything is the donor class, right? It's like America, and for him, the biggest thing is the single payer healthcare. Like for him, everybody in America wants single payer healthcare. Like for him, it's clear that like if it was like on a ballot where you could vote, every single American would vote for it, right? But it's only because of the donor class, it's because of the corporate Democrats and the corporate Republicans, like that put it everything away. And I think this is where like conspiracism will lead you, because he cannot, and same with Tucker, like he thinks like no Americans want anything to do with Israel, right? I think that's what he seems to be implying a lot of times. So
Right.
That's where he's going. So for him, it can only be a conspiracy, right? Because every single American wants this, and it's not happening. So it must be a conspiracy. It must be something like that. Everyone wants a single payer healthcare, but we are not getting it. So there must be some conspiracy. Which again, I would never put it. Like I can always explain, or I think reasonably explain every action of American government behind. I think generally American government is super responsive towards the population. Iraq war happened because I think people were keen on some action after 9/11, and that was chosen. And then when it came to Iran, for a long time, I think my understanding when it came to Iran was that most Americans didn't want an action against Iran, so this other action had to have been taken. And I think you can explain virtually every action of administration by generally what the people wanted. Like even Trump's sort of like let's say even the ICE stuff. I think a lot of people want like more control, either control over the border or even internally. And once, for example, once the killings happen, a lot of it pulled back because a lot of people, even the Republicans, got scared.
Americans generally get the government they want. They really do. We have such a diverse system of representative government, and we have such quick turnover, say in the House of Representatives, where they have to face the voters every 2 years. Americans get, the great American literary critic and political observer, Henry Louis Mencken, H.L. Mencken, one of the great American writers of and literary critics of the last century, 100 years ago, said democracy is the theory that people know what they want and deserve to get it good and hard. And America has proven that, I think, out to be the case. Americans have gotten what they've wanted, generally speaking, and they've gotten it good and hard, even when they're very, very, very wrong. I mean, it conditioned everything about the response to 9/11. Yes, Americans demanded that something happen after 9/11. But you know something, we were also, I think, afraid of taking on a whole Islamic religion, a whole Islamic world. And so within days, you had the President George W. Bush going to a mosque saying, of course, you're a religion of peace. This has nothing to do with your religion, in effect. And promise, when we do go to war, we won't be hitting your mosques and your people and your hospitals and your schools. And that, of course, only changed the way that jihadists fight their terrorism. They put their stuff under their schools and their hospitals because they knew that the West was already going to say, no, it's not against the people, the Muslim people that we're fighting, because Islam has nothing to do with, think of it, suicide bombers, motivated by Islam. And he said it had nothing to do with their religion. And when you fail to identify the enemy, during World War II, we identified the enemy. It was this God cult of the Japanese emperor. It was Nazism that was our enemy. During the Cold War, when we were challenging the Soviet Union, the enemy was Bolshevik communism. And we had communism on the brain when people talked about the Red Scare, which is, of course, sort of like an anti-concept when you have a rational fear of the Soviet Union, which steals the nuclear bomb secret from the United States and controls a third of the world thanks to Roosevelt giving it to them at the end of World War II. That was some kind of panic scare on the part of Americans living under the threat of nuclear annihilation. That was a Red Scare, don't you know? And so it conditioned the way we looked at all kinds of things. John F. Kennedy gets assassinated by a communist at the height of the Cold War. And of course, the left can't process that. There had to have been some wider CIA conspiracy. Who knows what was going on? It could, for gosh sakes, it could not have been a motivated communist like Lee Harvey Oswald, who'd been to Russia and Cuba and so forth, and actually was on the radar screen of both the KGB and the CIA. It couldn't be a communist who killed the president of the United States. That's not how their brains worked. But was American perception, left and right, the thing that conditioned what was happening? Absolutely. Americans get the government they want, right or wrong, for good or ill, and they get it good and hard, as H.L. Mencken said.
Well, let's take a look, because we do have... Oh, yeah, this one. We do have at least one more clip from Takakura-san.
Get to rape your wife and... Unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter if they want. And everyone knows that. And that has been, if there's one consistent lesson of history, it means unconditional surrender means foreign troops get to rape your wife and daughter. Everyone can feel that. That's like the most atavistic instinct there is. And so to avoid that, people will do anything. And so that's why it requires that level of force to get a population subdued to the point of unconditional surrender. That's why. And so in this case, of course, we don't have the ground force necessary. I don't think Americans would voluntarily participate in it. I just don't think we can do that. It would require weapons of mass destruction. It would require presumably nuclear weapons in order to do that. And let's not lie to ourselves. We're moving toward that. Unconditional surrender means foreign troops get...
Can I make a quick point?
What an essentializing. Yes.
Guys, quickly, because I'll be back in a couple of minutes, but I have to make a quick point about that. Unconditional surrender was what was demanded and received from Japan, and like, look at Japan now. But remember, the Tucker is the guy who thinks, at least on the other front, that Churchill was the bad guy. So within that context, remember who this guy is advocating for. I know you guys do, but it's always good to remember. And I will be back with you in just a few.
I mean, again, the perverse context here. October 7th, they used rape and sexual assault as a systematic policy against the innocent Israeli civilians that were attacked on October 7th. Those are the people who raped wives and daughters. Those were the people that did and sexual assaults against both sexes, by the way. They were just twisted in the way they committed their atrocities on October 7th on all fronts. And think of the fate of Iranian girls and women as they disappear into Iranian prisons to be tortured. I mean, what he's doing is he's taking the evil of the enemy.
Yeah, who are, by the way, who are also raped, so because raped women cannot go into heaven in Islamic religion.
Right. And so when you think about the systematic, intentional policy of the Iranians and Hamas, and then you think about what Tucker is saying, he's using the actual atrocities of the enemies that he has to know are real, and then imputing them before they even happen to Americans and Israelis who might win this war, knowing full well that there aren't going to be thousands of ground. He admits there's not going to be thousands of ground troops on the ground, unable to commit these. And then, as Razi points out, after World War II, the British, the Americans, and the French basically occupied Western Germany. Americans basically occupied Japan. Did we see greater atrocities? Did we see greater rapes then? No, what we saw was a situation, as Razi pointed out, a dramatic improvement for the lives of Germans and the lives of Japanese because that happened. What we saw was the end of a systematic set of atrocities. Do you want to know what happened when the Japanese invaded China in one of their opening salvos in trying to conquer East Asia during World War II? It was horrific. It was horrific. And to evade the fact that the atrocities are coming from the other side, and to impute the atrocities to the good guy's side before they even happen, and to associate the term unconditional surrender with that, I mean, talk about another I mean, what kind of mental gymnastics are going on in his mind that he has to use his voice, his loud voice, on at least some elements of the American right, to twist the truth into out of all possible recognition. Tucker Carlson is a truly despicable human being.
Yeah, and by the way, like really, so the purpose of this war is to have American soldiers like rape Iranian women.
Yeah.
Like we had one story in Israel where the camera showed, you know, them like taking some Palestinian and like hiding behind some shields, and that was a story like still is now with no other evidence, with absolutely nothing. Right? Imagine if we had a single story of an American raping Iranian woman or whichever woman. Like you wouldn't hear the end of it, and you shouldn't, right? Like we shouldn't have. Like I don't think there's any justification.
They would be prosecuted. If an American or Israeli soldier did such a thing, their own militaries and governments would prosecute them for that. When it happens on October 7th, where the UN itself says that on every single site where Israelis were attacked on October 7th, they used sexual assault as a systematic tool. It is beyond belief that Tucker would say shit like that. I'm sorry for my language and anger, but he is a truly evil human being.
Yeah, I mean, isn't it just a way for him to disparage America and Israel to say, oh, what their real motivation here isn't peace, isn't a cessation of aggression, but of like the most debased sexual violence? That's what Americans are ultimately about. That's why they want unconditional surrender so they can engage in that. I mean, that's what Americans, Israeli want to do. I mean, it's perverse.
Yeah, you're coming in and out a little bit there, but yeah, he's actually attributing to Trump when he says nothing less than unconditional surrender. So what he's doing there is attributing to Trump a subtext, a meaning to that, which means, yeah, boy, we'll get to rape them on the ground, even though he isn't amassing large ground troops to invade. I mean,
yeah, I'm going to attribute something. I'm going to attribute something to Tucker that I thought after the comment I made a couple of minutes ago, which is why is it that he has kind of made the point of telling us that the Allies were the bad guys on the European front, but not on the Japanese front? I'm going to go out on a limb, but maybe Tucker will want to join Owen Jones's lawsuit here because of this. It might have something to do with the Jews. That's just
yeah, Mr. Tucker Carlson, you are a fellow countryman of mine. And so it might be easier for you to sue me than Owen Jones. But please, Tucker Carlson, you are an anti.
Well, he's not going to sue Owen Jones.
No, but Tucker Carlson might sue me. And I'm inviting sort of that to happen with what I'm about to say here, I suppose. You are a bigoted, hateful man who covers up for anti-Semitic violence and who encourages it. Okay, you want to sue me? It is my considered opinion. When you say things like Jews are the enemies of beauty itself, when Trump's call for unconditional surrender is an invitation to rape, you are completely revealing your bigoted nature and your indifference to Jewish suffering.
Let me join in on that. And I'm not in the US, but Jonathan has loads of miles and he can help me out to get there. Yeah, I'm going to say that the thing Tucker said about Chabad was intended to get people to attack Chabad. Because Chabad has a presence around the world in various places. So yeah.
Because after all, we know that this is all a giant plot to destroy the Temple Mount so that the Jews can just rebuild a third temple there at the site. Yeah, we all know that's what's really going on, Tucker Carlson. You are a lunatic. You are a lunatic if you think that that was a motive here, either on the Israeli side or the American side.
Speaking of lunatics, did we talk about did you guys talk about the protests in London? Well, not all of whom were
I didn't
lunatics.
cover anything you said.
Oh, okay. There were a couple of them. So it's interesting, but I actually want to start with something in New York. It looks interesting. I didn't watch much of them. I read the tweets. I watched some of it without audio, so we'll watch it for the first time. Let's start with the New York one. And it's kind of 5 minutes or so. I guess the guy's talking, but we'll see. And that doesn't mean we're gonna make it through 5 minutes of it, but let's start and see how much we can go through.
Which one do you want to play?
The one from New York, that's 5 minutes. It's in a tweet.
Oh, yeah.
This is Washington Square Park.
Oh,
Manhattan. When it's in Manhattan, it hurts me even more than when it's in London. But let's.
We mourn Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
We mourn Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
We mourn IRGC General.
We mourn IRGC General
Qasem Soleimani.
Qasem Soleimani.
And we mourn.
And we mourn
President Ibrahim Raisi.
President Ibrahim Raisi.
As Iranian leaders who represented resistance. Resistance to Zionism. Resistance to colonial domination. We stand with the Islamic Republic of Iran. We stand with the Iranian people. Defending their sovereignty. And their revolution. And the right to determine their own future. Without any interference.
By the way, do you think there are any words he can say that will not be repeated by those sheep? But it's so despicable and.
But did you guys notice George Floyd in the back? It's like it's all together. There was a picture of George Floyd in the back. It's like everything's together.
Yeah, and he has a PLO flag. But James, my first thought when I see this is how much I'm in agreement with the people who want congressional declaration of war. I want this to happen regardless. But one of the things, and you can correct me because again I may be speaking out of my ass. Once you have a war declared, can these people be tried for treason?
Treason is the only crime defined in the U.S. Constitution, and it involves taking up arms against the United States or providing material support. And so I think merely saying I'm opposed to the war and I support the enemy would not be quite enough to get under. You'd have to actually show material support. Although recruiting for the enemy, you're at least getting in the neighborhood, because there he appears to be recruiting in effect for the enemy. We support, all the despicable, most evil people in the world. He just listed his support for, and their right to self-determination when thousands of them are being slaughtered in the streets by their totalitarian government. I mean, evil, 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 evil. What will happen if there's a declaration of war, though, is it would give it would open up the idea, because but the definition of treason doesn't turn on whether there's war. America's enemies could exist even independent of an American declaration of war. So Iranians have been killing Americans since 1979. Theoretically, a case of treason could be have been created for anyone giving material support to the Iranian government. I mean, that's why it was far more credible in my mind to think of Obama as a traitor, sending billions of dollars to Iran, a country that had slaughtered hundreds of Americans and was in a technical state of war against the United States. From their perspective, at least. In 1979, when the Iranian Revolution happened and they took over our embassy and kidnapped our diplomats, they've been yelling death to America ever since, just to prove the point. They have never recognized America's right to exist. They have technically been in a state of war against America for 47 years from their perspective. So anyone who provides material, and they've been killing Americans as often as they can. So technically speaking, anyone providing material aid or support or comfort to the Iranian regime over the last 47 years, you could at least make a plausible argument that they were guilty of treason. Now that there is actually a war going on, and I don't think it turns on the declaration of war. I think even currently right now, I would note that both the House and the Senate have rejected efforts to limit the president from engaging in this effort right now. So it is, as it stands right now, at least by implication, a congressionally approved operation that Trump is engaged in. And of course, but Congress and the president are operating under the parameters of regarding the War Powers Act as the sort of the box they're working within, and that gives Trump a free hand. And when they they had a resolution before Congress that denounced Iran for the terrorist sponsor that they are. Some 50-some Democrats refused to, even though they had voted for it before, refused to join in an official congressional denunciation of Iran as a terrorist state. But Congress has officially said these things. And so technically, Congress has given the green light to what Trump is doing here, whether it's a declaration of war or not. Trump still has at least 60 days to do whatever he likes in Iran under the War Powers Act. Now, one can argue the constitutionality of that both ways, because after all, there are presidents of the United States who say that it's unconstitutional as a limitation on presidential power. I take the other side, but I submit to the current practice and precedent. I submit to the Supreme Court. I mean, Supreme Court's part of our system as well. Practice and precedent is part of our constitutional order as well. So as I say, I have to keep this split screen, this 2-column analysis, what is constitutional and what is legal under our constitutional order as of today. And I don't think that a declaration of war would be what a treason charge would hinge upon. On the other hand, these people are traitors. I attended New York University, and I walked kitty corner across Washington Square Park most mornings of my life for a few years. And I saw all kinds of demonstrations. I heard offers to sell me drugs. I heard all kinds of things as I traversed Washington Square Park, but this has to be the ugliest thing I have ever seen in Washington Square Park, a place that I have cherished fond memories of. And some not so fond memories of. I mean, we saw the pro-Hamas demonstrators last year and the year before acting up there too, but defending specifically the Ayatollah and the revolution and the people they listed, this is the most despicable thing I've heard chanted in Washington Square Park. And I have heard communist chants and pro-Hamas chants in Washington Square Park. This has to take the cake.
Yeah. Thank you, Race, for the super chat. Race says constitutional adherence is generally good until it protects dictatorships, just like honesty is generally
Okay.
good.
I just want to jump in just quickly on that first. Again, Congress can declare war. This is not like a constitutional problem where it's like, oh, we have to fight evil and we cannot have it. It's like, again, like this is a reminder. Like if the American people for a long time didn't want to target like Iran, like there is nothing that can protect you from like free will or like democratic will of Americans. Because what you seem to suggest is a dictatorship that is like American people don't know what they want, so we have to impose what. Because again, targeting Iran absolutely should happen, as in also individual rights should be protected in America. There should be no social security, there should be no Medicare, etc., etc. But American people want it. We have to give in to some extent, or you have to like respond to the will.
Wait, James, let me read the whole super
Yeah.
chat because the question was for you, James. So Race says, constitutional adherence is generally good until it protects dictatorships, just like honesty is generally good unless you tell Nazis where Jews are. Would you agree with this statement, Jim?
No. I think that presidents, no matter what, have to obey the Supreme Court. The day that the President of the United States ignores the Supreme Court, whatever the cause, we're doomed. The rule of law is more important than any specific value. I will include any specific war. I will include any specific criminal prosecution, the valid things government ought to do. So I do not see that at all. I see the rule of law as being a meta value that we cannot lose. The minute we lose respect for our constitutional order, including the bad decisions of the Supreme Court or current practice, it is because the American people understand the value here that the Congress, operating within the box of the War Powers Act, whatever you think of the War Powers Act, and it is an open controversy what a president's powers are. There's no question about that. And because there's an open controversy, let the president do this and defend the good. But if there was a conflict between those two, don't make me answer it like that, Race. Our respect for the rule of law would crumble if we started making exceptions to the rule of law. I do not approach
Race
it that way.
does follow up, but let me nitpick and say on the point of honesty is generally good until you tell the Nazis where Jews are. Yeah, it's not dishonest.
Lying to the Nazis is honesty.
Yeah. Race also says I'm talking
Yeah, because
about
again, just to because we didn't explain that, honesty or truth is not some like out of context thing. It's honesty to reality. You're not being honest by allowing Nazis to live in disillusion that it's okay to kill people and that it's okay to force people into concentration camps.
Yeah, and
You are
separating
being,
that
yeah.
from truth, it is a lie not to to tell them the Jews are over there when they're actually over here. You're not telling the truth, and you shouldn't. But
Exactly. And under the current context of constitutional assumptions that the president and the Congress are both working under, the president does have a right to take military action. And therefore, forget all my arguments about the unconstitutionality of the War Powers Act. Under the current understanding of our constitutional order in the United States, the president can take such action. Remember, Obama engaged in a months-long war in Libya that engaged in regime change that did not have congressional approval. And the
But
Democrats.
we had the UN Security Council resolution for that.
Yeah, and that has zero relevance to American law. That has zero relevance. And Obama knew it had zero relevance. But if you ask Nancy Pelosi, the Democrat leader of the House then, does Obama need congressional approval? She said no.
Okay, I'm going to go to Race's follow-up quickly, then go back to you, James, then go to a news update, and then we will wrap up. Race follows up by saying, I'm talking about the War Powers Act and how it's being implemented and being the law.
At least Trump is complying with the War Powers Act in a way Obama did not. Now, I know presidents have claimed that they have greater power.
Well, so far, let's not jump the gun.
Well, so far. But the point is, he gave a notification, as he did under the War Powers Act, as required to, and that gives him at least 60 days. And given the way the Congress has been voting, Congress might well, in 60 days from now, if it's still going on, give them the thumbs up. The truth of the matter is that the Congress has spoken and rejected attempts in both the Senate and the House of Representatives to limit the president's powers here. So Trump is operating more, let me put it this way, on a scale of constitutionality, more constitutionally than Obama did in Libya. And so that puts the issue aside for me. Cut loose, Mr. Trump. Do what you need to do, everything you need to do. Demand unconditional surrender. Wipe out this Iranian regime.
Yeah, and with Libya also, there's more of a question of was it necessary? I mean, removing evil regimes, good. There's no question that this is the most just and necessary war in. I'm not even. I'm counting. The response to 9/11, which was a just and necessary war, but not the right one and not fought in the right way. Okay, the IDF has talked about the bombing of the oil tankers in Tehran, saying that the military forces of the Iranian regime were using those, so this is directly harming them. The IDF is also there are several reports of them bombing Hezbollah infrastructure in the Dahia quarter in Beirut, but there is a nonstop barrage of rockets from the north. Israel is not handling those well and fast enough for the population there not to, at the very least, suffer constant sirens, which are not that's not like the people we have on the show. Natan, I think, is the only one in the north, but I don't know if he has been under any of these. But the ones coming from Iran, they have like 10 minutes. In the north, I think you have less than a minute. It's really, and it's all the more reason why, if Israel is struggling to deal with these now, all the more reason why it should be done now permanently, not push them 5 years back, 10 years back. Wipe them out of existence. Make sure there is never another threat from Lebanon. Hold on to the southern chunk of the country for as long as necessary until you have a regime in Lebanon that you know will do their job. Otherwise, we have to hold on to, half or a third or however much it is of the country. Not that
Simply
much,
for
but
security reasons.
yeah.
Wipe out Hezbollah. Now, I'll add something else. Mr. Trump, I know there might be increase the political difficulties for you here, but I would urge you to support the assault on Hezbollah right now. You've got assets there that can at least help Israel do this, and not just in a defensive way. I would hope that my president would, and I know that might pose political problems for him here at home, would join in the assault on Hezbollah in Beirut. They're absolutely connected. Hezbollah is nothing but an appendage of the Iranian regime. It has to be wiped out like all the other appendages, arms, and aspects of the Iranian regime. What you have taken on, Mr. Trump, includes Hezbollah. That would be my position.
I think maybe today might be the video that we can most be accused of being clickbaity with the title, because we said we're going to talk about London Morning Khamenei. We haven't, unless you did it when I was, no, you didn't do it when I was gone. So we will talk about it tomorrow. We'll also remove it from the title because I don't actually want to have people go through 7+ hours of stream thinking this is what's interesting. I want to stick around for this, and then it doesn't happen. We will talk about it tomorrow. There were these protests. There was a massive counter protest. I we'll also look at the news and see exactly what happened. There's more. There's more tomorrow. There's a protest pro. Actually pro-Iranian, pro the Iranian people in front of 10 Downing Street. I saw some title about how, some blurb about we're remembering who the countries are that stood with the Iranian people. So it's going to start as a protest in front of 10 Downing Street, and then they're going to go to the Israeli embassy to express their thanks. So
be safe, people. I say it every time. I'm going to say it again. Unfortunately, I've got to go, and I think we're wrapping up. But please, my friends, be safe out there. If you're Jewish, you're especially going to be a target. Please, my Jewish friends, wherever you are in the world, be careful. Americans are going to be targets. Please, my American friends, be careful out there. The forces of evil are out there, and they are out. And the friends of the Islamic Republic of Iran are whatever forces they have out in the world, sinister forces. They will be out there trying to hit back. There was a shooting in Austin where innocent people were shot. Please take care. Be safe.
Yeah, and let me quickly go to Jonathan. Anything to say, Jonathan? Thank you, James. Jonathan, that you are actually on the Zoom call.
Just thanks to our supporters all over the world and for being part of what we're doing with the ARCUK.
I also promised an explanation of this T-shirt and the video and sharing the video behind it. I didn't promise it in the title, so we're off the hook there. But yeah, Jonathan, I want to go through that video at some point in these long streams. You can veto that decision, but I do think that's just a great moment, and also interesting to discuss in the context of today. If the people had listened to you, where would we be today? I don't think any of us can answer, but it's interesting to speculate. Daniel, parting thoughts?
Ceterum Kensea Teheran esse delendam. Which is the
I'm
full
sure.
quote of the Carthago delenda est.
Cool. Jonathan, also anything to promote, and Daniel, anything to promote, and then we will wrap up. I will take that as a no. I want to promote the fact that we're going to be here again tomorrow, every day, throughout the day, for as long as we can, until the total victory. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll see you back here tomorrow.